we have done together.
And tonight, President Donald Trump will address the nation as America marks its 250th birthday. A spectacular display of military strength on land, in the air and above the nation's capital. Music, celebration and a breathtaking fireworks finale is going to light up the Washington skyline. Plus live analysis, exclusive guests and every major moment. As GB News brings you the biggest night in the United States of America. So cheers. Hello everybody, joining me in Washington for this special event this evening is our panel, Hilary Fordwich is here. Cheers Hilary.
Cheers dear.
Mally Smith is with me as well.
Cheers.
Mally, great to see you. Thank you so much for coming into our party night. In London we've got former Conservative MP Louise Mensch, political commentator Benedict Spence and former Attorney General Sir Michael Ellis. We're going to go to them in just a moment, but cheers guys, we will be spending a very long evening with you all. I'm going to be on air until breakfast tomorrow morning. Thank you at home for joining us. It is going to be breathtaking because in just moments events will begin to get well underway as America marks 250 years of independence. Let me ask my panel now what this night means. I have to come to you as our American tonight, Mally.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Hilary.
That's all right.
You know, it's like an uncomfortable evening for us as Brits, isn't it? But we're very happy for you. Very happy for you. What does it mean today?
Well, look, as an American, I'm always excited and proud of our country. I'm glad we don't have a king, no offense to the UK, but to quote President Biden, Americans never bow, we never bend, we never break. We are America, second to none, and we own the finish line. So that is the kind of mentality I'm bringing tonight with you Brits, and I'm glad to be here with you.
Where does that come from? Because it is so lovely to hear somebody talk about their country like that. It is so rare to hear anybody talk about the UK in that sort of hand on heart spirit of determination and love for your country. Even though you don't even like your president, you still love your country, Mally, and that is rare. Why don't we hear it in the UK, Hilary?
No, you know, we just don't. And actually, I can remember being brought up and I didn't ever see the Union Jack flying anywhere, the Cross of St. George flying anywhere, certainly not in my childhood. And I came to America and I was actually blown away by friends even had, you know, the Star Spangled Banner in their front garden or yard, as it's referred to in America. So I began to feel in high school this immense amount of pride. And I'll also never forget taking my, then when I have children, taking them to what in England is referred to as infant school, here kindergarten. And all the teachers were like, oh, hey, you're great, you're great. The minute they walked into the room, and there's something about, it's the American spirit, and it starts when kids are very, very young in school. Little children are told they're absolutely fabulous and absolutely great. And I know many people look at President Trump and say, oh, you know, he's extremely braggadocious, etc. But that is a lot of the American spirit, and people are very proud of their country. And I think it's something that spurs Americans on. And you are what you believe in. Yeah. It really is true.
It's going to be a lesson in patriotism tonight, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we're going to see. A country which is unembarrassed to say, we know who we are, and we love who we are. And what I think often about the celebrations that we have in the UK, Hilary, is we might touch upon St. George's Day. I mean, we do so almost with an element of shame and embarrassment, do we not?
Yes.
And actually, St. Patrick's Day is pretty big in the UK.
It's huge, and huge here too, but not St. George's Day.
Yeah, not St. George's Day. The closest we perhaps get to what we're going to see tonight might be a coronation. It might be the King's birthday. It was certainly the Queen's birthday, came a little close to this. But this event tonight, and what I see with Americans, it's not just about looking back on what they have been, it's about going forward and who they're going to be. That's one of the lessons we can learn.
You know, I think you're totally right, and I couldn't help but thinking, didn't want to interrupt you, when you were saying about, you know, showing emotions and how we become it in the UK. I'll never forget Princess Diana's funeral. It was the first time I remember seeing sort of the British public actually crying, weeping in public. You never had seen that before. I've seen footage of it. I certainly, I know you think I'm old, Bev, but I've seen footage of Winston Churchill's funeral.
Great for 92.
I've seen footage, though, of Winston Churchill's funeral. People were very upset, a great loss, but you didn't see that sort of, we were brought up to be, I was brought up to be extremely stoic. That's just, my mummy, I can hear in my ears now, my mummy saying, chin up, dear. Like, there was absolutely no showing of emotion whatsoever, and I think that's something that's cultural. I don't think it's important that you become overly emotional. I think it's very important to be patriotic, and I think that's something that Americans do exceptionally well.
Oh, they do. And we're going to see a good 4 hours, 5 hour show tonight, depending on how long President Trump chooses to talk for, of course. We're also, just to let you know, we're going to be talking to Ben Leo as well, who's in Mexico City ahead of that massive football match tomorrow night. So you just don't go anywhere. Just stay awake. It's Sunday tomorrow. You're not going to be anywhere. Right. Just get comfy on the sofa, not too comfy. Get yourself a nice drink like we've got. We've got champagne. We're celebrating here tonight. We've got some party treats. We've got some cakes. We're going to be talking to lots of the members of the GB News family tonight. We're going to be going to lots of our regular panelists to see how they are celebrating July the 4th. Some of them are on boats. Some of them are in house parties. Some of them are going to be in some beautiful sunny locations. The weather, Mally, is hanging over this event though tonight. You and I have actually just popped out to have a look what it was like, because why is that going to matter? Yeah,
we are having an incredible heat wave in DC. I saw a recent stat that only 2% of the world right now is hotter than Washington, D.C., and that's places like Kuwait. So I think everyone who is going to the mall, going to see Trump speak, or just if you're out in America going outside anywhere on the East Coast, hydrate, take breaks, be careful, because heat stroke is real and you don't want to get heat stroke while you're celebrating America.
Now this,
I can tell you, I've almost never quit golf, and I quit after 9 holes. It was so hot that my children couldn't believe it. Yeah, that has to go down in history. And I've never quit. I quit after 9
Hillary.
holes.
Where is your resilience going? Hillary's revelation about not being the strong dynamo that we think she is. No, but honestly, joking apart, the heat is unbelievable in DC today. There were concerns that the event might have to even be cancelled or postponed. They actually closed the state fair. So what we're looking at here, just to give you some context, this is the huge stage which is on the mall, which runs from the White House through the Washington Memorial, all the way down.
Goes from the Capitol, all the way down past the Washington Memorial.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah, you're better on the geography of this than I am a little bit.
In front of the White House.
Yes, right in front of the White House. You're going to see some incredible pictures tonight. And the State Fair has all of these buildings which contain exhibits from each individual state.
A booth from each state with their state significance. And I think, though, one thing I do think, because it's been so hot, there haven't been the crowds that were expected. I think a mistake they made. I mean, I just generally heard about it, and I know pretty much because of doing shows like this, I know what's going on. The average American, I don't think, was very aware of it. I don't think they did a good job really publicizing it. What I think they should have done, too, is they could have had a celebrity from each state come and do something, and that would have been a huge draw. But I think it was the weather, and also you couldn't take a backpack or water, and that was a disappointment.
Yeah, you couldn't take anything in to the actual venue. And when I say there's no shade, there is no shade. So yesterday they actually closed the state fair in the afternoon. They actually sent everybody home. They said it's too hot to be here, and they sent everybody home, and it opened again at 5 p.m. in the afternoon.
And Bev, there was supposed to be a parade today that they cancelled.
Yes. That's right. There was going to be a big parade at 10:30 this morning, so don't feel bad about cancelling your golf. The whole parade was cancelled about the same time. Hillary, you can still sleep easy.
I'm not even playing tomorrow because I'm not going to be in bed by 2 a.m, so I can't get up.
The sacrifices she's making for GB News.
Yes.
So there are 480 exhibits at the big state fair, and we're going to see tonight special flyovers. We're going to see the Air Force Thunderbirds. The whole event is going to open any minute now with a flyover of the brand new controversial Air Force One plane. Now, Mally, just would you like to tell our viewers why this Air Force One is so controversial, for anyone who doesn't know?
Well, nice to give it to me, Bev, to bring the party down. The jet is controversial because it was a gift from Qatar. It cost $300 million. It not only cost $300 million, the just overall estimate of how much the jet costs, the U.S. is going to have to spend, or has already spent, a lot of money renovating it and retrofitting it to make sure that it's safe, security-wise. And then the big controversy with this jet is that it doesn't stay with the United States government. Trump is going to go with it after his presidency. It's going to be his jet, he would say, and then Trump allies would say that it's going to be in his library. It's a distinction without a difference to me. It's not really staying with the U.S. government. So that's the controversy with the jet.
It's beautiful, though. Have you seen the pictures on Instagram? If you've seen the pictures of inside this aeroplane, it is like a luxury palace inside the old Air Force One. I was fortunate enough to go on it a couple of times. Look, nothing like this. I totally understand why the president wanted to take it. I totally understand
the Qataris do luxury well.
They do luxury very well. In fact, what you do well, a big celebratory concert. So if you're just joining us just after midnight in the UK, thinking, hang on a minute, why is Bev on air already and going into this? We have a very special show tonight. We're going to be on air until we go into breakfast at 6 o'clock in the morning, because you are about to witness the biggest event potentially in this decade for this country. How significant is this concert tonight? Biden didn't have the opportunity to do anything like this. And of course, actually, Trump was talking, Mally, at Christmas. I think it was at the Christmas event down at the White House. And he was saying how pleased he was, actually, that the last election was stolen from him, because it does mean that he's able to be president on the night of the 250th celebration. And what we're going to see tonight is a Trump-style concert. You would not have got this under Biden. What would he have done?
Well, I'm sure there would have been a big party. We would have gotten more celebrities, let's be honest on that. We would have had Beyonce and Taylor Swift. We wouldn't have Kash Patel's girlfriend singing songs.
CeeLo Green is performing tonight. He's one of the first performers.
But not a Beyonce or Taylor Swift. So there would have certainly been a lot of things to do. I think one of the reasons there's been potentially less interest in this fair, though, and all these events, is there's been a bit of miscommunication or logistical issues, because there was a bipartisan commission created called America 250, which originally was supposed to put on this event. President Trump did an executive order creating Freedom 250 and moved, my understanding is pretty much all the money, most of the money, to Freedom 250. So they had to essentially change logistics and change a lot of what they were doing to try to fit this new vision that President Trump created. And I'm sure that caused some logistical difficulties, to be fair.
Get involved with us this evening, won't you? GBNews.com/your say. We're going to be looking at your messages throughout the night. On that point of organisation, Mally, my understanding is that the team that organised this event tonight, as you say, it was taken from the Freedom 250, the organisers of the rest of these celebratory events, is the same team that did some of his rallies, and particularly one individual guy.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Who he trusts.
Yeah, because again, America 250 was like a bipartisan commission. They'd been planning for about a decade, and then Trump's executive order moved it over to his Freedom 250. So I think America 250 still exists. I actually read an article that was like, we're still doing things. They're just in a lot lower scale because we don't have the money. It's Freedom 250. And I'll be honest, my hope is in this is that, even though I've made some jokes that there are not many people at America 250, and that the talent at this event is not what it would be under a Democrat. My hope is we have a good patriotic speech from the president, talking about what we should imagine America in the next 250 years. But what I would say I fear, and I hope I'm wrong, both Hillary and Bev, and 1 a.m. when we're talking about this, I fear that he is going to give a partisan political speech, and I hope he can leave that aside and not talk about politics or make it too much about himself. Let's talk about the country and what it will look like in the next 100 years.
Like Bill Clinton did on X today.
I hadn't seen that. What did Bill Clinton say?
Oh, he basically laid into President Trump on his 4th of July message. We'll have a look at that as the evening goes on. We've got 5 hours or 6 hours we're going to be here. 6 hours we're going to be with you. We will dig that out. I thought it was outrageous that Bill Clinton went on X today and wrote a statement where he criticised ICE, didn't he, Hillary? Did you see it? It was incredibly partisan. It's attacking President Trump.
Trump also tweeted out today, it was like, good morning to the Democrats, D-U-M-B-O-crats. So
that's nothing new. He does that every single day.
Well, but
that's nothing new.
Well, come on, Bev. You got to admit, like, you're getting mad at Bill Clinton for July 4th, and then Trump does a partisan attack.
Yeah, but I think the difference is that Bill Clinton's statement chose a policy that he knows is so divisive in this country, which is the actions of the ICE agents, and he openly, roundly criticised that, didn't he, Hillary?
He did, and also
in a statement that was part of a big message about the day.
That's exactly right, and he ironically, did not mention that he had more deportations than President Trump has. So to me, not only was it an inappropriate timing, it actually was disingenuous.
Yeah. We have just lost the feed there at the moment. Now, it looked like, I don't know whether you saw, but the cameramen there appeared to be putting covers on the cameras. There is a suggestion that there's going to be rain. We're expecting a massive storm. DC is very good at these very hot days turning into very stormy days. So frankly, anything could happen. To be honest, the people who are down there at the concert, they are not going to mind a bit of rain as long as it isn't torrential, because it's so hot out there that actually it could be quite a refreshing downpour, right, Mally? Right, let's talk to our guests in London, shall we, as the events gets almost underway down at the Mall. Let's talk to former Conservative MP Louise Mensch and political commentator Benedict Spence. Louise, you're in London. Now, normally we talk to you when you are in America. What a day to be in London rather than in the States. How do you normally celebrate the 4th of July?
You know, like every other American, because I am a dual citizen, we have a barbecue in the backyard, we watch the local fireworks, and we celebrate. So today I was reduced to just cooking some burgers and hot dogs at home in my flat, and that was it. It's pretty hot here as well, I can tell you. And I am missing America very much. Specifically, I'm missing the air conditioning, which I can tell you is our country's greatest export. Britain's been going through a heat wave too, so I really feel for everybody that's out there on the Mall right now suffering. And I do think it was a giant mistake not to let people bring water. You hope that they're not going to faint out there. It sounds like it's pretty hot.
They have complimentary hydration stations. Whether they have any water left, of course, they did close the fair yesterday afternoon, so hopefully the supplies of water that they've got will last the distance for tonight. We were also told you can't take chairs, you can't take blankets, you can't take cool boxes, you couldn't take an umbrella to shield you from the sun. There have been people all over social media talking about how it was unbearably hot down there today. Now, the temperatures have dropped a little this evening, but it is very muggy out there. The only way that the weather could affect events this evening, though, Benedict, is we have some massive downpour. We've got music acts we're going to look forward to. There's going to be a Michael Jackson tribute medley. There's going to be Lee Greenwood. He's the guy that sings "I'm Proud to Be an American," President Trump's favourite singer. He often welcomes him onto the stage. We're going to hear a rendition of Yankee Doodle Dandy. There's going to be, you looking forward to that, Mally?
That is a throwback, Yankee Doodle Dandy. That is not something a lot of Americans listen to, but I'll be excited to hear it.
But let me come to you, Benedict. How excited are you to see this concert? And what will you be considering when you watch how good America is at celebrating its own identity?
I will be completely morose and uninterested up until the point at which we all start singing YMCA. If that doesn't happen, then it's a wasted opportunity and a waste of a celebration. I mean, of course, the United States does these things on a much grander scale than we do, than anybody else does. So one is hoping, even with the storm, that they're going to put on a typical show, a typical tribute to their great country. But of course, you know, this is something that's affecting all of the Anglosphere at the moment. You've got a storm right as America celebrates its 250th birthday. We've got a storm in Mexico City. Apparently it's going to knock us out of the World Cup. But we're Anglo-Saxons. We're English at our hearts. I know that the people in America have had a little bit of a hiatus. They're doing their own thing for a little bit. But we all come from the same background, and ultimately we're fine with rain. That's the big takeaway from all of this.
Absolutely. And the thing is, I don't remember learning in school anything about what happened during that period of time in 1776. Now, maybe there's a reason for that, okay? Maybe this is a part of our history that we prefer not to reflect upon, because obviously America forged its independence from us. But do you think there's enough understanding in the UK, Louise, about the history that goes along with today?
Definitely not. Look, to be honest, we as a nation are a very martial nation, we Britain, and we haven't lost many wars, and that is a war that we did lose. We don't really enjoy studying the history of wars that we lose. We'd rather talk about World War II, World War I, Agincourt, things that we've won. But in this case, we did in fact get our lunch handed to us, really embarrassingly, with the help of the French. And I think it's fair to say that I learnt more about American history and the birth of the nation from the musical Hamilton than I ever did in school. And perhaps that's something that we should face, and we should have it taught to us, because it was a crucial moment in world history, even if we did, in fact, lose that one.
Yeah. Let's bring Michael in on this. Michael Ellis, if you are there in the studio in London, I would love to hear, why don't you give us an idiot's guide for all those Brits and some Americans, although I'm sure all the Americans know, but why don't you give us an idiot's guide to what is being celebrated today and how the UK fits into that story?
Well, hello, Bev, and happy semi-quincentennial. I think that it's a really important celebration here because the King sent a message to the President today. And in that message, he said that the two countries came as one and have fought for freedom effectively and fought on the same side, fought for peace during the course of the last 250 years. They've been a force for good in the world. And I think America has been that force for good over the course of its entire 250 years. Today is a celebration of its first 250 years, and it has made a major impact in the world. An impact mostly in terms of its push towards freedom for all, equality and justice under the law. That actually is what is really being celebrated here. We're going to hear musical medleys and displays. We're going to see very impressive flypasts of military might. But the real thing to celebrate is the fact that when you compare the rest of the world, you know, Bev, there's about 200 countries in the world, and only about 50 of them are democracies. And America has been there throughout the past 250 years fighting for democracy against the tide. That, I think, is the real thing to celebrate.
But of course they inherited that from us, Michael. It's worth remembering the rule of law and the basis of their democracy. They can thank us for that.
That's right. And of course the Americans, one of the things the Americans are taught, Bev, is that King George III was a tyrant from whom they rebelled and pushed back. In fact, the truth is actually King George III was actually quite a nice chap. And it wasn't the tyranny that we would think of today, but there were aspects of British life in that period that they didn't accept, particularly over religious freedoms. But you're right, they frankly, the alpha and omega of American society is inherited from the British, just as it has been by the Australians and the Kiwis and the Canadians. And of course, they've adapted things their own way. They said at the very early stages, we don't want acts of attainder. But by the point of American independence, acts of attainder, for example, were already very rare in the British system. So yes, the British were the origins of most of these attributes. But, you know, America learnt its lessons along the way, and when it started, of course, it didn't treat all of its citizens as equal. Even the founding fathers had slaves, for example, many of them. But it's a learning process over the course of that quarter of a millennium, and most people, I think, would think that they've done it the right way.
It's so interesting, Michael, and I think one of the things that I've learned while I've been sort of researching all of this and just some of the places that I've visited while I've been here in DC was the tipping point for the Americans being no taxation without representation, because they were being taxed by the UK, and particularly the stamp tax is what pushed them over the edge. And the way that these thematically echo down the years, the relationship that even we have with our own government, sometimes it feels like we have taxation without representation. You know, it's like history repeats itself, doesn't it? And I wonder whether we ever see any significant change.
Well, I think you're right. I mean, Winston Churchill famously said, those who ignore history will be condemned to repeat it. History very much repeats itself if we're not careful. We constantly have to be on guard to protect against incursions and interruptions to democracy, to freedom of speech, and to such things as the representation of the people. It's taken many pieces of legislation here in the UK to ensure equality of representation. I mean, the Representation of the People's Act has gone through several manifestations to give women the right to vote, to give people under the age of 21 the right to vote, and before that, of course, to give all men the right to vote. So that didn't happen overnight, and it didn't happen in the United States overnight. So I think when we look at the United States now, we see that it has been a force for good over the course of the past 250 years, but that doesn't mean to say there isn't more to do and there isn't more to protect, because we do constantly need to be on guard against incursions in freedom.
Yeah, Benedict, your ideas on what we've just heard from Michael there, that we always need to be on guard for incursions of freedom. Do you feel that in 2026 UK?
Well, yes, and I mean, it's ironic that the American War of Independence is sort of founded on a pursuit, well, a desire for liberty in certain circumstances, but also when it gained the opportunity to do so, it wasn't just a spontaneous thing. It was due to a drawdown in the number of troops on the American continent as much as anything else. It was a degree of opportunism that provoked it. But it's, to me, the revolution it's a continuation of an ongoing Anglosphere debate between liberty and control, and it does seem to be a uniquely British thing, French to a degree, I suppose you could say. But it's one of those things that it's a conversation that we continue to have, and we are having it right now in this country. I mean, as you sort of alluded to, we all seem to feel that we have very high taxes, not as much freedom as we used to do, and that the walls are slightly closing in around us as the taxes go up and the freedom lessens. But this is something that the United States is also experiencing. Actually, the United States is increasingly politically polarized, a little bit more authoritarian on both sides of the divide, increasingly so. So it's something that country as well, having been founded on noble principles, finds itself being sucked into that sort of eternal Anglo argument, and it needs to ward against that in both directions.
Yeah. We're going to hear from President Trump tonight, Louise, and Mali already made the mention about the fact that it shouldn't be too partisan a speech, it shouldn't be party political. What tone does he have to set tonight on a night like this, especially given how divisive he is?
Look, I don't think, you know, as Queen Elizabeth I once said, must is not a word for princes. President Trump is President Trump. He's not going to have a personality transplant just because it's July the 4th. I would be surprised if he doesn't put some element of partisanship into it. But overall, as long as he leads the country towards the joy that is American independence, when we think about how this country was founded, America was founded, it's life, liberty and the pursuit of happiness. To my knowledge, it's the only country that started out putting happiness in its foundational doctrine, in its foundational document. And when you think that President Trump is celebrating July the 4th in the middle of a big concert, I hope that he's going to uplift the nation and strike that happy note, which is what July the 4th always should be. It should be a celebration of America that we love.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, guys. Louise saying there that he needs to bring, you know, to some degree, bring the country together.
Yeah.
But he can't. He's President Trump. Like, even,
and
just can't.
And I think one of the things she said that was very good is he's not going to have a personality transplant.
No.
So he's not going to become different. But I think Mali had a very good point earlier. I'm actually going to compliment Mali, but a very good point, which is, but this is a time to bring people together. This is a time not to be partisan. And the problem is, President Trump doesn't have to win over anybody on the right. To help this nation, he doesn't need to convince any Republicans. Everything in every election, including the midterms, is all about the independents, the voters in the middle. What he needs to do is to appeal to them. He can use this opportunity right now to, he's never going to convince anyone on the way far left, but he would convince basically all the independents, giving the right kind of speech. And I hope he does give the right kind of speech, because that's what we need at this time for the Republicans to win the midterms. Mali won't agree with me with that because he doesn't want them to. No. But that's what he should do, and I think it's very important on a national birthday like this that isn't partisan. He should rise above it and be very presidential. I hope he does. I don't think he will.
Mali?
Yeah, I'll say two things. First, on the Trump specific point, it is true that his brand and kind of the way he communicates is can be very partisan and very sharp-edged. But with that being said, there have been some moments, like after the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting, when he went back to the White House and gave remarks in the press room, where I thought he was very magnanimous.
Yeah,
and
magnanimous he was.
Magnanimous. Can't say the word,
Magnanimous.
apparently. We're going to just go right past that one. Where he was very gracious, we'll use that word.
Yes.
He was very gracious, and I thought brought the country together. There's been
did.
times he's done that. So
Yes.
I think it's
possible.
there. It's possible. And on this type of event, that's what he should strive for. The second thing I'd say, too, is I think, two things he could focus on in the speech are two really incredible things about America, which is first, we are the longest and oldest continuing democracy in the world. I said this fact to Hillary one time in Bev, and she said that wasn't true. We looked it up. It is true. We are the longest continual democracy in the world.
Thanks to us.
Something that should be celebrated. Then the
After the
second,
UK.
not after the UK. You guys weren't a democracy after us.
I don't agree with him on that.
That's what I thought. I don't.
And then the second thing, already making the Brits mad. The second thing is we are the only country in the world based on an idea. The rest of the countries are ethno-nation states simply based on an ethnicity and ancestral lines that date back thousands of years. We are based on a political idea of life, liberty, and happiness. And I think tying in those two things and how do we continue that into the future in the next 100 and 250 years is something I think a speech would, if he could do that in the speech, would really bring Americans together.
But that's actually a very good point. And I mean, this sounds terrible to be quoting Hitler, but one of the things that Hitler had against Americans. No, sorry.
No, I know. I just wasn't expecting that.
No, me neither.
No, I know.
It's early.
It's
We've got to be on air till 6 o'clock. Careful,
a little controversial. No, but he said one of the things he denigrated Americans. He said Americans are all mongrels. In other words, not like purely A1 race. But that I think is actually our strength.
Yeah.
I think because we are, and actually now this is the diversity thing. Diverse genes are actually very good, and I think that's been part of our strength, and that so many different nationalities have come here and then joined and united.
Bev, do you know why cancelled has 2 L's in the UK and only 1 L in the US?
Because we can spell and you can't.
Because we gave you that second L in 1776.
You gave us. Do you get that?
You guys lost
cancelled.
the war. We
You
gave
gave
you the
us-
second L.
Oh, cancelled.
There are 2 L's.
I
Because we-
see.
yeah,
Oh, that's very generous of you. People are asking what the temperature is here in Washington, D.C. I'm just looking
Over
online.
100.
So, well, I think right now,
Now, it's
according to
different.
AccuWeather right now, it's about 88
88
degrees Fahrenheit, which is 31 degrees Celsius. I mean, frankly, we're so used to those temperatures in the UK at the moment after the last couple of weeks. But it is very muggy and it is very
Feels
humid.
hotter than that.
Now, the concert should have started 25 minutes ago, so that is a little mysterious. We don't know why, so keep watching because something has clearly happened to disrupt it. Any idea?
Can I just make one point about the weather?
Yeah, of course you can.
Actually, for all
You're
the
British, that's what we do.
For all the global warming people, ready? When was the last time Washington, D.C. on July 4th was 100 degrees? The last time was, drum roll, 1919.
1990.
1919, 1919. So there wasn't even any air conditioning then. But for people who say, oh, global warming, that
the
was the
UK
last
now.
time Washington, D.C. was 100 degrees. And now with regard to the concert, no, I don't know why it's been postponed. Don't know.
Yeah, we don't know why
Not
at
yet.
the moment, so stay tuned. It was meant to kick off. I have a very detailed running order of timings of the concert. And when I say detailed, the timing of this concert was down to the minute. 3 minutes past, the next act on at 7 minutes past, etc. So this is unusual. It is now 25 past 7. The concert hasn't started. We do not know why. Stay with us to find out. Let's go to Doogie Beattie now. He's live in Philadelphia. GB News reporter. Doogie, thank you so much for joining us on a very special evening. You are a man of history. You are our resident historian. You know all about this time better than anybody, Doogie. So just give us your reflections on why today is so important.
Well, it is so important for a number of reasons. And first of all, America, those 13 original colonies, there was actually 20 colonies, but the 13 that broke away against the British state really did it for a number of reasons. Different colonies had different reasons. Of course, everybody in the colonies didn't drink tea. That was in round Boston, but of course the taxes were put on there. And then there was the French and Indian Wars, which were actually fought by the Welsh and the Scots-Irish on the Appalachian borders right down into the Shenandoah Valley. William Penn wrote to James Logan and said, bring me the heroes of Derry and Londonderry. Of course, what he was talking about was the Williamite Wars, our first constitutional and only joint monarchy, the Bill of Rights that he brought with him. He was handing powers to Parliament, and that continued right through to we joined the European Union, because of course lots of our constitution was taken away during that time. We see it now with the ECHR overruling our own courts, but back in the 1700s, all these men that had fought in the French Indian Wars, which Britain was now taxing them on, said, we're going to make you pay for it, and raw goods were only allowed to be taken from America, brought to Britain, where they were finished and then put back to America, and the Americans were charged on it. So the Americans said, no, this can't happen anymore, because this is taxation with no political representation, and we are not getting the Bill of Rights that our fathers fought for. They were being treated as colonists. And to this day, America still runs off our Bill of Rights brought to us by King William in 1688, 1690, what was called the Glorious Revolution. Now, of course, we gave that away to a big extent, and America kept it. Is that the reason that in 250 years they have become the most powerful nation in the world? It's definitely one of them, because in amongst that there was to be no links of church and state. These men had seen religion, people being taxed on their religion, and religion being put as bishops in the House of Lords, etc. And that meant in America, if you made it, you made it on your own. If you fell on your own. A totally capitalist but democratic system. It obviously worked, Bev, because they have done nothing but grow from that time. Now, of course, that did cause problems with other parts of Britain, because until the buying of Louisiana, the Louisiana Purchase by James Monroe, a Scottishman, and Robert Livingstone from Northern Ireland in 1803 off Napoleon Bonaparte for 3 cents an acre. That was the first time that we see Catholicism coming into the United States, because the French and the Spanish were already there, but it was most important for those colonists that, of course, they controlled the Mississippi, the spine of America, and they were able to get to the port of New Orleans to sell their goods to the world. But we also see they didn't go into the Atlantic, they went into the Pacific, and they traded with China and all of those inside the Pacific. So we're now seeing that coming out in America. But it was funny, I've actually stopped here, Bev, because this is on my way to a lovely concert, actually, where the Rocky statue sits at the Picture Museum, just about 5 miles down the road here. And this is a very poor part of Philadelphia. And I listened to J.D. Vance say about political leadership, and I'm looking just down this road behind me, and I don't know if you can see it, but there's old factories there, and just in the distance, about 5 blocks down, you can see new Philadelphia starting to come out into these regions. And these regions here, never mind all the pomp and ceremony of today, are working class areas, and they are telling me they've faced immigration, housing problems, cost of living. All sounds very familiar. And when you're getting driven around in a taxi, the taxi people are telling you the middle classes are bearing the brunt of the taxation. The high classes don't pay it, the lower classes get the benefits of it, and America still has its same problems. But in this area, it looks as if some of that modern housing is now starting to come up this road, and because of Trump's policy on immigration, these people in these areas are hoping that they get the new homes, that the community stays as it is, and Philadelphia stays as the city that it was born to. And you know, I've been looking at this from all angles. There's a program, Rebellion to Revolution, online, and the one before that was Foundations of Freedom. And America fascinates me because of its political classes, because of how the presidency and the Constitution of America is set up. The very fact that you can't have a president for more than 8 years, 2 terms, is quite amazing. It's refreshing, and maybe is that why we have come to this particular point where America is so powerful. And you're bound to look out your window, Bev, and I know in the Delaware River today, in the Hudson in New York, we've seen these huge battle fleets coming up in, and they have museums on these rivers which are also filled with battle fleets, battleships that are maybe only 20 years old. Some of them are more modern than our fleet, so they have invested in their own armies, they have invested in their own young people, and they are trying to make sure that they all know their history and know where they came from and where they're going to.
Amazing. In fact, so amazing that Mali said, is this pre-recorded or is this guy just going at it? Does he just know all this stuff? I said, no, he knows all this stuff. You want to know about history? You talk to Doogie Beattie. And in fact, to anybody that hasn't seen it, Doogie's got a phenomenal documentary that he's made for GBNews Originals on YouTube at the moment about the history of this country. It's amazing, and I genuinely would urge you to go and find it online, Doogie. But thank you. We're going to let you get to your location. I know we stopped you when you were on your way there, so you came to us. Oh, go on, Doogie. What do you want to say?
Bev, the most fascinating person in American history for me is Charles Thompson. He was the permanent secretary of the Continental Congress from 1774 to 1787. He's the guy that rides from New York to Mount Vernon to tell George Washington, you're it. But here's the thing about it. On his deathbed, he had an 1,000-page document that he burned because he said that the Republic had to have a chance because of all the deals that had to be made. The people wouldn't be fit to take it. And he is almost predicting a civil war, which of course came some years later.
Yeah, brilliant, Doogie. We'll be dropping back in with you throughout the night. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, we are hearing reports that perhaps the venue has been evacuated. Let's go to Michael Ellis to find out what's going on. Michael, I think you may be across this for us from London. What do we know?
Hello, Bev. Yes, well, we're hearing that the Freedom 250 event has ordered the evacuation of everyone from the National Mall in Washington due to severe weather. And that has just been announced on the official live stream. It says Freedom 250 is directing all guests to immediately evacuate the event grounds due to approaching severe weather. Please remain calm, proceed to the nearest exit, follow all instructions from law enforcement, event staff and volunteers. Thank you for your cooperation. Now, there are a lot of obviously electronic equipment at the stage area. They may very well be concerned with the possibility of lightning. The extreme heat in Washington, which you'll be familiar with, Bev, and your guests, is one thing, but when a storm approaches, the risk of lightning striking the electrical equipment is quite severe. And also, of course, it's going to affect the ability of so many of the aircraft that were scheduled to do a low fly past to fly as they had been scheduled to do in formation. It's quite a dangerous and risky manoeuvre to start with, even in good conditions. And so that is obviously affecting the ability of the Air Force to fly their aircraft as well. So it does look, at least for the moment, as though the swamp conditions are affecting things. There's a reason why they call it the swamp, I suppose, Bev.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying. Absolutely. This Washington, D.C. was literally built on a swamp. When Donald Trump talks about draining the swamp, he's not just talking about the politics. Let's go live down to the mall now. Let's talk to podcast host, friend of the show, Tiffany Marie Brannan, to find out what's going on. Tiffany, what's happening?
This is insanity, Bev. So first of all, we were told to evacuate. We were told to leave. We were being pushed out by the mall police. They said we had to get out. And now, as you see behind me, a rush, a mad scream and rush of everyone rushing back to the stage. They're rushing. I mean, people are not quite plowing over each other, but kind of close, where they're literally hopping down, trying to get back to stage, trying to get to their seats. But there was a massive storm. The planes did still do their flyover. They put on quite a show for us out here. But it has been utter pandemonium, I have to say. And I'm not sure, there was some kind of announcement. Everyone went back to rushing the stage behind me, which you can see. And now you hear the men over the microphone saying for people to maintain an orderly form of line, which is not going to happen. But altogether, it's been a little bit of a disappointing thing.
So, Tiffany, just to be clear, we heard that people were being evacuated because of the weather warning, the risk of lightning. Are you now saying that they have reversed that decision and the crowds are heading back into the venue, rushing to get the seats that they'd only just given up?
Exactly. That seems to be exactly what's happened. You can see kind of behind me here, everyone seems to be rushing back to the line that they were all kind of set up on. There's barricades here. So you have the stage, and then you have 3 different groupings that people can go through depending on their ticket. So like, I'm group B, someone else is group A, someone else is group C, and then you have people in the grandstands over here, just to my side. And so it appears there was an announcement. Yeah, it appears there was an announcement and just a mad rush of people, because I'm guessing they're not going to be checking everyone's badges the way they were. It's not going to be so organized. You're not going to be going through the amount of security, because the security people were evacuated as well. So now I think that it's going to be kind of a free-for-all, and everyone's just going to be kind of rushing to get seats. But we did have both Air Force Ones fly over, the retired one and the new one from Qatar, you know, my favorite one. And so that's been done. We've had the B-2, we've had all of the stealth, the drones, everything. But it is a bit of a pandemonium here. And honestly, even before this, it was a little bit lackluster, simply because many seats in the special guest section up by the front were left empty. And it was, you know, the time just kept clicking by, and everyone has waited 3 hours to get into this venue, and nothing had happened. And so now we're 5 hours in, and it's kind of a disaster, Bev.
Well, let's hope a disaster may be averted, Tiffany, because if you're saying they're allowing people back in now, if you think that the weather is calming down, maybe the event will start again, just like...
They're announcing it again. Do you hear this?
I can't hear it. If you can relate to us what you're hearing, Tiffany, that would be great.
There is another Secret Service announcement saying they reversed the order and they're requiring everyone to evacuate. And now everyone is booing and chanting USA.
Probably better.
Because you have everyone over here as well.
It's mandated immediately to disappear.
So the Secret Service,
they're saying it's inclement weather,
and the Americans are rebelling and chanting USA, USA. In other words, we won't be defeated by a little bit of weather. It does seem a little ironic on the night that you celebrate your strongest moment, arguably, in history, that you're all being told to evacuate because of potentially a little bit of rain and a bit of storm. What does the weather feel like when you're there, Tiffany? Does it feel like there is a big storm brewing?
It does, and honestly, there have been lightning strikes just over here behind me. You can kind of see it's much darker in the air. It's a lot darker. It's not even coming up on the prompter as dark as it is. It feels like a thunderstorm is coming. You can see right over here above the museums in the background, there's some really large cumulus clouds. But the wind has been incredibly gusty, massive dust, massive wind. It's blown over quite a few things. If you had anything on your chair, you were having to hold it down. I don't know if you can hear, but the Secret Service is doing another announcement saying that everyone has to evacuate again, and they're booing them yet again.
It's not about rain, it's about lightning.
Oh, Tiffany, so it isn't about the rain, it's about the lightning risk, and there are very many metal high structures around there. Tiffany, have you got any idea, or have you heard any estimation of how many people have actually gone down there for the concert this evening? I'm just wondering how many thousands of people will need to be evacuated and make their way onto the streets of DC.
It feels very reminiscent to the inauguration, to one of the inauguration balls, which, I mean, those started, there's got to be at least 5,000 people here. I mean, minimum, there's got to be, it's well over 3,000. I mean, I would be shocked if it weren't higher than that. There are so many people, again, The line, which was going fairly quickly, took over 3 hours for all of us to get through. I had a nice little in with a Secret Service pass, so I got to like kind of cut it. But other than that, everyone else has been here for hours in the heat. So sweaty, so terrible. Makes us really appreciate our air conditioning that we have here in America. But yeah, this has been a big disappointment and really sad, but I've seen a lot of friends, so that's good, Bev. Could be worse. And the wind is quite nice. It's better than the heat.
It will be devastating for the president and for all of the administration and for everybody that's tried to organise this, and for the thousands of people, as you say, have travelled to go there, if the whole event is now cancelled tonight. We saw something similar on a much smaller scale, of course, was the Washington Correspondents Association dinner. There were a couple of thousand people in the hotel. Everyone's ready to go. Everyone wants to hear what President Trump has to say, and the event is evacuated, of course, because of that assassination attempt on the president himself. He doesn't have any luck, Tiffany, it feels, when it comes to these events. Sometimes you just need a little bit of good fortune on side. And it's easy to say that the Secret Service didn't do a good job at the dinner, but tonight, if it's the weather, he's going to be absolutely devastated. This isn't the kind of event, what, does he put it on tomorrow night? Do they just say, okay, we're going to hold it on Sunday instead? What do you think the contingency might be?
I'm not sure. Originally, when they announced it, and I turned this way because there is lightning right behind me. In this entire vicinity, there's been like 3 lightning bolts in the last few seconds. But I do think originally they were looking to postpone it a few hours, that it would go later. The fireworks were already not scheduled till quite late, till after 11 p.m. The president was originally supposed to speak, I think, just a little bit before that, and the program was supposed to start at 7. So I think now, instead of, I mean, people are literally refusing to leave. They're singing and refusing to leave. But I think now we could do something like the anticipated postponed correspondence dinner. It would have to be this week, considering everything's so set up. But it does feel like quite the act of God, not in our favor, Bev.
Doesn't
What's
it?
this about? Come on.
Let's just bring anybody up to speed who's just tuning in at 1:45 in the morning in the UK. We were all set to bring you this phenomenal event, this salute to America, which is what this 4-5 hour extravaganza on stage was going to be this evening. It was running late. We weren't sure why. We knew there were concerns about the weather. The concerns were actually that it's going to be too hot and that people might find it too uncomfortable. We now know, because Tiffany Marie Brannan has turned into our reporter on the ground when she was only going to be talking to us for a few moments this evening, but you're doing a brilliant job, Tiffany, of letting us know what's happening. That everybody has been told to evacuate. We understand they were told to evacuate, then they were told they could go back again, and now they've been told they must evacuate again. But Tiffany, just to be clear, the crowds are refusing to move. Now, how do you forcefully ask 5,000 people
by the Secret Service? They've gone on the announcement multiple times. People are just sitting and waiting and refusing to budge. Our patriotism refuses to be told no by inclement weather, Bev. The act of God has seen no defeat with the American people. But these people are, I mean, on the speakers, which I don't think you can hear, it's quite loud that the Secret Service and the police are going through these crowds and are telling them that they must leave, they must evacuate. This is a weather emergency, lightning, all that stuff, for their safety, for the safety of others, for the safety of the equipment, all that kind of thing. And that once they have these kinds of lightning strikes happening, they must evacuate, period, end of story. And as you can see, people are not leaving. People are sitting, having food, having picnics. You can see behind me, just chilling out.
I mean, I love that. I love that determined spirit, peaceful acts of non-compliance. Of course, the issue is, and I'm not going to sit here and encourage people to disobey the official advice, and I wouldn't want to do that, and I'm not going to tell people who might be watching not to obey the Secret Service's instructions. But I think part of the problem we're witnessing here, Tiffany, is that we have so much fear porn around weather that when there is actually an event which may cause people to be at risk, the public are so sick of being told that the weather and the heat and the rain is dangerous to them, that when it might actually be. We see a case of cry wolf And the crowds just say, no, we have no faith anymore. We don't believe you if you say we're at mortal risk. We're going to sit here, we're going to finish our hot dogs, we're going to drink our beer, and we're going to see what happens. Is that part of what's happening here, Tiffany? Because there was a time when this event, if you were advised, you've got to go, people would have very obediently stood up and they would have gone.
Yeah, we're getting pushed out now by the police right there, as you can see. But I do, now they're just threatening people. They're just saying you have to leave or we will forcibly remove you. I do think you're correct. I think that really ever since COVID, you know, I don't think it was as ingrained in our society to revolt like this. We got a bit more comfortable as life has gone on. But I think, sorry, my phone. I do think that since COVID, since there's been this sort of totalitarian pushback at people telling us what to do and where to go and where we can eat and what we have to wear, people are revolting. People are saying, no, we're not going to do that anymore. We're Americans. What's a little thunderstorm? What's a little rain? Get an umbrella. So what if we get a little bit wet? So what if it's, I mean, these people stood in horrific heat where they were sweating and, you know, dealing with awful heat. Some of them, this one woman I talked to felt very dehydrated, but she said, I'm not leaving. I'm so excited. I'm here to celebrate America's 250th birthday. I'm here to celebrate our independence. And, you know, I'm here for the long haul. So I think that people are willing to fight a little bit being told what to do. And I don't think we believe it anymore. I think we feel like we can stick it out.
Yeah. And it's that loss of faith and trust in any authority which is gone, isn't it? We are now becoming a world, hopefully, of more sort of individuals, and sometimes we do need to trust people that have our best interests at heart, and often the feeling is that they don't have our best interests at heart. Tiffany, stay with me. I'm going to let you just get your bearings for a while, but while you work out what you have to do next, let me ask my panel here in the studio, Mali. If you were there now, would you be defiant or would you be leaving? Because the irony is, of course, it's mainly a field of Trump supporters, and they don't like being told what to do, my friend.
Well, first off, I love that Tiffany has turned into a weather correspondent
Great job.
today. Well, look, I think that clearly this must be bad because I think the Secret Service, which is ultimately under Trump's control, they must think that there is a high risk with the lightning. It's incredibly unfortunate. I'm someone who's pretty authority figure compliant, so I think if the police were telling me to move, I would move. But it looks like they're sitting there and they're going to take their time and do some peaceful no resistance. But I mean, I think the thing is if they stay there and nothing's going to happen because no one's coming on, I don't really know what they're staying to do.
Well, I can remember one time golfing, and they send off sirens on the golf courses. In this region, the weather comes in so fast, and it can be so dangerous with the lightning. And I was playing so well, and the horn goes off, and I said to my buddies, I am not leaving this golf course. I'm not leaving the best, round of my life. I said, I'd rather die. And then they made the very good point. They said, Hillary, you may not die, you might get maimed for life. And I said, oh, I better leave then. So the thing is don't forget, also, not only could this be lives at risk, but you can be just maimed or destroyed. I know somebody where the lightning hit him and it literally burned all through all of his veins inside of his body. He's never walked again. He's maimed for life. I know someone. So it really is very important. The lightning is the lightning.
Yeah, it's something you have to take seriously.
I'm just going to say real quickly, we do presidential events, having done them on campaigns. There's always a worry on doing it outside, not necessarily of lightning that would hurt people, just you're so afraid of rain, and it's like, do you have an alternate?
And also, rain here isn't like a drizzle. In England, we have drizzling and spissing and missing. Here, it can be torrential.
If you are just joining us, we are waiting to see what is going to happen with the huge concert that was planned this evening outside the White House, just down the road from where we sit here. It was going to be 4 to 5 hours long, multiple musical acts, multiple aeroplane flyovers. At the moment, everybody is being evacuated because of the risk of lightning. However, you all know what President Trump is like, and if there is any possibility that he can stand on that stage tonight and deliver that speech, I promise you he will do it. There are more. We were going to be on air until 6 o'clock in the morning. We may still be. Let's see what happens. Do not go anywhere. We will bring you everything as we get it. It's a very much a moving situation. Let's go to Mexico City, though, because, of course, tomorrow night, the biggest event in British minds, English minds perhaps, is the World Cup match that we will be playing in tomorrow night, and Ben Leo is there. Ben, what's happening in Mexico City? I'm sure you're aware of what's happened here. How is it there?
Sounds pretty similar. Hello, good evening to you and the viewers and listeners. Not sure if you can see behind me, every now and then we've got massive lightning strikes. Fork lightning. A bit earlier it was very, very loud. There we go. Well, you won't be able to hear it on the mic, but massive rumbles of thunder. So yeah, and it came very suddenly and very quickly. I was just perched on the balcony here. I'd been out in Mexico City speaking to England fans and Mexico fans, and suddenly the sky turned. The lightning came in, the rumbles of thunder were shocking and rumbling buildings, and yeah, we've now got a lightning storm. And this is what the Mexico-England chatter has been about for tomorrow. Do you remember last night there was some conversation about the fact that the game may be brought forward 6 hours, so instead of being broadcast at 1 a.m. in the UK, it would be broadcast at something more palatable. What's 1 minus 6? At 7 p.m. So people could watch it in peace, of course. That because of the threat of lightning strikes over the Azteca Stadium here in Mexico City. I have to admit I'm eating humble pie because all today I've been saying absolute nonsense. There's no lightning strikes or thunderstorms scheduled for tomorrow when the game is due to be played. But as we know with the weather, very unpredictable. And as I've been proven now, it comes very quickly and out of the blue. So that's why there was that conversation about lightning strikes. For now, the game is still at 1 a.m. UK time. However, if there are lightning strikes within 8 miles of the stadium tomorrow, the game will be delayed for up to 30 minutes per strike. So the clock resets after every strike. So you may well see, because the game is still at 1 a.m., which is 6 p.m. UK Mexico City time, which is around about now when this storm has struck, you'll get delay after delay after delay. So if you can imagine people flooding into the pubs in the UK, maybe parents are keeping their children up for a special treat at 1 in the morning, they may find that when they sit down to watch the game, England may be progressing to the quarterfinals, they won't watch it for a very long time, if at all. But yeah, we just have to wait and see what happens tomorrow. But
we can't wait for that, Ben, and I'm so pleased you're going to be there because it's going to be absolutely electric in Mexico City tomorrow night. What have you seen today in terms of the July the 4th celebrations? Because it's the first time that you and I have been in this country on July the 4th, getting a taste of what it is to witness such astonishing patriotism in a way that we can only fantasize about, frankly, in the UK. At least now, we have to be we have to have faith, and we have to be optimistic that one day we can find that patriotism in our country as well. But what are the comparisons that you've witnessed today, Ben?
Well, I don't know really, because I've been in Mexico City. So, I mean, I've seen things online.
But there must be Americans around.
July the 4th, but not really. No. Sorry to be a party pooper. No, lots of Mexicans. No, a splattering of England fans. They don't really care about America here right now. No, they're just doing their thing. They're focused on the football. I've seen lots of. Sorry, Bev. Sorry to do that to you.
That's all right. No, it's all right. That's what we like, a bit of honesty.
I'm actually very jealous. But I was on I'll tell you this, I was on the roof of our apartment block yesterday when they were doing the practice runs for all the military aircraft. So we had F-18s, F-35s, some B-2 bombers were gliding over Washington, D.C., probably just a few thousand feet above our head. The F-35s were doing loop-the-loops, and I was really kind of jealous because I thought, well, I'm going to be in Mexico City tomorrow. I'm going to miss this proper in DC on July the 4th today. But as it turns out, maybe you're not getting that now at all. What's going on with the air display? Is it cancelled?
At the moment, Ben, very much postponed. We're waiting to see if it's being completely cancelled. The whole event should have started 54 minutes ago. And as we've just heard from Tiffany, we understand that the crowds were told to evacuate with some urgency. They started to leave. Then they were told they could go back. In fact, they then did go back, and then they were told to leave again. Ben, we're going to talk to you in a little while. We want to go back.
Luck.
Terrible look. We want to go back to Tiffany to find out what's happening. Thank you, Ben. We'll be back to you a little later. Tiffany Marie Brannan joins us from the mall down near the White House here in Washington, D.C. Tiffany, what's the latest?
So they've officially taken out, they put up signs, and there's electronic boards throughout. You can see far away. I was down there, but the police evacuated me. I got a little bit of trouble. And it said that the event is delayed due to severe weather. It said that it is a danger. You must leave this national park. You can take shelter in the departments of agriculture and the departments of the interior, in the surrounding government buildings. but now they are going up person by person. And if you are not moving, they are telling you to move. And so I'm just up a little further. They pushed us about 300 feet up the hill toward the actual Washington Monument, as you can see behind me. And so people are starting to get up and move because they're starting to come up one by one and actually make us.
Yeah. Where are you going to go, Tiffany? Do you know? Are you going to go to one of the departments? Are you going to wait it out and hope that they might restart festivities?
Well, I don't think, I have a feeling they might not restart it tonight. If they do, I feel like it's going to be so late at night that they're going to lose most of their audience. And as it was a televised event, I don't see them just walking away from a televised event. My girlfriend, she has been a dear friend of mine for a long time. Her name's Laura. She was one of the singers performing this evening. And she texted me saying that she had been evacuated a while ago, as with all the other talent. So there's not even, as far as I know, talent still here. I believe they've been taken to one of the government buildings as well. And so I feel like I might just go get something to eat. Bev, you want a pint? You want some food? I can bring some over to the studio. What are you thinking? Might just go get something to eat.
We have our own
go
little
to my hotel.
We have a little buffet. We have a little buffet going here. We have some cakes, we have some cheese and some nibbles. You'd be very welcome to come to the studio and say hello to us, Tiffany. But maybe you should. That would be great. Well, we're just gonna basically work out what happens next. We were all set here, ladies and gentlemen, for a huge 6-hour extravaganza, 7-hour extravaganza, in fact, tonight. So now we don't know what's going to happen, but we are waiting patiently. There may be a possibility, I suppose, that some of the events might go on. Do you think it's likely, Mali, or that will they maybe put maybe a couple of the musical acts if the weather dies down and Trump at least gets to give his speech? Will he want to give a speech to an empty field?
Yeah, well, first off, hi, Tiffany, favorite MAGA girl.
Hi, Mali, I miss you.
Hillary, you're also up there. So I think there's a possibility, because DC thunderstorms can be brief and intense, that the thunderstorm happens, it rains, it lightnings, and then President Trump comes on later and gives a speech. However, I think the two issues are, first, you're still going to have to cancel a lot of the performers because obviously the run of show is just done now. And then second, I think the big question for the Trump team is that how do you get the folks back in after you've evacuated them to make sure you have a good crowd after you've dispersed them? So I think if they can get a good crowd after the thunderstorm clears, maybe they go forward. But if they can't, they don't want it to be like 5 people out there and Trump talking. So I'm leaning towards they're probably going to have to cancel it.
And think about it, people could be maimed for life, people could sue, people could die. I mean, this is a really serious consideration. It's not like we're just talking about rain. So
Well,
and then also,
and something
Tiffany,
interesting.
on another note, if you...
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, on another note, if you come by the studio, our great British folks here have gotten some July 4th food. And this July 4th food, as an American, I think we can criticize.
Okay, so just sorry to interrupt you, Mali. Okay, we have Ian Paisley Jr. Ian Paisley Jr. and Andy Wigmore. Tiffany.
They're all Brits.
I know them very well. Tiffany, if you could possibly, we could trouble you to give your earpiece to the man in the blue shirt behind you. Could I talk to him briefly?
Hi there, how you doing?
What station?
Ian Paisley Jr. Trouble on our screens this evening. Friend of the show.
Yes.
Right, what's happening,
Well,
Ian? Are you leaving?
so
What's
far,
going on?
We're definitely not leaving. We're holding our ground, and we're enjoying ourselves.
Beat Mexico.
Sure, it's so good. We're here with some wonderful people.
But what do you think is going to happen?
What's going to happen?
Who knows?
What's going to
Come
happen?
on,
Do you think they're going to start the concert?
Storm, I suspect it's going to take at least an hour for this to clear, and they don't want people to stampede going back in. So who knows? I suspect the president would love to give a speech, but for safety reasons, he probably can't. What can we do?
What do you think about the American reaction, Ian? The fact that so many people have just sat there and said we're just not leaving, this kind of non-compliance to authority.
Well, they're all moving, and if you look at us now, the police are pushing us all back anyway. But they're doing it very friendly. They're all good guys. Very politely. This guy, very politely. Yeah, we're having a great time with them. It's fun. People are in a good mood. They just know you can't beat the weather. I want to see it too.
Yeah, yeah. And Ian, while I've got you, you know, your family were in politics for 50 years. You and your father,
60.
the late Ian Paisley Senior, was it nearly 60 years? What does today mean? I know you have a big place in your heart for July the 4th and for Independence Day, and a big place in your heart for America. Just tell us what today means for the people of America.
So July 4th is so important, not just for the people of America, but for the, I suppose, the notion of liberty, the notion of freedom, and the fact that, you know, across the West we share this. From the United Kingdom, from Northern Ireland, from across America, we love this notion of freedom and liberty, and America is the lightning rod of that. Lightning rod when we're about to have lightning, eh?
Absolutely. And do you feel in 2026 that the definition of freedom is the freedom itself is threatened for Brits in particular in 2026, Ian? Is it something that we have to be very aware of, that we don't take it for granted?
Of course we do. I mean, liberty was hard won, was hard fought for, and to take these things for granted is incredibly foolish. And I think in the current climate, people don't take it for granted. They're starting to wake up and realise that things have been under attack for too long, and they're starting to accept that we actually have to hold these things dear and cherish them and honour them and hold them to our chest with love and compassion, and know that we will never lose those notions of freedom or liberty.
Yeah, and politically, Ian, how do you feel about the fact that in the UK we're about to see a Prime Minister that nobody's voted for, with policies that none of us are clear about? What does that tell us about democracy and freedom in the UK in 2026?
Well, I think in the United Kingdom we've got to recognise that it's important that we get stability, and the only way we will get stability in the United Kingdom is probably through a fresh election. And I'm hoping that someone will get elected who is on the Conservative right. And my friend Mr. Wigmore beside me probably agrees with me. Indeed, I do. No, that's far too political, Wigmore.
Yeah, well, it wasn't going to be a political night. That's the point. We were going to have a celebration. It was going to be largely apolitical, despite what President Trump might have said and might still say. I am not giving up. I have to say, I am not yet ready to give up. I'm not prepared to accept that it's... I think so too, given that it's only 20 past...
Probably from the White House. He'll make it from somewhere. We will get to hear his words. Of that, there's no doubt.
I agree. It is 20 past 8 local time here if you're just tuning in, if my watch is correct. No, just after 8 o'clock here, just after 1 o'clock in the morning in the UK. We should be an hour into this concert by now. We should be celebrating, hearing a Michael Jackson tribute, hearing lots of armed forces bands, hearing lots of classical music. It hasn't happened. We're predicted to see lightning. And so we are waiting to see what happens next. But I am with you, Ian Paisley. I don't believe that President Trump will not talk to the nation and the world tonight. There is no way he is going to accept. If we remember what happened on the White House Association Correspondents' Dinner, he was backstage saying, "Let me go back on. Let me go back on." He will hate to be silenced tonight by something as trivial, frankly, as the weather, even though the implications of it, of course, for the crowd there aren't trivial at all.
Well, remember, the weather changed the inauguration, but the inauguration still went ahead, and importantly, he still got to make a speech. And I think, you know, the fact is, there is a weather situation here. It's a different one, and I think he will still make a speech. The nation will get to hear it, and why not? And look, that's come through far worse. 250 years ago, the nation came through far worse. So we just have to accept that these things happen. And the lovely thing is that people's attitude here is just wonderful. They're just accepting it and saying, well, let's just see what happens. Let's go with it.
Yeah. You control what you can control and don't stress over the stuff you can't actually control. But do you know, Ian, what I'm waiting to see is all the eco-zealots rubbing their hands in glee and saying, "See, President Trump, this is because of your drill, baby, drill. You're ruining the planet. This is justice." Isn't it? That's what they're saying.
Well, look, we've had the hottest weather this week ever in DC, and now we're having a thunderstorm. Is it really that surprising that we're having a thunderstorm after such a build-up of high temperature? This happens all over the world, so I'm very cool about it, and I think people here are very cool about it. And it's just wonderful to be here and to soak up the atmosphere and to celebrate with people anyway, regardless. We've had a great time, haven't we?
Well,
it's been great fun.
We know you can have a great time anywhere, Ian Paisley. You can have a great time in an empty room. But thank you so much, Andy Wigmore, Ian Paisley there, Tiffany Marie Brannan. All the Brits are there.
Thanks.
All big GB News fans, we know that. Thank you so much. We may drop back in with you in a little while to see what's happening down there, and fingers crossed we get to hear that speech. Thank you so much. Let's go back to our studio in London. Let's go back to Michael Ellis and see if he's heard anything else. Michael, do you have any updates on what's happening there down at the mall?
Well, Bev, the National Weather Service in the United States has issued Severe Thunderstorm Watch 457 in effect until 10 p.m. Eastern this evening for areas including the District of Columbia. So that doesn't look good because it's just after 8 o'clock Eastern, and that's another 2 hours where they've got a severe thunderstorm watch in place. And as you know, Bev, one of the things planned for this evening, as well as the presidential speech, was a massive fireworks display. It was, in fact, the biggest fireworks display in the world ever. 850,000 fireworks are scheduled to be used over 10 sites around DC, and lasting about 40 minutes. The problem with fireworks during a lightning risk is that there is a safety risk at the ground level because a lightning strike can activate the fireworks on the ground. So they tend to not want to use fireworks when that is the case as well. So that's another complication. They have, of course, a lot of military in the area that were preparing to perform the musical medleys with the artists and talent. And of course, the risk of lightning strikes on the stage equipment is a real one. So all of these are complications that I fear are not looking good for the prospects for this evening.
Absolutely. Well, let's hope so. I'm just seeing some messages come through here from some of the contacts that I have down at the White House, and they're saying that they believe that people have been asked to leave, but they should maybe expect to be invited back later. Now, of course, that may only be the dignitaries and the VIPs. Let's see what we can find out. So that's from one of my contacts at the White House, is saying that the dignitaries, they believe, are being told to leave now, go somewhere, get a drink, maybe get a bite to eat, take shelter, and potentially come back on stage. Now, President Trump was due to speak at between 10 or just before 10 o'clock, in fact. So if we are running an hour late or so, it might be that, as you say, Michael, the storms might have passed by between 10 and 11. Then I would suspect perhaps that the president may still talk at some point between 10:30, 11, maybe even between 11 and midnight, because the fireworks, as you say, were due to start at 11 p.m. That in itself was controversial because, of course, the locals were saying, well, who does fireworks at 11 p.m? Fireworks are a children's thing. That's what the kids want to see. Why are they doing the fireworks so late? But this is one of the many aspects of this organisation which have frankly been criticised a little bit from the naysayers around and about. But thank you, Michael. Let me come back to my panel here in DC, because we haven't heard from you for a while. You're nibbling on the cheese and biscuits. I've just caught Hillary nibbling on the grapes at the moment that I come to talk to her. Now, we know you're very healthy.
And red grapes are very good for you.
We know you were very healthy. Go on, Mally.
They have resveratrol in them.
As the man who grew up in America, I'm going to offer a little critique of the GB News spread here for July 4th. So the cupcakes, acceptable. This would be here at a barbecue on July 4th. This cake, if we can show it on screen, that says 250, this little sponge cake, looks very British. Would definitely not be at any
I've never
barbecue
seen that in America, no.
Ever. The chocolates are Swiss. They would definitely be Hershey's chocolate. The chips
That's
would
from
be...
me, though. That's from me.
I love you, Hillary, but
Okay.
you would admit that wouldn't be at an American barbecue.
Right.
And then the chips also look kind of British. They would be Doritos. And then on July 4th, we don't drink champagne. We drink beer, maybe wine.
But I think it's a lovely
heathens.
touch, though.
So I love it. Will from GB News, thank you for providing this.
If you
but it is
continue
still,
to let us rule you, you'd be drinking classy drinks now, like champagne.
but I can tell our friend Will from GB
or
News
English
is
sparkling
British.
wine, which is excellent.
Yes.
Sorry.
So I was going to say, I can tell our friend Will from GB News is British from the things he bought. Love
Yes.
you, Will.
If this was American, there would be revolting, ghastly hot dogs. There'd be potato chips, right? That's what there'd be. And
There'd be Miller or Budweiser.
And then there'd be cookies.
There'd be cookies.
Biscuits.
The cupcakes are acceptable. That's the only thing that gets a passing grade.
Now, one of the best things about gbnews.com is that people send you fascinating information and fascinating links to things.
Yes.
And one of our viewers, called the Squatting Dictator, I suspect that's not their real name, has sent me a link, which any of you at home, if you go onto the gbnews.com Your Say site, can see, and it goes through to something called lightning maps.
Okay, good. I've
And
never heard
he
of
said in
that.
capital letters, check this out, Bev. Pan across America and zoom in on DC. And if you zoom in on DC, all you can see is a sheet of lightning, which is basically covering the whole of DC. Now, if this is accurate, you can totally understand why a real-time lightning map, you can totally understand why they might have suggested that everybody needs to get out of that open-air national park at least for a little while. Let's go.
So we have to thank Squatting Dictator, and I'll add that I get the Maryland, they get the local alerts, all the weather alerts and all the fear alerts, and they have the same thing. So totally right, and thanking our viewer there.
Okay, well, we are watching the weather, which is not something we expected to say tonight, to be completely honest. We wanted to be watching the President of the United States standing on the stage. We wanted to watch some wonderful choirs, some amazing performances that we were looking forward to tonight, including a Michael Jackson tribute medley. At the moment, none of it is happening because there are lightning warnings across this town. Let's go to London while we just sit it out, basically. Louise Mensch is there and Benedict Spence. Louise, it's such a shame if this gets postponed completely, but I don't know about you. My gut is telling me that the president is behind the walls in that White House now, shouting at people and saying, I don't care what you tell me, I'm going to give this speech come hell or high water. What do you reckon?
Well, he should give the speech come hell or high water. But actually, I was fascinated to watch the mechanics there of that evacuation, because before I was a politician, I worked in the record business, and I know a little bit about concerts and their mechanics. And when you have lightning, but also even torrential rain, you absolutely cannot put on a concert like this. It is dangerous. People on the stage will get electrocuted. Your correspondent there said that the performers have been evacuated first, and that does not surprise me, because they couldn't possibly perform in that thing. It's bad to cancel a concert. It's a lot worse to watch a performer that was trying to help America get electrocuted live on stage, and that was the alternative. I think it is a mistake, however, if they're telling these concert goers that leave now and then maybe you can come back. We saw a lot of confusion. It was, first of all, leave, it's not safe. Then they were allowed to come back, and that's why they didn't want to leave again. They were afraid of losing their places. I worry about letting those concert goers back in, because the security arrangements that were there to put the people in the field in the first place will obviously not be the same when you get them coming back, and that leaves room for opportunistic bad actors. We've already seen people take shots at President Trump more than once, trying to assassinate him. So if he gives that speech, I would very much hope for his own sake that it is from the White House, where everything is controlled. President Trump, of course, before he was a politician, he was a consummate entertainer, and I know it's going to hurt him to have to take away this concert that he's put so much of himself into and have to cancel it. But wiser heads will be telling him, Mr. President, this is the best option for you at the moment. I'm sure that we'll see the speech. It's a real shame that we won't see the concert and maybe not the fireworks, but safety has to come first, and his first job, after all, is to protect the American people. Imagine if there was a tragedy. This is a disappointment. It's not a tragedy, and I think that they're making the right call in cancelling it.
Yeah, let's see. Let's hope that they maybe sit it out for a little while, Benedict, and then perhaps we will hear from the president. Maybe we'll even hear from some of the musical acts as the evening goes. But I think, as Louise says, it's with these situations, it's kind of all or nothing, isn't it? I remember this sounds quite a prosaic point to make, but I used to work with a music festival in the UK, and they once had the choice to cancel it because of the weather. And it all came down to the insurance. And it came down to the insurance that these sorts of events have. Louise is nodding in agreement, knowing this, because they couldn't partly cancel it. They had to cancel it before a certain time. They had to make a judgment call as to whether they were going to can the whole thing because of the weather and the torrential rain, or whether they were going to let it go ahead. And I think they cancelled it on one of the days because they could then claim on the insurance. Is that the kind of thing that people behind the walls in the White House or in the planning tents there, Benedict, are currently discussing, do you think? What kind of conversations are going on backstage?
Well, things like insurance. I suspect actually that the Trump administration isn't too fussed about the cost of these sorts of things. I suspect that's a sort of a secondary problem. I do wonder whether or not they might be thinking, in terms of having an eye on putting on a spectacle later. But, this is actually the sort of thing in which Donald Trump thrives in. Actually, it was said that he's a great entertainer, but actually the one thing that he's really good is ad-libbing, is actually doing stuff off the cuff. It's not the pre-planned stuff, it's not the preparation. He just gets up and he does what he wants, and somehow it keeps on working. And I mean, look, America is meant to be one of the multiple inheritors of the legacy of the Roman Empire. If this was happening during the 250th anniversary of the foundation of Rome, everybody would say that this is a tremendously inauspicious moment and sacrifices would be made, because obviously it's awful portents for the future. But Donald Trump is the sort of person, I think, to take negativity in his stride. He's always taken negativity in his stride and used it to his advantage. So I would expect that we will see him later this evening giving the speech. I'm certain he'll talk, in fact, about the weather during the speech. He'll use it as a crutch. He'll use it as a punchline. As for the musical acts, I suspect we won't be saying them this evening, which means I don't get to hear YMCA unless Trump riffs on that as well, which, again, not ruling it out, but not great odds.
If we're on air till breakfast, Benedict, we're going to have a lot of time to kill. You better get your karaoke performance ready, because you might be doing a solo performance of YMCA.
I don't think anybody wants to see that. I mean, least of all the two people in the studio with me.
Oh, I do.
Oh, never mind. All right, fair enough.
Oh, we all do. We all do. We are waiting, if you are just tuning in at 1:17 in the morning, we are waiting to see what is going to happen. The America 250 event was scheduled to start at 7 p.m. local time here in Washington, D.C. We are, of course, 5 hours behind you. Everybody has been evacuated, not because of any sort of terror threat, but because of the lightning risk around the stadium and around the national park. Let's go now to another regular face on The Late Show Live. We've heard from one talkative Ulsterman. Let's talk to another talkative Ulsterman, senior political advisor Mark J. Finley, who is live from Charleston Harbour now on a boat, I believe. Mark, how is it where you are? How lovely to hear from you. How lovely to see you. You look like you're in the right spot. It seems like a very silly question, but Mark, how's the weather?
Bev, you should be here. I'm listening to this weather forecast and all that you're talking about. The sun is setting behind me. It is absolutely glorious here on Charleston Harbour. Right behind me is the USS Yorktown, which was built during the Second World War and has appeared in many a battle. Famously rescued the Apollo 8 crew, the first crew to leave the Earth's orbit and to orbit the moon. And beyond me, on the other side, the sun setting behind me, I'm looking out over Sullivan's Island, which is where the U.S. War of Independence started. The British Royal Navy and the frigates came into the bay in front of me here with 6,500 men with 350 guns. And they fired a barrage of 7,000 shots from their ships to Sullivan's Island over a 10-hour period. And of course, the battle was lost by the British. The palmetto logs and the sand around the fort here soaked up the energy from all of the cannon fire from these men of war. And at the end of it, there were 435 Americans who defeated the British, and that was the start of what we now declare as independence.
And you are one of these many people from the UK, Mark, who enjoys now living in America. We don't want to make people at home feel too disappointed, but we've seen so many clips online this week, the last couple of weeks while the World Cup has been on, by Europeans particularly who've come over to America, expected crime, expected division, and have been met with nothing but warm welcomes, friendliness, and a society which is frankly thriving in so many ways, and it is surprising Brits and Europeans. Your reflections, please, on that, the expectations and maybe the media depiction of America and the reality living here.
Oh, absolutely. All of these folks have come across for the World Cup, and they have had a wonderful time. Every stadium they have been remarking about how fabulous they are, even how good the grass is that they're playing upon. They have enjoyed great hospitality. And I've been telling everybody there back in the UK for years, do not listen to the press, who only report nonsense, who never give you good news stories. There is excellent hospitality in the United States, and all of these ambassadors who have come over to watch England, to watch Scotland, and to watch the other teams are going to be going back and putting people straight back at home.
Yeah, and it really is a very special country, and we were so looking forward, Mark, to seeing this celebration tonight. And just briefly, before I let you go back to your wonderful boat party.
I'm not letting you go. I've got a celebration going on here. I've got a boat full of people. If I can turn my camera around, I'm going to introduce you to Captain Woody, and there we go, and Jack.
Hello,
and
folks.
the ladies. There's another Bev in the middle here. And on the next boat beside, all the girls are out dancing on the deck. And look at that sunset, Bev. I mean, why would you not come to Charleston? Come and visit us. Come and see us. You'd be very welcome.
Definitely. I know, and I would love to come and see you. I know this is why I wanted to talk to you today, Mark, because I knew that you were in a place that had such great historical significance, and I knew that you could give us a glimpse of family life celebrating July the 4th with real Americans really getting involved in the spirit of the day.
And the fireworks will go off over my shoulder here at 9:30, and it will be a spectacular show. So, okay, they may not happen in Washington because of safety first and lightning. Gosh, I hope we're not going to become like the UK, like a nanny state. I do hope that they are able to come back to the mall and enjoy the party tonight. I do hope the president was able to give his speech. And the family fun will continue. Yeah. It's certainly going to continue here. And Bev, next time you come and be with us here.
I would love that, my friend. Thank you so much. Mark Finlay there, Senior Political Advisor. Thank you so much. Happy 4th to you and all your friends and family down there as well. Thank you so much for joining us on GB News. We've got a bit of breaking news on the event. Let me go back to our panel in London to find out what we know at the moment. Who is there? Louise and Benedict. We're just hearing that the flyovers have been cancelled categorically. The planes will not be taking off this evening. We will not be seeing these spectacular Air Force displays that we were so looking forward to, which tells us what, that Louise, from your experience of these sorts of things, if they're making the call now, they're grounding the planes, what do we know?
I would say that, look, American military planes are incredibly robust. They're incredibly strong. If they have decided to cancel this flyover, that to me says that it's a little bit more severe than just cancelling a concert. If they're actually cancelling a military flyover, that weather must be really, really bad. And I would say that your previous guy, sometimes nanny knows best. You really do have to put the safety of those service members, those pilots first. You've got to put the safety of the people first. I think if there's any criticism here, it will be that this evacuation was badly managed. And I will say that as somebody that worked in the record business. My ex-husband used to manage Metallica, so I'm very much aware of how you manage large concerts, and you cannot give mixed signals in a situation like this. You're going to evacuate. Don't then tell them that they can come back. And I think President Trump is going to have to talk about this in the speech that I've got no doubt that he will eventually deliver tonight. That's the one thing that can go on, isn't it? He can speak to the nation from the White House, and we can't allow the 250th anniversary of America to pass without something. And if at the end of the day it is just the president talking to the people, well, that's how America began, didn't it? With George Washington speaking to the people, and that's how it should be in the 250th. America adapts and it overcomes, and I think that's what we'll see later tonight from the president, but we'll see it from the safety of the White House.
Yeah, I think I agree with that, Benedict. Do you?
I don't know if you guys can hear it, but we have lost the volume over here in the studio in London. We can't hear what you're saying, which is doubtless incredibly interesting.
We will work on that. We will work on that.
And
I don't know. Thank you, guys. We will work on that. And I don't know whether you just saw on that picture there the first strike of lightning, which we just saw above the White House. Now, if I wasn't live on the telly, I could ring the president and find out what's going on. But I'm live on the telly, so I probably can't do that. I am messaging people all over.
I did just see another warning. I just was looking, and there's a huge warning now, like literally saying evacuate anything you're doing outside, barbecues, go inside, do not be outside.
I was also thinking too, the idea of, okay, they disperse and then bringing them back for a speech. Not only would it be difficult to like round up everyone who's dispersed and gone to many different locations, it would also be a security issue in the sense that they're going to have to run everyone again through Secret Service, and that would be a logistical nightmare because the folks we saw in there with Tiffany,
she said
they've been lining up for hours.
She said 3 hours.
We're going to go back to Tiffany, and as if the metaphor is strong here, that our cake, the 250 candles on the cake have just collapsed.
Sinking, they're collapsing.
This
have just collapsed.
Cake.
This British-looking Victoria sponge. Don't you criticise our Victoria sponge?
I will say one thing though. Have you ever been to Charleston?
No, but it looked very peaceful.
Charleston is absolutely glorious. And do you know, in all of America, there are the greatest number of real British antiques. Why? Because it's a deep sea water port, and it was so loyal to the British, and that's where all the antiques came to.
Brilliant. We're going to go back down to the mall where Tiffany Marie Brannan is still there. We believe. Tiffany, what's happening? We've just seen the first strikes of lightning on our screen. What can you see where you are?
Tons of lightning in the background, Bev. There's a significant crowd. They were in the tents. Down here, we had them all evacuate to these big white tents down at the base of the hill. And then there was a shout. We thought they were watching maybe a World Cup match. And then they all came out, they all came back, and they've congregated here around the Washington Monument. They are not leaving. There was some sirens from the police. There were people on speakers. There was the bullhorns. But no one seems to be moving. I've asked a couple people, did you hear? Was the event back on? Was it? And as I'm asking, there's bolts of lightning coming down from the sky just behind us, just here. So I don't think it's back on, but I don't understand the rush. I'm not sure what was said, if it was just a rumor or if it was said over the speaker. And then all of a sudden you had a mad rush of everyone back up here to the hill just behind me to try to give you a better view up this way.
And
it's pretty crazy.
What is in the tents? What is the tent, Tiffany, that everybody had gone to? That's one of the official event tents. Is it a food stall? What is in there?
It was just empty. There were just seating, as far as I could see, just chairs, a couple tables. There wasn't anything in there that was crazy. I think there might have been some water, but it didn't seem like there was anything even in there except for shelter, like actual shelter. I only looked in one tent, and there are about, I want to say 10 to 12 scattered throughout the property of the park. But again, this is however many minutes later, almost 30 minutes later, and people have just re-congregated and no one is leaving. No one is moving. The police and security are starting to come through here with these flashlights and flash people, try to move them back on. But there was just another mad rush of hundreds and hundreds of people coming from the streets, coming from the exits, and coming back up to the Washington Monument.
Extraordinary. Now, what's the mood like? We've got a very friendly chap there in the background, waving at us. The Americans, they never knowingly shy away from a camera when you put one in front of them, do they? You always get a crowd of people trying to get on the telly. What's the mood like? Are they just still optimistic and anticipating that maybe the event might start again?
Yeah. Can I ask you, are you just waiting? Are you just here waiting, hoping the event will start again? Do you think it'll start again?
They're saying it's still gonna happen right now. You want me to put this on?
Is that new?
That's what the news is saying.
Did the actual people say that?
No, the Secret Service is kicking everyone out.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
So again, the news, I don't know who's the news or if they're getting that from social media or what. I've asked like 10 people the same question. They've all had a very similar answer where they've heard on Twitter or they've heard on the news that it's back on, that it's not canceled, that Trump's still going to speak. And so they rush back up and then the security service pushes them back down. And it's been a very weird yo-yo. And I think I might go join our British friends here after a minute and our Irish and British friends and go for a pint with them because these people are not moving and it's starting to rain.
Well, let me tell you, that is a crowd of men there that I know like a good time. And if there's a party to be found in Washington, D.C., they will find it. We've just seen a flash of lightning actually above the White House as well, Tiffany, for what we're seeing here. We're still optimistic. I am convinced, in fact, that President Trump will be hurriedly setting up to give his speech somewhere as the lightning flicks through the clouds there above the White House. We've just seen astonishing sight there. I think he will be getting comfortable somewhere in the White House. Maybe they'll be setting up a camera in the Oval Office, Tiffany. I think he will come out. Maybe he'll do it in the briefing room. Maybe he'll talk directly to the press like they did after the Washington Correspondents Association dinner. I think we will still hear from him tonight. Do you?
I do. And, you know, Bev, what I didn't realize before I got here this evening was that the president was not actually going to be speaking here this evening here at the stage. The plan was for him to be speaking directly from the Lincoln Memorial above the reflecting pool. He was going to be doing his speech from the reflecting pool and not from the stage here with all the performers. So that was pretty unusual. And so he wasn't even here at the Freedom 250 Salute to America event.
Well, that is an exclusive, Tiffany. If that is accurate, that is surprising. But actually, it doesn't entirely surprise me. What do you make of that suggestion that President Trump was going to give his speech from the Lincoln Memorial over the reflecting pool, which of course has been so controversial? He takes great pride in that reflecting pool. It makes complete sense why he might want to do that.
Well, I don't know whether it would be that if he's doing it for the visuals there, but there wouldn't be the crowds and the same sort of response unless the crowds knew, and the crowds are over there. Maybe it was a security concern.
Yeah.
Being on the stage with, even though people have gone through security, would they be able to control that? Were they searching all the backpacks, which I assume they were? But then when people had to come back and they came back from the lightning, but we didn't know that beforehand, did we? So it must have been a pre-security issue.
I can totally understand the logic of not wanting people to know, and I certainly hadn't heard that, and maybe it's just something that we'd missed, but we've been in multiple briefings and I don't believe for a second that we've had a whiff of that suggestion before now. But it would make sense, Mally, that from a security point of view, you don't have the president where people are expecting him to be, because we know how vulnerable he is to assassination.
Yeah, I could see it being a security concern, especially because even though this is DC, it's still an outside event, which we've discussed previously on this program is much harder to secure. But I also wonder too if there's a visual aspect, if they liked the background of either the reflecting pool or Lincoln behind them, and there was some sort of visual component they liked. But that is interesting because I had not heard that either. I assumed the speech was going to happen on the stage where everything else wasn't going to happen.
So we're looking at the pictures here. This is inside one of the tents at the National Park, at the mall, where people have been told to shelter. There is somebody got it. Oh, in fact, it's our squatting dictator viewer again. He's got in touch to say that Chestertown, to the east of DC, is currently being absolutely pummeled by lightning. Give us an idea how far away Chestertown is from what we're looking at here.
Chestertown where?
To the east of DC. Are you familiar with Chestertown,
Yes, I am.
Hillary?
Yes, it's lovely.
How far away?
So lovely.
How far away is that from the pictures we're seeing here from where Tiffany is? Because at the moment that is apparently being pummeled by lightning.
Yeah, well, it's more than an hour's drive. It's maybe a couple of hours outside, because you've got to get outside the Beltway and then you go down towards the shore.
Can I just ask Tiffany? Tiffany, why are those people now being told to leave the tent? Are they just being told, do not wait around, you've got to make your way home?
Yeah, so I think the lightning has increased so significantly just behind the Washington Monument here and right behind the Lincoln Memorial as well, which is behind the stage, that they're no longer deeming it safe for people to remain here, even despite them being in the tents. So now they're evacuating all the tents. I was going inside and I was barred from going in. So I was like, no, I'm just taking a picture for the news. The British people need to know what's going on. It's very important. So, but now we just have, I mean, thousands of people coming out from these tents and going out here. And like you said, if you can see behind me, the now clogging of what's going on back here, that's all where the security is. That is just a massive, massive line that no one's going to be able to get through for a very long time. And actually what's crazy over here is you can see all of the Secret Service and the police, they're a black mass. This is all behind me. These are all Secret Service and police. Dozens and dozens.
So there's
just
plenty
pushing
of people
everyone
there.
out. Yes.
Okay, so there's plenty of people there. There's just maybe a little bit of confusion as to what to do. Well, in fact, to be honest, the Secret Service aren't confused. They know very much what they want you to do. They want everybody to disperse and go home.
Yes, I have friends that are watching the show from Florida. They've just come in from their fireworks, and they said it passed through there at 1 p.m. today, so it was early. It's coming up the whole of the East Coast.
Well, we've had this extraordinary heat in Washington, D.C. this week. It was about 110 degrees yesterday, over 40 degrees C. So inevitably, often with those sorts of temperatures, you will get a thunderstorm off the back of that, and that's the timing of that is unfortunate, to say the least. You cannot overstate how disappointed the people in that house we are looking at there will be tonight. So many months in the planning, so much money has been spent on this, so many thousands of people involved in the organisation. I don't believe that we won't hear from the President tonight. I think we will, and I don't believe this whole concert will be cancelled. I will imagine they might postpone it until maybe tomorrow night. Let's go to Ben. Ben's in Mexico City. Stay with us, Tiffany, if you can, my friend, that you are doing such a great job of being our reporter down there this evening. Our chief correspondent, of course, is busy in Mexico City preparing for the football tomorrow night. We thought this would be a pretty straightforward broadcast this evening, Ben. We thought we were going to sit on some wonderful pitches, we were going to drink our champagne, we were going to enjoy the occasion. No such luck. What do you make of it, Ben?
Yeah, I just feel really sorry for you guys. Obviously, I'm in Mexico City, so I'm a few thousand miles away, or whatever it is. But yeah, I feel just gutted for everybody in DC, the administration, the American people. Hopefully, things can still go ahead. I mean, Tiffany will know better than me, but apparently, I'm just reading posts on X. Somebody who was down there today near Tiffany said that the Secret Service, of course, as Tiffany has been saying, ordered everybody to leave. And then somebody got on stage, maybe an artist or something, and did a mic check. They got on the mic and said, mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. And that prompted loads of people who were leaving to rush back in, causing Secret Service a massive headache. Secret Service have just released, Freedom 250 have just released a statement, the organising body. They've basically, and I find this extraordinary, because I mean, it's indicative of what the weather situation is like on the ground in DC. They've said the safety of our guests, performers and staff is top priority, etc., etc. Available shelter locations include the Department of Commerce, Department of Education, Department of Agriculture, the IRS, the Ronald Reagan Building, the African American Museum. They've listed off loads of government buildings where people who were at the Freedom 250 event can go and take shelter, which, I mean, it's a great thing to do, but I guess it's testament to the severity of the situation. They must really think and be scared of lightning strikes, God forbid, striking people on the ground or infrastructure as well. So when I first heard that this event had been postponed temporarily amid weather concerns, again, as I did with this FIFA situation here, the Mexico-England game tomorrow, I thought, come on, it can't be that bad. But if the Secret Service and Freedom 250 are advising people to take shelter in government buildings, a litany of them, it must be pretty serious.
Absolutely. Well, we're watching very carefully to see what happens, Ben, next. And of course, you'll be there tomorrow for us, bringing us all the amazing colour and occasion which will be this match. England playing Mexico tomorrow night in Mexico City, 1 o'clock in the morning, in fact, UK time on Monday morning. But for now, Ben, we're just going to stay here in Washington, DC. We're going to carry on watching what happens here. We're going to be watching out for the lightning. Thank you, Ben. I'm going to be going back to my website that shows how the lightning is crossing over Washington, and it looks bad.
Yeah, no, it is. And the thing is here, when you do get a storm, it comes in. I remember, the Wizard of Oz. In England, people sort of think, oh, that's American drama and it's Hollywood. No, out of nowhere, I used to live right by a golf course where there'd be a siren. We'd be setting a barbecue. It was going to be a lovely evening. It was all peaceful and quiet. And I had English friends. I said, we must get inside. We must get inside. There was a siren from the golf course getting people off the golf course. I'm dashing around. They're saying, oh, like I was being dramatic. Next thing you know, it was like a scene from the Wizard of Oz. The dramatic rain and the lightning. It can happen so fast. So actually, I think they're being sensible, because we don't need, and I think it was Louise earlier that made the best point. She said right now this is an inconvenience and disappointing, but it's not a tragedy. You could have a tragedy on your hands if people were struck by lightning.
Yeah, it could be very serious.
Exactly.
Indeed. This isn't just like saying, it's a hot day, we're going to cancel it because some of you might
snowflakes.
Faint. This isn't snowflakery we're witnessing here. This is not what the president would want at all. It would literally have to be lightning from the sky that would pose a risk to life for President Trump to postpone this evening, and everything that has gone into it. Let's go to Philadelphia now. Let's go back to GBNews reporter Doogie Beattie, who impressed Mally Smith enormously with his historical knowledge just a few moments ago. Doogie, where are you? What's happening? What do the people there make of the fact that the 250 concert has been postponed, potentially entirely cancelled?
Well, they've seen this here in Philadelphia since Thursday when I got off the plane. The heat was intense and quite a lot of events here were cancelled. I mean, there were marching bands from all around the world came to take part in a 4-hour pageant parade into Philadelphia, and of course that was cancelled because of the extreme heat. I mean, I'm standing here now, this time of night, and it's still in the late 30s now. Just as you mentioned that about lightning storms and stuff, I don't know if we'll try and turn the camera a little bit here. Just behind me there, you can see big dark clouds starting to appear over Philadelphia. Now, this isn't uncommon. I've been in and out of the States quite a lot in my lifetime, and you can actually see the lightning coming down from the clouds. Huge hailstorms, downpours, last about 5 minutes, and it's all over. It moves on. It is basically that heat breaking here, and we're hoping that this concert here, if any of you has ever watched Rocky Balboa, the National Art Gallery that's just in behind me, there's a huge stage set up there, lots of bands entertaining people. There's a queue here that is going for miles for people to get into this free event, and hopefully it's not cancelled on them, because the weather was brilliant, but it was too good, Bev. I know that's impossible to say, but it was too good. I'm standing in a t-shirt at this time of night in Philadelphia. You can feel almost the clamminess in the air here, and we have been warned all through the week that there was lightning storms underneath this heat dome on the East Coast. It looks as if it is moving across Washington, but there's definitely some angry clouds in the sky here. Now, the one good sign that we have is there's lots of helicopters still up there in and around the top of where this concert is, and of course the fireworks display later on. But I feel so sorry for the people of America that have all came out, and I've never seen such patriotic people in my life in one country. Every time the national anthem's played, they put their hand on their heart and they all sing. It is amazing to watch. So many American flags, and we spoke earlier on about the history of the Revolution. Of course, the Minutemen that on April 19th, 1775 at Lexington and Concord took on the British Army at the bridge there as the British Army. That was Revere's ride out when he rid through Maine shouting, "The regulars are coming, the regulars are coming." The Minutemen's flag was 13 stripes on it to represent the 13 colonies and a Union Jack in the corner of it. They still felt British. But to be part of Britain, it was a rebellion that started off obviously like a game of dare. They wrote the Declaration in a letter to George III saying, "We're not happy, and if you don't do something about it, it's going to get worse." And instead of actually addressing that situation, addressing the colonists, George III's advisors sent Cornwallis to Philadelphia and he called it the Presbyterian War. John Witherspoon, of course, one of the only people that was signed the American Declaration of Independence, and he was a Presbyterian minister, and it's very much rumoured that the Senate, the Congress and the President is based on the Presbyterian Church, and the Presbyterians are naturally Republicans, right to know God through themselves. And when you look at the history of that they still love the Union Jack. Their own flag is red, white and blue, and instead of the Union Jack in the corner, they took it out and put the 13 stars of those colonies that existed there. So great history, and a real welcome to the British people here in Philadelphia, because they know their history. Lots of the schools, of course, lots of university people telling us that came here with the marching bands that they have resented that a lot of that history is not being taught in the schools, and that something else is being taught in its place. Wokeism, if you like, and they want to go back to teaching the history of America and how it was born and how it has evolved, and it is a great story. It's had its problems, it's had slavery, but a lot of those people that were here were abolitionists, including Charles Thompson. The Quakers, what role they played here, they owned most of Pennsylvania and Philadelphia, and I often say to people back home, Pennsylvania, you could fit the whole of Ireland north and south.
God bless the USA.
God bless you, sir. Happy July 4th. See, we're welcome here. It's not too bad. I often say that the Quakers that held that land over to the people that came to fight for them. But that's another story and something that we need to look at, and it's how politics evolves. But it's important that you know your history, because it's like the spokes on a wheel. It goes round and round. Might be a different colour, Bev, but it's the same history going round and round. Lessons to be learned. And of course the American Revolution sparked off the French Revolution. King Louis of France lost Louisiana by Napoleon Bonaparte selling it to the 13 colonies. So here tonight we can see the crowds coming out right towards me. They're going to join the end of that queue to try and get into that concert, and then see. Yeah. I love the Americans. They're mad. I should be living here, Bev. The fireworks are due at about 10 o'clock. Let's hope the weather then.
Doogie, nice to meet you. This is Mally from DC. I'm really impressed with all of your history knowledge. You would put Americans to shame. I also got to say I'm glad to hear how your name was pronounced, because in America we would say Dougie, but nice to meet you. I was wondering, what are your thoughts on, President Trump is potentially going to give a speech tonight. We're seeing when and if that'll happen. But given, the breadth and depth of the history of our country, what would you hope he would touch on, reflecting on our past and how that might inform us going forward as a country?
I think he has a lot to live up to for a start, because the Founding Fathers were split themselves. Of course, the original party of the Founding Fathers was the Democrats, and then they split again. Presbyterians have a bad habit of doing that, splitting all the time, but it is one of religion. We always hear of America, and people coming in even to say to me there now, saying, God bless America. It's very much in their values, that Christian history that is here, should that be Catholic, Anabaptists, Mennonites, Quakers, Presbyterians, whatever it is, God, it's in your national anthem as well, and they do live on that, and they live in those morals, and in those morals, of course, is the right to other men's freedom, and I hope that President Trump mentions that. They must spread the wealth across America, because America is becoming great again. There's no doubt about that. Trump's financial policies are spreading out here. I've noticed it in the last 2 years, which we would call hick towns starting to appear in the boom towns again, in amongst the farming communities, where you're putting food security first and dumping net zero. I hope that Trump reaches out to those other people that don't like him and puts his hand I hope he doesn't become almost childish and try and rub people's noses in it. I hope he takes the actual ethos of America that was in that Constitution, we the people, and addresses those people, puts a hand of friendship to those people and says, please be Americans, because America is a lot of things to a lot of people. How it was born and how so many colonists came together and how they took in other colonies, they brought them with them on that journey. And James Monroe proves that with the Monroe Doctrine.
It's Tiffany Marie Brennan reporting live here from Washington, D.C., just after the canceled Freedom 250 event. Now, what we're seeing here is everyone's finally being officially evacuated. It's become enough to where the Secret Service and the police are going through and yelling at people to stand up and to leave and to evacuate the premises. There's been just hundreds and hundreds of people being pushed and shoved and kind of ushered out gently, slowly, unwillingly. They do not want to go, and they are all quite upset and, you know, very discouraged and disheartened. They were really excited for this epic event. They're all here. They're all dressed their red, white, and blue. And now you can see there's just so many people. And it just kind of goes on and on. We were all gathered up by the Washington Memorial just behind me after we had been pushed out of the venue. So I did get a chance to speak with one of the Secret Service members, and I asked what the official reason or cause of the evacuation was besides just general inclement weather. And they said there is a law or rule that says if there is lightning that strikes within 3 miles of a national monument or national park, you are automatically required to evacuate. So now we know the why, and as we are continuing to be pushed out here, so this ushered, I mean, I've never seen this many Secret Service in one spot in my entire life, and they're coming in lines and yelling at people and clapping at them to get up and move and get indoors and get out of this park. Beth?
And Tiffany, what I noticed today, actually, and maybe I should have expected this, well, how many restaurants and bars and cafes were actually closed? It's a bit like the closest we have is Christmas Day. You would think that everyone would be celebrating. And actually, a lot of the premises were actually closed on July the 4th. Will all of these crowds now that are making their way out to Washington, D.C., will they find restaurants and bars open at this time of the night if they can go somewhere for a drink and something to eat and just kind of sit out the weather?
Yeah, that's a great question. I actually was thinking the same thing because I'm a little hungry myself. I'm a little peckish, Bev. But there is very little option-wise around here. A lot has been closed. A lot of people are talking about, there's a few very well-known late-night bars here in town, like Old Ebbitt, for example, or the Hamilton, but they're very limited capacity. There's no way these people are going to be able to fit there. And what I'm guessing a lot of them will do was be returned to their hotels, kind of call it an early night, watch the news, be a little sad, maybe order some room service or go to maybe some fast food. Because another thing, the perimeter was so large for this event because there was so much security needed due to all the cabinet members, the vice president, the president, all the people speaking near the national monuments, that what we have is basically very similar to how it was during the inauguration, where there is a security perimeter. Everything within the security perimeter is pretty much either closed or very limited capacity. Like you can get there if you're an actual resident of the hotel or guest of the establishment, etc. So getting out of this perimeter is going to be quite the challenge. If you can see just behind me, this is just the beginning, and I'm only at the fence line, and there's just massive. That's all people. All of this is people. So it's just the entire crowd. I mean, you're talking thousands of people that are all trying to get out and are pretty bottlenecked. It was already tough getting in through, the lines with the security and the bag checks and all that kind of stuff. But you had already had to go the last 3 days, July 1st through 3rd, they had you go to actually a hotel here in town and preemptively pick up your credentials. So they had already done that entire part of the credentialing and Secret Service. Here, you had to stand in a very long line in the sweltering heat, show them your bag, step through a metal detector, etc. But getting out is going to be, I think, a much, much larger problem. And people keep stopping and sitting down. Like you can see over here, people are just sitting. I feel like Everyone's just sort of
maybe
stopped.
just waiting just to see, because maybe they're still hopeful that something might happen, or that maybe the president will be shown. Are there big screens from where you are, Tiffany? Are there any big screens which would have shown the concert?
Yes, there were the screens. Actually, there's no additional screens out here, which is kind of a failure, I think, on Freedom 250's part. The main screens were behind the reserved seating on the lawn for people that could have general admission tickets and sort of bring a picnic blanket and sit out like you would for a music festival and watch it on the really large screens down on the grassy lawn. But there's no other screens here. There's no other place to watch it. People are going to have to go back to their homes. I mean, this is the intersection here that's blocked off, and you can just see it's just people just standing in the intersection. No one's moving.
And they don't.
No one's going anywhere.
And they don't know what to do. No one's going anywhere. So many of the roads are closed, so that you can't just hail a taxi. You can't get an Uber. People don't know what to do. Look at them. There was the hats there. The Amish people.
They've come the whole way from Pennsylvania. The Amish.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, wow.
Yes,
So
they
you've
have.
got the-
Hillary's correct.
Yeah. And so they will have to, perhaps they were getting a train home this evening. How far, no, is that a flight, Pennsylvania?
No, they would have driven.
It's a drive.
Yes, Pennsylvania, well, they may not actually have cars if they're true Amish. They might have come on a train, I don't know. But if you were to drive from Washington, D.C., it's at least 2 hours, and then with traffic a lot longer. But yes, they're Amish Mennonites.
So if you're just joining us, because there will be people just sort of tuning in now at just before 2 o'clock in the morning in the UK, we should be partway through a huge concert, what was going to be an enormous concert, a salute to America. It was going to go on for 4, 5, possibly 6 hours. We were going to hear from services bands, we were going to see a Michael Jackson tribute, and we were going to see the president talk to the nation on this historic occasion, 250 years of this country's independence. It has been cancelled / postponed because of the lightning. We don't know yet whether this is going to be rescheduled. Everything is there, ready to go. The concert structure is enormous. Perhaps this time tomorrow, maybe they will start will play the event maybe tomorrow. We just don't know at the moment. But breaking right now, I'll bring you a little bit of breaking news that we're just getting. After hearing veterans speak to Brett Baier of Fox News, President Trump has reportedly said that he will deliver a speech tonight, no matter what. Not surprised here. He goes on to say, it is America 250. If they can storm the beaches during bad weather on D-Day, I can deliver a speech, and we can keep this program going. I'm going to do it, whether it is 10 p.m., 11 p.m., or 2 a.m. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Can somebody buy us another bottle of champagne? We're going to need it. We're here for the long haul. In fact, Hillary has only just passed me her glass because she doesn't drink, so she's passed me her glass of champagne as well, so thank you so much. Let me just read that to you again. President Trump was watching Fox News. He was watching their key presenter, a guy called Brett Baier, of Fox News. Apparently he heard some veterans talking on there. They were presumably saying how much they wanted to hear the speech. President Trump, as we know, loves to watch his news media. If you're watching, sir, do feel free to give us a call into GB News this evening. The British people would love to hear from you. And he has now said that he's going to deliver his speech tonight, no matter what. He goes on, it is America 250. If they can storm the beaches during bad weather on D-Day, I can deliver a speech, and we can keep this program going, says President Trump. I am going to do it. Whether it's 10 p.m., 11 p.m., or 2 a.m., he says, I will do it. The time right now is 9 p.m. So, ladies and gentlemen, hang on to your hats. We might have an hour to go until the president speaks. We might have 2, we might have 3, we might have 4. Let me go back to my panel in London. Your reaction to that, Benedict Spence. We said we thought the president would be defiant and resilient and refuse, like those people actually down in the National Park who refused to move for the Secret Service. He refuses to give up because of the weather. That is the spirit that we admire.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been entirely out of character if Donald Trump decided, do you know what, I'm not going to do it on this most seismic of occasions. It wasn't going to happen. So I think we're all relieved, but nobody's surprised that, you know, we are going to get something tonight. I think, you know, obviously it's not just us in the studio here. Of course, there's everybody in the United States is waiting to hear what Donald Trump has to say. Listen, he's box office. He's always box office, always has been. Even if you hate him, you can't help but be mesmerised by some of the stuff he says, especially if it's done to rile you up. So I am looking forward to it. I'd just like to know when it's going to be. You know, I'm sort of, you know, it's unlikely that I'm going to get my wish with the YMCA thing. So I need something else to look forward to. I need to know when it's going to be to keep me on tenterhooks.
Well, we are going to get our YMCA performance, and it is going to be from you, Benedict Spence. So I did tell you to go away and get the lyrics and prepare for your karaoke performance, because we need to hear it, and I want full dance moves before we go off air, which at this rate might be 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Mali, what do you make of that? This is the president that you have. This spirit is what the American people love about your president. If they can storm the beaches, I will not be defeated by a bit of lightning. You are so lucky to have a man like that. I think Keir Starmer would be tucked up in bed by now, wouldn't he, Hillary?
Oh, he would have had his umbrella out and been running under his brolly, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he would have, absolutely. There's no way. Let me go to, I think we're going to go to Ben Leo. Doogie Beattie. Let's go to Doogie in Philadelphia. Doogie Beattie is in Philadelphia. Doogie, what do you know?
Well, we now know this concert has just been cancelled, and you can see now there's a severe wind, really bad wind coming in. It's blowing the rubbish all around the streets behind us. Thousands of people have been evacuated out of here and moving now up in towards Philadelphia centre. You can actually feel the air turning extremely cold right now. The trees are absolutely swaying in the wind just in front of me. Philadelphia is, I've never seen the likes of this. It is quite surreal, to be honest. Total quietness, beautiful heat. Now we're feeling real heavy wind. All the dust off the roads, all the stuff from the concerts being blown across the road behind us. People with prams, etc., trying to get their children out. And the police have moved in right across the place to help with that evacuation. And they're now pushing them up the roads towards Philadelphia itself, back into the city, away from this hall. I mean, honestly, Bev, this is really strange. We don't get anything like this in Britain. There is no doubt about it. That wind is now really picking up. And I tell you how bad it is. Sorry, lads, we're just on air. How bad it is the ice cream trucks and stuff on the side are trying to do their best to get packed up. All these fast food joints, close it down to get people pushed away from here. In the next few minutes there will be something, there's no doubt about it, either heavy rain or lightning definitely coming. You can see the skies behind us, but this event in Philadelphia has now been cancelled.
Because what we don't see, the people behind the scenes that put in hours to organise these sorts of festivals for local people. It's not just the huge event down at the mall on the outside the White House today. It is also these kind of events which will be going on all around America. It's so disappointing. Doogie, thank you so much. We will come back to you in a little while to see what happens. Let's go and talk to former Attorney General Sir Michael Ellis now in our London studio. Michael, we're getting a slightly clearer picture of what may be in store for us for the rest of the evening. We know the weather is terrible. At the moment, well, it isn't terrible. It's still a clear sky from what we can see. It isn't raining here in DC. There is a light wind, but we absolutely know that there is significant lightning predicted to be happening in the next couple of hours. But we also know, Michael, that the president refuses to be defeated. He has if he dare not be offended by me saying the British spirit of keep calm and carry on. Michael, yes. Not a surprise.
No, it's not a surprise at all. In fact, the one thing that we could have predicted that would carry on this evening would be the president addressing the nation. And I think he will do that. And he'll want to do it sooner rather than later, I think, Bev, because he'll want to do it within a time frame that many viewers in the United States, on the eastern seaboard and in other time zones will be able to watch it before they go to bed. So he won't want to delay that for much longer. He was scheduled to speak at 9:45 p.m. Eastern, so we'll have to see. That's over half an hour away from now. But we already know that the military flypasts have had to be cancelled. One of the reasons for this, modern aircraft can withstand lightning strikes, yes, but when they're flying low to the ground, it obviously does increase the risk because it reduces their manoeuvrability options, and it simply isn't a risk that they're willing to take. That coupled with the fact that the Thunderbird display, now the US Air Force Thunderbirds, which are the Red Arrow equivalent, they have flight aircraft that actually, in some cases, for some of their manoeuvres, they have an arrowhead manoeuvre where the two aircraft fly within 18 inches of each other. So you do not want to be flying in those sorts of conditions. They're F-16 Fighting Falcons. There are 6 of them that were due to perform this evening with their famous starburst formation. You don't want to be doing any aerobatical tricks during those sorts of conditions. There'll be a lot of really disappointed people in the military. There were military bands. The US Army Field Band was due to perform. The US Marine Band, established in 1798, they were due to perform. The US Navy Band, and we had an expectation of seeing B-2 stealth bombers. There are only 19 of those left in the United States Air Force. They cost $2 billion each. And some of those were due to do a fly past, as were the B-1 bombers, some F-22 fighters. It's all have to be put on hold, unfortunately. And as we were discussing earlier, the fireworks, 850,000 fireworks were primed to go off from 10 different locations around the District of Columbia, including on 8 barges. They simply couldn't take the risk. I think they'll be judging that they can't take the risk of a lightning strike causing some of those to go off on the ground or go off prematurely. So I think all of those things, they will have really put a damper on events this evening. But the president, I think, will be able to speak. Where from, we're not quite sure. They're probably desperately trying to figure that out now. But I think we will be hearing from the president this evening, hopefully sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I would have thought so. I wonder where he will do it from. If you had to put a bet on Mally and Hillary here, Hillary, where will he do his speech from tonight?
Well, if everybody's gone, they're off from the mall and the lightning's there, I would suggest probably from the Oval Office and from the desk at the Oval Office.
I think from the desk from the Oval Office if they have to do it inside, but he needs to trim up the speech because I think Oval Office addresses when you're sitting can't go for an hour just because it's not the right location. It would just be weird.
And he doesn't have the feedback from the crowd.
It doesn't have the feedback from the crowd. It's just too long of an address to do it there. But if he does it outside, he could potentially do it behind the Lincoln Memorial.
For the visual.
For the visual, even though there's not a crowd in front of him, you can keep the visual.
Yes, and you're protected and you're underneath it. That's right. But then
New York. We're looking at the pictures here live from New York, where they've been celebrating July the 4th, of course, 250th independence of America. Fireworks display there, completely, by the looks of it, unaffected by the weather, unlike here in Washington, D.C.
Things are going good for Mom Donnie.
Is it? Oh.
That was good.
You started the night.
That was funny, right?
Hang on. You started the night by saying this shouldn't be a political night.
You thought that was funny.
Trump,
you laughed.
I didn't think it was funny. I thought that was predictable. There's your classic Democrat there saying, oh, we mustn't make it political, and then saying, oh, it's going well for Mamdani, our communist mayor.
It's a joke about the weather, and it was good. It was funny.
It was quite good. Well, somebody will claim it. Let's just talk about that for a minute, though, because how will this play out in the headlines? Because you just know that everybody that hates President Trump is going to somehow even attribute bad weather to him, Hillary?
Well, you know, it depends which media, of course, you watch and you read, but I wouldn't be surprised for certain people to be saying that, you know, the God is definitely a Democrat due to all of this. And I can think of somebody on this panel who thinks likewise. But again, it always depends what kind of media. I think it was interesting. Brett Baer there did conduct the interview, and I think you're going to see, obviously, Newsmax, which is very positive about President Trump. They will obviously see this as a debacle, and so will Fox News. So again, it will just depend which outlet.
Now, President Trump has posted on Truth Social in the last few moments. He's truthed this. He's posted, storms bring luck, to whatever the occasion. They also make events a little bit more exciting, exclamation mark. We will wait it out. I don't care if it's 2 o'clock in the morning or in 1 hour from now. Looks like it is going to pass. They always do. I will be there no matter what. But the what usually turns out to be a good thing. It's Saturday night, he says, capital letters. Let's have some fun, even if we are out late tonight. They say 11 o'clock for the speech. Who cares? Remember 2 weeks ago when the big UFC event was at 100% chance of heavy rain all week long, and just minutes before the card started, well, there wasn't a single drop, and the fights turned out to be among the greatest in history and event for our ages. Our great veterans, especially the old-timers, many of whom are there, went through hellfire, and it didn't stop them, and it's not going to stop us either. He says, I'm not going to let some rain stop our 250th. I'm leaving the White House soon. God bless America, President Donald J. Trump. Let me just go through that again. I'm going to read you that again. This is the latest message just moments ago from President Trump on his own social media site, Truth Social. He has said just moments ago, storms bring luck to whatever the occasion. They also make events a little bit more exciting. We will wait it out. I don't care if it's 2 o'clock in the morning or in 1 hour from now. It looks like it is going to pass. They always do. I will be there no matter what. But the what usually turns out to be a good thing. It is Saturday night. Let's have some fun, even if we are out late tonight. They say 11 o'clock for the speech. Who cares? Remember 2 weeks ago when the big UFC event was at 100% chance of heavy rain all week long, and just minutes before the card started, well, minutes before the card started, well, there wasn't a single drop, and the fights turned out to be amongst the greatest in history and events for our ages. President Trump goes on, our great veterans, especially the old-timers, many of whom are there, went through hellfire, and it didn't stop them, and it's not going to stop us either. I'm not going to let some rain stop our 250th. I'm leaving the White House soon. God bless America, President Donald J. Trump. I'm going to go and talk to Greg Swenson now. Let's go straight to Greg, Chair of Republicans Overseas UK. Greg Swenson, you're in Nantucket, I believe. You're on a holiday weekend with the family. What do you make of what's happened tonight, Greg? Extremely disappointing, but the determination in that typical Trump message is exactly why your country is doing so well.
It's why it's great. And Bev, think about it. It was only a month ago when they tried to kill him at the correspondence dinner, the White House correspondence dinner, and 15 minutes later, he's in the White House having a press conference. So it doesn't surprise me that he is, using some, he's proving his manhood in a way, saying nothing can stop me, not a bullet, not the bad weather. It is unfortunate, but I think we all knew this was coming. It was 100 degrees Fahrenheit, call it mid to high 30s Celsius in Washington today. So we kind of knew this was coming.
And what do you think about the way it appears to have been handled, Greg? I know you're celebrating with family. I don't know whether you had on any of the coverage. It looked like the crowds were told to leave, and then they got the messaging they could go back, so they were racing back to their seats. Then they've been told to leave again. Some people sitting it out and refusing to go anywhere. It does look pretty chaotic, Greg.
Yeah, Bev, I have not seen a lot of the footage. I know you had a great time last night at the party in D.C. You can't predict these things, right? The weather was bad enough with the heat, but then, of course, you have the thunderstorms coming in. This is part of East Coast living in the U.S. during the summer.
Yeah, and we're looking at these spectacular fireworks over New York here. Mally Smith just made the comment that obviously this is because Mamdani's in charge of New York. That's why the weather's so good, and that's why the fireworks look so beautiful tonight. Is he right?
That's funny, Mally. I mean, good for you. I'm all with Hillary on this. That is insane. I'm with a lot of New Yorkers here, including my son and his people. It's like this whole Mamdani thing is completely insane, but I will remind the viewers, we went through this in the late 60s. We had 2,500 bombings in the U.S. in the 68, 69. We've gone through some speed bumps in America with the communist lunatics before. So this is not the first time. I'm not that stressed about it. I think, he's having his moment, but I'm not that stressed about it.
And Greg, just tell our viewers, for those who are at home in the UK, the 4th of July is something we sort of understand in the abstract, but we don't really maybe grasp what the history was behind it, and maybe we don't grasp the importance to American people. You spend a lot of time living in the UK as well. Do we have anything similar? Is there anything comparable? And how did you define what you think about on the 4th of July?
Yeah, I think it's one of those few holidays that are completely positive, right? We celebrate the Declaration of Independence. We celebrate the founders, the great founders of this country, who, by the way, were Englishmen. And I like to remind the UK audience of that. But what's different about this holiday versus Veterans Day or Memorial Day, where it's somber, this is a celebratory thing. This is such a great moment for America. And we don't just do this, every 25 or 50 years. I mean, we do it every year, and it's a really positive, happy moment, obviously, with 250. And I'm dating myself, Bev. I remember the 200th back in 1976. I was relatively young at the time. But look, this is a great moment for America. We're so proud of our history. Republicans, Democrats, all good. We're all happy. This is a great celebration of what these great Englishmen wrote in 1776, and it's very meaningful that we have that connection, that heritage with Great Britain.
Yeah, well, you're welcome. And a lot of us Brits are now benefiting from being here as well, from this amazing country. Greg, we'll let you get back to the celebrations with your family. Yeah, thank you so much.
You.
Thanks,
Great
Greg.
To see you, Bev, Hillary.
Bye, my friend. We're talking to several of our GB News Late Show Live family tonight because it is such a special occasion. Many of them, of course, are with family because it is the 4th of July. It is a huge day for celebration here in America. We're watching the live pictures here across New York as we wait to see, lightning. That wasn't a firework, that was lightning. New York also has lightning by the looks of it. But we are waiting to hear from President Trump. He has said he is going to speak. So do not go to bed. Don't even think about it. You've not got to go to work in the morning. You're probably going to take Monday morning off as well to watch the blooming football. So you might as well just get comfy, pour yourself a cup of coffee or something a little stronger. We've got a bottle of fizz on the go here. Let's go back to Tiffany Marie Brannan, who is down at the mall still. Tiffany, what's happening? You've done a brilliant job of reporting for us this evening, inadvertently, spontaneously, keeping us up to speed with what's happening. What's going on?
Well, it was interesting because they finally got the most of us out of the main perimeter, and then everyone's just been sitting down. As you can see, people behind me, everyone's just sort of sitting there, not budging and not going anywhere, refusing to leave, just moving down from street to street. And then out of nowhere, it started raining. So some people got up and left after the rain began, but now, just within a few seconds ago, there was a rush. This entire section was full of people sitting down, and they've just all gotten up and rushed back to the entrance where the Washington Memorial entrance is. And it doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason for why they're doing that. I've asked several people. They said someone.
Sorry to interrupt you, Tiffany. I wonder whether that's because they've just seen President Trump's post on Truth Social. So he has just posted, I don't know whether you heard, that he said he will be speaking. He said it doesn't matter if it's 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, nothing will stop him from speaking. And he said, I'm going to be leaving the White House soon, which is interesting, which actually dispels the speculation that Hillary and I were having about the fact that he might deliver a speech from the White House. He said, I'm going to make my speech and I'm going to leave the White House soon. Where, Tiffany, might he be going?
He's definitely, in my opinion, going back to, like I said earlier, the Lincoln Memorial, and will be getting the speech over, looking out over the reflection pool that has been, the subject of many, many fights. And Mally, by the way, I will fight you. Zora Mamdani's the worst. The fireworks are patriotic and capitalistic and not communist, so FYI. But what you're seeing here, I think, are
not in DC.
It's not our fault the weather got worse here, okay? That's not Mamdani. He doesn't control the weather. He's not like a psychic or something. I don't know, whatever controls the weather. But now you see people.
Mally thinks God's a Democrat.
He's wrong. I've talked to God. He's definitely not. So, okay, you see behind me all the people that they had left and gone down the street here. They'd gone all the way down to the other entrance behind me, which is a very long, but one of the main boulevards here. And then they've all started coming back to go back to the gate. And Bev, I think you're correct. I think it coincides with that post from True Social. And they brought in, as you can see, they brought in multiple police vehicles. They're chanting USA now. They went back in the gates pretty badly, and now they brought in several more emergency vehicles to try to, I think, maintain crowd control and try to get these people to go home because they're not leaving and it's raining. I don't know if you can see the weather coming down, but it is raining. There are children, there are babies, there are elderly people, there are people that have been standing out in this line all day. They were at the mall, at the Great American Fair earlier. They got in line for this at 1 o'clock, and then it was pushed down to 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. They have been here a significant amount of time, and they are not willing to go home if there's even the smallest chance that President Trump could be speaking tonight or that they could see fireworks.
And actually, I have to say, a little bit of criticism here that President Trump maybe should have thought about the crowd control when he said, I'm going to be coming out and I'm going to make my speech, because that's obviously just made life very difficult for the Secret Service. There seems to be not a lot of perhaps joined up coordination happening there. I totally understand where President Trump is coming from. He wants to talk to the people, tell them exactly what he's going to do, give them hope and optimism and get them feeling inspired by the fact that he won't be defeated by circumstance. But maybe he needs to turn off Fox News that he was watching and he needs to turn on GB News, where he would see Tiffany and I giving him a minute-by-minute account of what is actually happening here, and then he can coordinate his Truth Social posts with what is happening on the ground. Because, Mally, this does make things a bit difficult for the Secret Service if you've got hundreds of people who suddenly go, brilliant, he's going to talk, pick up the kids, we're going back in.
Yeah, I mean, logistically, it's a nightmare. I do think it would be tough regardless whether you have the best coordination in the world.
Yeah.
I think the big issue is they don't know exactly when they're going to get the clear on the storm, because I think once he gets the clear, there's no other program other than they're just going to drive this guy to wherever he's going to give the speech, and he's going to give the speech. But I'm so happy that Mamdani is here to deliver for Americans a fireworks spectacular that Trump cannot deliver.
Mamdani did not pay for those.
A Knicks
with the
championship,
collectivism, okay?
Taylor Swift
those
getting married,
fireworks.
and fireworks.
Okay.
Did you see
Taylor
she said he
Swift
hasn't
probably
paid for those
fireworks?
That is a very good point. She said he hasn't paid for those fireworks with the warmth of collectivism, which is what he thinks is the solution to everything.
Amazing, he got the fireworks for free for the city.
No, he didn't.
Well, you're saying if he didn't pay for it, then it's a free donation to the city.
The warmth of collectivism hasn't paid for those. I can tell you that. Somebody's paid for them, the taxpayer presumably. And of course, we think that Taylor Swift got married today as well in New York City. There, didn't she?
She was actually married yesterday.
She probably paid for them.
But the reception was at Madison Square Garden.
You're right. Taylor Swift probably paid for them. I mean, it's wonderful. She's probably got her guests outside now in New York watching all this and enjoying the spectacle, because we are waiting to see what happens next. Tiffany, what are you going to do? Are you going to stay there for a little while, try and work out next steps, what people are doing? Because if President Trump does speak, where would you watch it?
Yeah, but the thing is, you can't even watch it from here, Bev, because this was, let's remember, at the Washington Memorial, and then the way that the stage was built, I will be highly critical of. The stage was built directly in front of basically the direct view you have from the Washington Monuments Hill toward the Lincoln Memorial. So usually if you stand on a certain side of the Washington Memorial, you have a straight, beautiful shot straight down from here all the way down to the Lincoln Memorial and the reflecting pool. Now, the way that they built the stage, it was blocked off. It was a very large, beautiful lit stage with the sound system and the, you know, for all the different performers and that kind of thing. But even then, I was looking for a seat when this first began, and my friend who works for the administration said, oh, you know what? If you notice, none of us are sitting in the front. We're all sitting kind of in the middle. Come sit with me. I said, what do you mean? She said, well, the fireworks are going to be right behind the stage, so you're not going to be able to even see them from here. And President Trump's going to be speaking from the Lincoln Memorial. You won't be able to see him either. So
I'm just trying to clarify some news we're getting here. We believe it's from a Freedom 250 spokesperson. I want to get this verified, but there is a suggestion that the President will deliver his remarks. They're still going to have the fireworks, and that there may be some of the celebration continuing. So just hold the line. We want to get that verified. It appears to have come from a Twitter account associated with Freedom 250, but I don't want to cause... Oh, here we go. Danielle Alvarez, Freedom 250 spokesperson, has said, at President Donald Trump's direction, gates to the National Mall will reopen at 9:45 p.m. The Salute to America celebration will move forward. The President will deliver remarks at 11 p.m. and the fireworks spectacular will follow. I'll repeat that. At Trump's direction, gates to the National Mall are going to reopen at 9:45 p.m. That is in 20 minutes' time. The Salute to America celebration will move forward. The President will deliver remarks at 11 p.m. and the fireworks spectacular will follow. Rain or shine, the American people deserve a celebration worthy of our nation's historic 250th birthday. They say, for 250 years, Americans have overcome every challenge with grit, resilience and determination. A little rain will never diminish our pride, our patriotism or our celebration of the greatest nation in the history of the world. Well, what do you make of that, Tiffany?
I guess I might, if I have 20 minutes, maybe I'll go back to my hotel and change, because I am definitely not appropriately dressed. And if this thing, it's still raining out here, Bev. So if this thing's going to continue in the rain, I need to go change. A lot of people are actually still leaving now that I see the rain picking up a little bit. And also it's exciting that it'll still happen because I love fireworks. But the reality is the majority of this crowd is gone. There's the people that stayed and stayed and stayed that have finally, you know, hours later given up and gone back to their hotel rooms or tried to find a restaurant that's open. Meanwhile, the people that remain, I mean, this crowd is nothing. And there's more on the other side of the barricade as well. But this is nothing compared to the large crowds we saw gathered up at Washington Monument Hill earlier. And so I'm curious to see if people are going to try to come back through. I mean, this is the line for security. It's this entire street. It's on Constitution and Pennsylvania Avenues they have blocked off. So you have to start at 15th and walk all the way down, or start at 14th and walk all the way down. So it's quite the hike. So if you get to your hotel room or wherever you're staying, and you're like, you sit down for a second, you're going to be like, actually, I can watch it on TV and be dry.
Yeah, and I wouldn't blame them. But Hillary, so you were saying, Tiffany, that it's been raining, but is it still very warm out there? So you'd be going back to your hotel to change simply because you're soaking wet, not that it's cold?
The temperature's definitely dropped. I'd say it's actually really comfortable now. It's almost like a nice tropical, I don't know, I forget what it is in Celsius, but it's probably around 80 degrees Fahrenheit. And so it's definitely dropped, maybe even around 78 degrees Fahrenheit. And so it's definitely gotten cooler. I finally got to put my jacket on a little bit earlier when it started getting, the temperature dropped and the wind dust came in. And even now it's starting to pick up just right this second with more wind and more rain. So it's definitely gotten cooler and far more manageable. And this is much better than the horrific heat wave that we had. We were dripping in sweat for hours just trying to get into the venue.
Okay, Tiffany, thank you so much. Right, well, keep us posted. We want to know what you decide to do. Do you go back to watch it on your TV, or do you hang around and brave the weather? And we will let you go away and make your mind up just for a few moments. I'm going to go back to you. Thank you so much, Tiffany.
I'm going to come steal your cake.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome. Let me go back to Michael Ellis now in the studio in London, former Attorney General. Michael, as we watch the fireworks here in New York, and we're hearing that President Trump is saying that the gates to the mall are going to reopen at 9:45 p.m. I mean, what do you make of it all?
Well, Bev, I think this may be because the National Weather Service in the US is saying that they will lift, or they're expecting to lift, the severe thunderstorm warning at 10 p.m. Eastern. And that will presumably mean that those events that couldn't go ahead while the thunderstorm warning was in effect can then go ahead. Now, the fact that it's going to be much later in the evening and is going to affect all of the people who've left the area now and viewers on television in the US, I don't think it's going to bother the president. He wants to give that speech. He'll give it, as he's said, at any time of the day or night. The fireworks then will follow thereafter. And I think the fly past is done for. I mean, that probably now won't be able to go ahead. But the fireworks display is due to last 40 minutes. And as we've said before, 850,000 fireworks. It's the biggest firework display ever planned and ever taking place anywhere. So that's going to be quite something to see. How many people will be there to see it in person is debatable, because the weather conditions are appalling. But if the risk has been reduced after 10 p.m. Eastern, that will mean that that probably explains why the president's saying that he will be able to give his speech at around 11, which will be over an hour later than he previously planned.
And how much do you think he will stay on script tonight, Michael? How much meandering are we going to hear from President Trump? Will he read his auto cue?
How much does the president ever stay on script, Bev? I mean, I wouldn't want to be his auto cue guy. I really wouldn't, because he just goes off extemporaneously and speaks. But he actually is an incredibly entertaining speaker. I think most people would accept, even if they disagree with a lot of what President Trump says. He is not a typical politician. He's not if you like, a Keir Starmer type of speaker. He is a very entertaining person who makes news in his speeches. And I think he will be quite interesting to hear. He'll obviously have some remarks that he planned to make about the 250th anniversary of the United States, the semi-quincentennial. But what he says after that, I think, remains to be seen. But where he's going to deliver it is also going to be interesting. I suspect his plan is to deliver it where he was planning to deliver it. And we'll have to see. Of course, he recently put some investment into the reflecting pool with a paint job underneath the water there. So he may want to promote that reflecting pool by giving the speech at that location.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say the reflecting pool has become a lightning rod for controversy, but under the circumstances that feels a little bit cheesy. But it really has. The reflecting pool has caused so much controversy here because he wanted to reline it. It was covered in algae. It was green. It was a mess. He's fixed it. And then the controversy around whether he did a good job and people that went and sabotaged it. And we've actually had people there in T-shirts saying, "Free the algae." That is how much they hate President Trump, that they think he's oppressed the algae. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. That is how deranged some people are in this city.
He doesn't let these things bother him.
No, he doesn't, does he? Michael, we'll be back with you in just a little while, but I'm going to go now to another member of our Late Show Live GB News family. It is Matthew Hurt, who is apparently live from the Potomac River here in Washington, D.C. Matthew, what's going on? Where are you? You look like you're in a nice place.
Hey, Bev, how are you? It's great to be with you. I'm with my friends at Leadership Institute. We train conservatives to win, and every single year we take a boat out with our friends and supporters to the Potomac River. We're going at a pretty good clip right now up toward Washington, D.C., hopefully to see some fireworks and maybe even to broadcast President Trump's speech here on the boat.
And what did you think, Matthew, when you heard that the event was being evacuated and that, unfortunately, the entertainment, or at least most of it, let's see, we may still see some entertainment tonight, most of it cancelled?
Well, we do see that, and it's understandable with the lightning strikes. We actually held folks from getting on the boat. And then, of course, we moved down to the secure part of the boat to stay away from the weather. It is raining and there's lightning outside. But a lot of our friends and supporters hopefully will make it up to the top to see the fireworks. Hopefully the weather will have passed by then. And we won't have any of those Mamdani fireworks that Mally is so excited about.
At least we have fireworks, period.
We're going to have our fireworks here in Washington, D.C. You see, what do they say? 11 p.m. for the fireworks, I think, was the latest that we've heard. Matthew, what do you make of President Trump's statement about the fact that he will not be defeated and he is going to speak? Would you have predicted that?
Absolutely. President Trump is absolutely right. There is no problem at all with him making a speech. If we storm the beaches of Normandy in World War II, President Trump can make a speech outside, hopefully at the Lincoln Memorial, and I think that'll take place tonight.
Did you know it was going to be on the Lincoln Memorial, Matthew? Because I think that's come as a surprise for some of us in the media tonight.
It's quite a surprise, but it does make sense. You and the other guests tonight have been talking about the reflecting pool. It makes total sense that the president would give his remarks from the Lincoln Memorial.
Yeah, I think so. He's going to take a lot of pride and satisfaction in the fact that it is going to look so beautiful. And Matthew, just while we've got you, I'm asking all my American guests today, what does July the 4th mean to you? Is it apolitical as an event? Is it another one of those occasions? You're very good at them. Thanksgiving is the other one that you do, which actually brings the whole country together in a very positive way. It's a really a wonderfully kind of a very heartening event, I think, when you're around people that celebrate Thanksgiving and just being grateful. And I don't know if we've still got Matthew. Is he still with us? Just talk to me a little bit about what July the 4th means to you.
Independence Day is so important. It is an expression now 250 years in that an experiment in constitutional republicanism, democracy could exist. And our Constitution, our Declaration of Independence has been used dozens of times by other governments that have expressed their freedom. Other people across the globe who've said, we're going to be free. And Bev, look, I know you're British, I'm American. We come onto this show and have a good time. But this is a special relationship between Great Britain and the United States. And I think this is a celebration that we can both enjoy this evening.
What would your advice be to Brits to find out who we are again, to be able to somehow define what it is to be British and to celebrate that without shame or fear of criticism? Matthew, how do we do that?
Celebrate the Magna Carta, celebrate Britain's rich history, put a flag outside your door, go and ask your neighbor if you can help them, if you can spend time with them, get to know them, and embody what it means to be British. One of the coolest things about the World Cup being in the United States over these last several weeks is that so many of our European friends have realized that Americans are friendly, that we're hospitable, and I think that is the case for many Brits, for many Germans, for many French, and many others. So you go out and live your principles and live your values in your communities.
Yeah, well, that is fantastic advice. First of all, we have to define what our values are, but I take your point, Matthew. How great to see you, Matthew Hertz, there. I will see you back in the studio very soon. Happy July the 4th to you, and thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Beth.
Thank you. See you soon. Right, let's go back to Mexico City to speak to Ben Lee. Before we do, just have a look. We're just looking at the pictures here over the White House. Oh, where's Ben? There he is. Ben, you're with us. Great. We've got the pictures of the White House here. Hello. We can hear some sirens in Washington, D.C. Ben, the sun is going down there as well in Mexico City, of course. It's dark where you are. Did you see much lightning and storms? We spoke to you earlier. The weather did look a little bit like it was about to get a little bit spicy, did it?
Oh, it got spicy, like a spicy taco down the main strip of Mexico City. Add some tequila on top. It was a massive storm. There's videos doing the rounds online from the city behind me, flooding in all the streets. There was rain pouring down from rooftops onto the streets below. Yeah, some really amazing, incredible fork lightning as well. And then the rumbles of thunder literally shaking the buildings. I mean, we must have been about, I don't know, 3 or 4 kilometers away, but our Airbnb was shaking. It was great. It was great fun. However, I can see why, of course, it would delay events like Freedom 250, like the England-Mexico match tomorrow. It is, as Hillary was saying quite eloquently a bit earlier, lightning can be very dangerous indeed. I think she said she had a friend who was struck. But President Trump has just released a statement on Truth Social. I'm not sure if you've covered it just yet, but it's quite a long one. But he basically says, it's Saturday night, let's have some fun. I'm going to stick this out as long as we can. I don't care if it's 2 in the morning or 1 hour from now. We're still going to be doing this event. I'm still going to be speaking. And he also said, quite rightly, do you remember back a few weeks ago during the UFC cage match on the south lawn of the White House, the forecast then, and this came, sparks massive celebrations from particularly those on the left, those with Trump derangement syndrome. The forecast was, it's going to be hell. It's going to be rainstorms, thunderstorms. The event can't possibly go ahead. And by the grace of God, it cleared. The storm that was heading towards DC on that evening for UFC somehow split into 2. And the storms, the dual storms after it split, literally conversed around Washington, D.C. So President Trump feeling buoyant as he would be. It's Independence Day. He's an American. He loves his country. And he's saying, look, it doesn't matter what time this kicks off. The storm will pass. We'll sit it out. And we will prove victorious on this Independence Day evening. We're going to have some fun. It's Saturday night, and it's a time for partying, Bev.
Ben, what do you think if it was Keir Starmer in office and something similar happened? What do you think his response would be on a night like this?
He'd say, sorry, we need to do a focus group on the health and safety consequences of this event going forward. We're going to go and ask the European Court of Human Rights and maybe the International Criminal Court as well, and see what the Chinese judges think, and maybe I'll come back to you with a decision.
Oh, brilliant, Ben. Absolutely. In a nutshell, that is a fantastic analysis of what might happen under similar circumstances with Keir Starmer. Right, thank you, Ben. Hope you and Ben, the two Bens there in Mexico, you're enjoying your evening despite the chaos and the weather. Let's go now to Doogie Beattie live from Philadelphia. Doogie, last time we saw you, it looked like the storm was about to start. The weather was turning. Holy smoke, Doogie Beattie. If you're listening on the radio, get your telly on now. You've got to see this. He looks like, Doogie, you look like you're in an outdoor shower.
Absolutely. I mean, this is what I'm used to. I was just saying today, is it amazing? They flew me the whole way to Philadelphia to report on the 4th of July, and it was stopped by weather. Usually I'm standing in Ireland in the middle of a storm. Well, here we are. I'm right at home, Bev. Absolutely soaked to the skin. Torrential rain. Fork lightning over Philadelphia. Sheet lightning over to the west of us. It is madness, and it is still warm. Still warm. Could you believe that? I'm absolutely soaked. I've actually found a lad from Dundalk who's holding an umbrella over the top of the camera. Dundalk in Philadelphia, just down the road from me at Belfast to Dundalk, and he's standing with an umbrella over the top of the camera. It's amazing. Where else would you get it? What a tale to tell. What was I doing in the 250th? I was getting soaked in Philadelphia in the middle of a lightning storm. Now, this is going to be my last live because an umbrella with rain in a lightning storm is not a good mix, so we are going to leave. But I can tell you right now, the streets behind us are totally and utterly flooded out, and I mean flooded out. It's running down it like a river. And of course, all the leaves and stuff that were blowing off the trees have gone into the gratings. That's going to cause a few problems for the police force here. And I've got to get home and get absolutely dried off because this is just crazy. There's another big lightning strike. Bev, it has been an absolute memory, I can assure you. Yeah, the lightning's all around us, so we are going to get out of this lightning now, Bev. Oh, God, it's just brilliant. Brilliant. What a brilliant memory on the 250th.
What a brilliant memory. What a brilliant contribution. We're so pleased that you joined us this evening, honestly. Now, you go and get dried off somewhere. Go and enjoy yourself. Go and get a pint inside. And we thank you enormously for your contributions this evening, Doogie. This show has been epically improved by your presence in Philadelphia this evening. Thank you, my love. I will see you very soon. Right, let's go now to former Obama policy advisor Laurie Watkins. Laurie, as we look over the picture of the Washington Monument here, no rain yet here. Laurie, where are you? Are you in D.C.?
America, it's time to celebrate.
Right along the Potomac. That is the Key Bridge right behind me in Georgetown. And then right around the corner, so it's starting to rain again here, Bev. You can see the Kennedy Center and the Washington Monument and the Capitol in the distance, so it's really beautiful here.
And what do you make of how events have panned out this evening, Laurie? Devastating for everyone that's organised, for the musicians who've rehearsed, for the pilots that were going to be taking part. Just your reflections, first of all, on the huge disruption.
Well, I can hear a lot of traffic disruption behind me. Roads that I don't think were intended to be closed have suddenly been closed, I think, because they're diverting people from maybe postponing or changing some of the program that's going on here. But yeah, it's unfortunate, Bev, but I just want to say that I don't think President Trump can get a break every time there seems to be something. There's either excessive heat or there's rain, or his inauguration, it was like frigidly cold. Yeah, this is a real disappointment, I have to say.
It is a disappointment, but he is still going to speak. We know that he is going to make his speech tonight, Laurie. That spirit of determination. I know you're not a big fan of President Trump, but there must be part of you that wants to have a leader who says, we will not be defeated. I will still talk to my country tonight.
Of course, today I don't care about political party whatsoever. That today is the 250th anniversary of the United States of America. You know what a patriot I am and how much I love this country dearly. And so we're celebrating. Here's to us. Here's to the United States of America, not to just one person, but to the entire country. And I'm just so pleased to be here with you all and to say hello to all of your people over there in Great Britain and across Europe that I know that are tuning in, because they want to see what's happening here for the 250th celebration here in Washington, D.C.
Oh,
we've got a little rain,
and
but it won't deter us.
We don't mind rain. We're used to rain in the UK, but we hear people say, you know, like yourself, how much you love your country, how much you love America. Can you just sum up for me what it is that you do love about America?
What I love, number one, is the people. I don't think for me that I would have had the lived experience that I have if it weren't for the people that are here. Such a diverse, just beautiful palette of people that come from all over the place and have taught me quite a lot, I will tell you that. And then it's the freedoms and the rights that we have here. And that's what makes everything so sacred, is this democracy, this experiment that is not perfect, but that we practice every single day. And sometimes, you know, it's difficult. Sometimes there's brighter days ahead and we feel more hopeful than we do. There's a lot of uncertainty right now, and Americans are feeling the pressure, especially economically. But I'm so hopeful that today we can remember how far we have come, and 250 years actually is not that long. So we can do this. We are the strongest. We are the bravest. We are the greatest. And we can continue to be the best. But we got to stay together.
Fantastic, Laurie. Thank you so much. Happy July the 4th to you,
Thank you,
from all of us, and we really appreciate your contribution on the Late Show Live here. Wouldn't be the same without you, Laurie. I'll just wave my flag as well.
You look beautiful, by the way.
So do you. Thank you. See you very soon.
Bye. Cheers.
Bye. I haven't done much flag waving. Obviously, it's been a much busier show than we thought it was going to be. We thought we were going to be sat here watching music events and watching acts, as part of the event. We were going to be watching the fly past. We were going to be celebrating. I've barely had time to take a breath, never mind have a piece of cake.
Oops.
Now,
we've been a weather channel.
We've been a weather channel. We didn't expect that this evening, did we?
No, we did not.
We've been on lightning watch. We've been looking at the weather.
Yes. I think what's very important too is to think about, this has come up the whole east coast of America, so it's just like, as obviously we've claimed it's lovely of Mandami, but I would say New York managed to get their fireworks in. The storm had already passed just when they were having them down in Charleston, of course, because we saw the scene from Charleston, and as I said, I mentioned people from Florida, so I think it's been very interesting, the timing. It's very sad that of all that timing in the United States, it happened to hit us when it did, but I think it looks like it'll go ahead, and they could even have the fireworks later as well.
Yeah. Bev, when I moved to the UK, everyone told me it rains all the time. And as an American, in my head, it was like what Doogie was dealing with, just constant downpouring.
No.
But the rain you guys do is just like a little pitter all the time.
No, how about this? Do you know the average?
Even on rain is apologetic.
Okay, as a golfer, I can tell you this. What's the average rainfall, the precipitation in London every year, average, versus Washington, D.C. average, okay? Let me tell you, in Washington, D.C., it's 44.2 inches average. What is the average every year in London?
In London, well, half that.
Exactly right. The difference is you can get in 1 hour here what it might take 3 days in England. And in England, we have like 17 adjectives for rain. Misting, hissing, drizzling. They don't have any of these words in America.
Sounds like
there's 2 words in America, rain and hurricane.
Well, that really explains our countries, too.
No, there aren't any adjectives for it. It's just rain and hurricane in America.
Yeah. Let's go to Michael in London. Michael, we are now, of course, awaiting the speech from President Trump. That's what we're looking forward to now. We've changed the mood a little. There was uncertainty tonight, and now we're looking forward to the speech, and we're waving our flags and we're topping up our glasses of Prosecco, Michael.
Well, I thought Doogie there in the torrential rain was just quite a scene, He looked like he was having great fun. But look, the latest is that the United States Secret Service have said in the last few minutes that the screening area will reopen shortly for those who evacuated the site. They're going to require people to go back through security and the magnetometers, the metal detectors there. They're still retaining their prohibited item list, so people won't be able to carry things through. But they're reopening the site. I think the National Weather Service has lifted its warnings now. So the reality is that it looks like they're going to give about an hour for the crowd, as much of the crowd as they can, to get back in to watch the president deliver his remarks. That must be the plan, I think.
Absolutely, and we think he's going to deliver them from outside the Lincoln Memorial. One of my favourite amazing pieces of architecture in this city. It's going to be absolutely beautiful because it will be lit up. This whole city at the moment is lit up incredibly in red, white and blue throughout the evening. They have a well, how would you describe what they have on the Washington Monument at the moment, Hillary? It's like it's a light show, but tells the story.
That's right. It's I would say a story mural.
Yeah.
A historical story mural.
In lasers which are beamed onto the Washington Monument, Michael.
Yes.
Yes, the monument is an obelisk that's 555 feet tall, and they have an 18-minute display that they're going to show. That was the plan anyway, which is about the history of the United States, from colonial times to the Declaration of the Independence, right the way through to the space age. So they've prepared this sort of 18-minute display, which is a projection onto the monument, which is a monument to George Washington, completed in 1884. Interestingly, it's made of 2 different shades of marble because the construction was suspended in the 1850s when they ran out of money, and when they restarted the construction, Bev, they used a marble from a different quarry, so it ends up being in 2 different colours. But that's part of the event of the evening, where they're going to have the history of the United States depicted on a projection onto the Washington Monument.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Michael. And I always notice the slightly change in colour whenever I walk or drive past it, because you can see the 2 different types of stone that were used. And fascinatingly, I think, no mortar. Not a lick of mortar is used in the building of that. It is purely the weight and the angle of those phenomenal slabs of rock,
Yeah, it's very Romanesque in terms of the way that they design things. And actually, I have a little trick for all the foreigners and visitors. When I first moved to Washington, that you see all these memorials, and I couldn't remember which one was which, the Lincoln, the Jefferson. I always say Jefferson with the curved F and the curved S is the curved dome roof. Lincoln with the hard, sound is the square of the Lincoln Memorial when you're driving past.
The Jefferson Memorial is by far my favourite.
They're both beautiful. Beautiful.
It's beautiful. Right, we're going to go back to Tiffany to find out what's happening down at the Mall, podcast host and temporary GBNews reporter for tonight, Tiffany. We are so grateful for your contribution this evening. Tiffany Marie Brannan now joining us from down on the Mall. What's happening?
what are friends for? What are friends of GBNews for, right, Bob? So what they've done now is that I walked down from the other gate where I was earlier to the other side, which is the original area you had to come through for security. And as you can see, there was kind of a huge coup. It was very difficult. I asked the Secret Service officer what the deal was. He accused me of leaving and coming back. It was crazy and it was really rude. But then here you have all the people that are waiting. They're all waiting to get re-credentialed, and they come back through here, and then they come back down this area, all the way back down to the entrance. And there's some shouting now. They're screaming USA, a lot of them. And they're just kind of like it's actually incredible how many people have come back who probably went home to their hotels thinking the night was over, saw Trump's post, and have just come back. I mean, if I go over there, they'll kick me out, so I can't go that close. But you can just see there are hundreds and hundreds of people that have come back, and it is raining heavier than ever at the moment. It's just picked up again, and so these people are all rushing back in to try to get their seats behind me. I feel like I'm at Disneyland opening day or something.
And are you going to go back in, Tiffany? What's your plan?
Well, originally, before that guy was really awful to me and was yelling at me and accusing me of things, I was like, sir, you could be nice to me, all right? My taxpayer pay your salary. But he said if I went out, I'd have... I love it. Well, it was rude. I said, oh, okay, what's the deal? He's like, well, you've been out. I said, no, I didn't. He's like, yeah, you did. And I go, and I'm a very honest person. I was like, no, I didn't. Why would you accuse me of doing something I didn't do? I said, you can watch me on GB News. I've been on the whole time. But he said if I went out, I did. I pulled up X. I was like, I was on the news. But if I went out, I would have to wait in line with all these hundreds. I mean, there's got to be 2,000 people that have come back. This goes back all the way through that street, all the way down, the way down those streets on both 15th and 14th, down where Pennsylvania and Constitution meet, both of those streets. So now you just see people. There's still a couple of people that have given up, that are maybe tired and leaving. And then the rest, though, it's just massive amounts of people that have gone and got umbrellas, maybe changed their shoes. There's babies. Bev, there's old people, there's babies, there's people in strollers, there's people in wheelchairs. So I think I'm just gonna stick it out, because at this point, it doesn't make sense to go. I've stuck it out for all this amount. Might as well stay for the full shebang. Might as well join the crowd.
Well, we would love it if you would. We would love it if you would, because our viewers are loving seeing you tonight, Tiffany. And I have to say, our viewers are also very excited about your outfit. They love your star-spangled jacket that you're wearing tonight.
The back is great. I'll show you the back another time. So I think actually they may have locked me out of the gate, and I might have to go through security all over again anyway. So this is going to be really fun.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well,
so
we will leave you. We will leave you to hustle. If anyone can get in, Tiffany, it is you. If you need me to speak to someone, you know where I am. I don't know how much I can do from here, but good luck. You have your American spirit.
Miserable.
Oh, you do not want to have to stand in that queue for a long time.
It's a massive
right, thank you, Tiffany.
It makes me think that they're not going to start these fireworks or the speech on time, considering no one's gone back inside yet.
Oh, what a mess. What a chaos.
Are we okay to stay till 3 a.m. now?
Well, yeah, I think we're going to be...
at 2 a.m. I was thinking...
Who's on at lunchtime tomorrow? We're going to end up doing Nana a quiz show at this rate, aren't we? Right, Tiffany, thank you so much. We will drop back in with you shortly.
I will say one thing. This is the miracle of modern technology at work, because the fact that President Trump was able to truth out and people saw that and then went back, that wouldn't have happened 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Nobody could have seen that. There was absolutely no way to communicate with people unless they actually got back to a hotel room and watched television. They wouldn't have known. So I do think that's rather amazing and fascinating.
They bring you some breaking news. Brooklyn Bridge in New York is apparently on fire following the 4th of July fireworks display we are hearing. So much for Mamdani having that city under control.
Just come right at me for having that joke.
We will bring you some pictures of that if we hear it. So according to news reports at the moment, Brooklyn Bridge in New York is on fire following the 4th of July fireworks display that We don't know anything else at this point, but we will bring you anything as we know it. Let me go to your says, because I've been neglecting you at home this evening, you guys. As you've seen, I haven't actually stopped talking now. How long have we been on air for? 10 o'clock. I've been not stopped talking for 3 hours. I've got a piece of cheese and cracker there that's calling my name and I'm desperate to eat it, but I haven't had a break. We have had no weather. We talked about the weather. We've had no weather. We've got no advert breaks. What are you telling me, Mally?
I'm not telling you anything. I was just waiting. You said you were going to read out from the
okay. Well, let me see what you've been saying at home. Paul says, growing up in the 70s, everyone was very patriotic in the UK, but in the last 20 to 30 years, we seem to have been indoctrinated into thinking that our history is all bad and should not be celebrated. It is a real shame. I totally agree with you, Paul. Let's have a look. What else are you saying?
But see, that's amazing that he said growing up in England in the 70s that it was so patriotic. You see, I came to America and didn't think it was as patriotic even in England. I mean, I never saw a Union Jack flying. Nobody flew them anywhere. No one threw them in their gardens. You know, I don't think so.
Well, we did for coronations and jubilees and street parties, but it was purely occasional.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. During my time in the UK, loved it, loved the experience. But like, I don't remember like any day or celebration that was like the July 4th equivalent. Not at all. Now, mind you, I was mostly drinking or studying, not necessarily in that order.
Yeah.
But I just like nothing comes to mind.
And when you said earlier, Bev, you were totally right about St. George's Day. Most people, I don't think they can even name the date when St. George's Day is. It's just never been a celebration versus St. Patrick's Day has.
What is St. George's Day?
Well,
it is the patron saint of England.
England. As opposed
and by the way,
to Great Britain.
In America,
England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, obviously.
Yes, and in America, everybody's in for St. Patrick's Day, St. Patrick's Day. And I always say, you remember, during the Second World War, they didn't send all their boys to die with us. And in fact, in Ireland, they actually left their lights on at night to guide the Luftwaffe so that they could bomb Liverpool and the military places. So I always say, like, why? And again, nothing against the Irish or anyone with Irish heritage, but you have to, no, but seriously, not against them. But the point is, why are we so in for St. Patrick's Day in America versus St. George's Day?
Because we Irish have a lot of fun.
Doogie puts those Yanks walking away from a light shower to shame, says Testy on Tyneside. And also, Doogie is the SAS of reporting. I admire that lad. 10 out of 10. Our kid, they say. Right, we're going to bring that breaking news. Brooklyn Bridge in New York is on fire following the 4th of July fireworks display. We've got some pictures for you now. Let's have a quick look. Oh, it really is on fire. Yeah. Oh, that really is on fire. So
wow, is that from fireworks,
it
maybe?
looks like it was on fire during the fireworks, clearly. We've still got fireworks going on in the background from what we're seeing here. Did one of them perhaps set the bridge alight at the time? I mean, that looks like something significantly is ablaze there on
Well, I know with how
Bridge.
dry it is, the fireworks have been a problem because like my parents in North Carolina, their neighborhood's firework display, they're putting it off another day or two because it's so dry.
Really, because it's just too much of a risk and you can start a fire.
Start a fire.
Yeah. Yep. Well, we will bring you any more on that as we know it, but as you can see, that does look like a significant fire. I'm going to ask a really stupid question here, and I'm not afraid to do so. But what is the Brooklyn Bridge made of? Let's go to Michael Ellis. He might know a bit more of that. Is any of Brooklyn Bridge still wooden in structure? I'm guessing we're seeing metal and concrete here, Michael. If so, what's on fire?
Well, unconfirmed reports at the moment, Bev, but it looks like a pallet of pyrotechnics is actually what has caught fire on the bridge. So I think they were probably using the bridge as a vantage point from which to set off the fireworks. And it is an uncontrolled fire because the fireworks appear to have ignited the pallet that was containing a large quantity of pyrotechnics for the show. Apparently the show has been stopped and the fire department of New York are responding. These reports are unconfirmed at the moment, but we can clearly see that there is an incident, an out-of-control situation on the bridge. And you will, of course, if that happens, there is an explosion danger as well. And you'll see fireworks going off in all directions in an uncontrolled fashion.
Yeah.
And so that is an incident that they'll want to very quickly respond to because there have been very serious incidents in the past with a conflagration and explosion danger with fireworks that are out of control.
Do we have any idea whether the bridge was closed during the fireworks, Michael?
I would have thought it would have been. In Washington, for the huge fireworks display that is due to take place later, The 10 sites they've chosen are quite remote, and 8 of them are on barges in the Potomac River. And part of the reason, and they do the same thing in London, Bev, when we have the New Year's Eve fireworks display, they use barges on the River Thames, partly because there is a fire risk with so many pyrotechnics, and it's a bit safer to have them on board a barge on a river. But there are land sites as well, and so here we probably see an example, if these reports of the route of this fire are true, here we see an example where I'm sure they would have closed the bridge, because it would have been an incredible distraction for road users to have had those fireworks go off while they were driving on the bridge. But we can't be sure, of course, because they could have been, the plan might have been to ignite the fireworks from an elevated position on the bridge rather than at road level. But I suspect they were at road level, and the fire department will now be responding.
Okay, fantastic. We're going to be keeping a very close eye on that. Michael, let's talk to Louise Mensch, because Louise, this is your neck of the woods, isn't it? You live near here. What do you make of it? How significant will this be if Brooklyn Bridge is damaged?
Oh, it would be incredibly significant. Yes, I'm a New Yorker. I live in Harlem, drive across the Brooklyn Bridge all the time. It's one of the major arteries that goes in and out of the city. And if it is closed, that's going to be very, very difficult for traffic and for work. I suppose it's a blessing that it's a Saturday night. I will say that FDNY, the fire department, absolutely the best in America, as we saw on 9/11. If anybody can get this under control, they can, and I have every confidence that they will. But President Trump, let's face it, we were having a bit of joke about Mamdani pulling off the fireworks, and earlier I was saying that it's better to have a disappointment than a tragedy. I think President Trump is going to feel quite smug that in DC they decided not to risk setting off fireworks during a lightning storm, and perhaps that was the right and the prudent thing to do. I'm actually pretty, as somebody that didn't vote for him, I'm pretty proud of President Trump tonight. I think he's shown a lot of leadership in a very tough situation, especially bringing in the veterans, because in America, as an American, you know, we are the land of the free because of the brave. And we all hope that he was going to bring the country together. And I think in the way that he has managed this storm and the way that he is going to go on and speak, he is already beginning to bring the country together on what's been a rough night in a lot of American cities.
Yeah, very much so. And what do you make, though, Louise, about the fact that he was posting that he was going to reopen the gates to the mall without maybe considering that that would cause that instant rush of people down there? Maybe that messaging should have been a little bit more directed at the crowds and said, you know, stay calm, take the advice, or keep watching this website, we will tell you where to go, something like that. I guess his enthusiasm got the better of him.
Look, you know, President Trump, he is a consummate showman, and for him, the show must go on. As well as being the president and the leader of America, he is a consummate showman. I don't think anybody, even his biggest fans, would say that tonight is the greatest logistical triumph that his administration has ever had. Let's just put it like that. However, I think the reason that the speech is happening at 11 and not any earlier is in order that the Secret Service can put people through those security gates again. The number one issue here is safety. The number one issue is the people's safety, but also the president's safety. And they are leaving enough time to make sure that when he does deliver that speech, it will be in a safe and orderly manner. So there's lots of blame to go around. There's blame for Mamdani. There's a bit of blame, I think, for Trump and the way that concert was handled. However, it's all going to come right in the end. And as he said, if we got through D-Day, we can get through anything. At the end of the day, I think we will be proud of the way that we came together and the speech that he's going to deliver.
Yeah, Benedict, let me come to you. We've not heard from you for a little while now. I just keep thinking how this might be handled this evening through the newspapers in the next couple of days, through the reporters, those who hate President Trump and those who love him, because there are metaphors aplenty this evening, are there not?
There are. I mean, listen, newspapers exist to be sold. They need stories to sell, and as you quite rightly noted, lots of people dislike Donald Trump, and they quite like the idea that everything he touches goes catastrophically wrong. But listen, America is a country that was founded quite literally off the sort of seat of the pants stuff. It was done very much off the cuff. It was explosive. It was haphazard, but it worked. So in many ways, actually, I think that there's something quite fitting about the fact that none of this has quite gone to plan. So, you know, bits of it here and there are going wrong, and OK, there's a stray fire here and, you know, a lightning strike there. But that's fine, because ultimately that's a lot of what American culture is about. It's about trying things. It's not about a safety-first attitude. It's about, you know, it's a nation of pioneers, of frontiersmen. That's ultimately always what it's been. The United States didn't get to the moon by going, ooh, everything here needs to be ultra-safe above all else. So, OK, it's been a little haphazard, so who cares? As long as he delivers a good speech, that's what people will remember. In a couple of years' time, frankly, in a couple of weeks' time, people will forget about the odd fire or the odd lightning strike.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are joyous here in the studio because we've just seen the picture pop up on screen of the stage. The lights are lit, the crowds are going back. It's going to be the most spectacular revival of an evening that we thought was a write-off. We saw the rains coming down in Philadelphia. We've seen the crowds getting a little bit damp in Washington, D.C. We've seen the lightning across the sky. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is the Salute to America stage back in lights. There may not be the crowd that there would have been had this not happened. In fact, I think it's fair to say, Hillary, that there will not be the crowd. But the very fact that the number of people are coming back in. Can you talk about this while I eat some cheese for a minute, please?
Yes. But when you see there, look at that. Look at the crowds coming back. To me, you know what all of this says? All of this is a testament to perseverance. President Trump, this is what leadership is about. President Trump could easily have said, oh, you know, well, I'll do it from the White House, the Oval Office, as we thought it would be because of the lightning and the danger, etc. But he was so determined and persevered. That is what a leader does. And again, I was saying earlier that I think it's the miracle of modern technology. People are paying attention to President Trump. We now know they're reading his truths. Otherwise, they would have all gone home. Half of them could have been asleep by now. So they're reading his truths. They're taking his lead, and they are going back. We're seeing people flooding in right now. And when you saw the stage alight, I think that is actually like a metaphor for what he's doing for America. He's lighting everybody up. No pun intended. He's firing everybody up. And I think that's what's really important about this evening. It is an indication and a bellwether of where we are at as a nation. People are paying attention to our president and the way he's leading. There are certain other presidents, Mally, that would have been home in bed asleep by now.
And look at that. Freedom on the Washington Monument, freedom in lights.
I mean,
what does that mean to you as an American? That is not a word that you ever hear our politicians say. They're frightened of their people being free. We're not free to say what we want. We're not free to go where we want or do what we want. Imagine a country in which you celebrate the very concept of freedom. You don't know how lucky you are, Mally Smith.
I feel lucky every day to be an American.
Good.
So a few things. First, yeah, you wouldn't see that in the UK because you guys jail people over speech.
Exactly.
Hurty words.
Second, on your little jab there about Biden being asleep, Biden flew to Ukraine during the Russian-Ukraine war and gave a speech.
How much money did he take from his private company while he was there?
Gave a speech to the Ukrainians, which was a very brave thing to do. It was much more dangerous than delaying a speech for America 250, but I just had to get that back at Hillary. And then third, on the logistics of this event, I do wonder what this will look like, because if Tiffany is correct, if our weather correspondent Tiffany is correct,
our new meteorologist,
he would be giving a speech at the Lincoln Memorial, and I guess, Bev, they would project this somewhere on the screen. Because, like, what we're seeing, if Tiffany's correct, is not where he's going to give the speech.
That's right. So,
yes,
well,
right.
We presume that there is, here we go, breaking news. GBNews can confirm that President Trump has left the White House and he has departed for the National Mall to deliver his historic speech. He has left the White House. We may hear the sirens going past this building any minute now, and he's departed for the National Mall to deliver his historic speech. Now, that would suggest that perhaps he's going to be there.
I think that if he said he was leaving the White House, he was leaving the White House, and that's maybe, so it's two things. People saw him truth, and also they probably might have been moving to see him actually and see the convoy, because we're obviously all very close together right there. But if he's at the Lincoln Memorial, he'll take a different route. He'll go around. I think we can see there right now, you can see a lot of those seats are still empty, but we can see from further over on the mall, they were coming down and filing in. So they probably have only certain entrances because they won't have the whole thing open, blockade-wise.
And it's clearly clearly throwing it down. We've got the cameraman there wiping the front of the lens,
yes.
not realising it's being broadcast here to the two
Get
Great
a real
Britain.
close-up.
But he's doing his best for us. Is that Ben? It might be. No, Ben is with the other Ben.
I don't know if Tiffany is right about this because, the way that screen looks, I don't know how you would project the speech onto it because there's this big hole. Unless they have a projector screen that comes down.
That I don't know. No, yeah.
Because it would just look weird.
I've never seen anything like that because I've never seen a president actually that's something that's going to be original. I've never seen a president broadcast from the Lincoln Memorial. We haven't ever seen that. Now Martin Luther King did speak there, but I can't remember a president broadcasting from there. Can you?
The Lincoln Memorial.
Yeah, I don't.
I don't know.
Not in our lifetimes that I remember.
Maybe there was a lower profile speech from one of the presidents we're missing.
No, but I can't remember. I just think of Martin Luther King there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's bring in Claire. Sorry, I'm having a snack, everybody. You normally catch me in the ad break, but as you've noticed, we've been on air for 3.25 hours now. There is no ad break. There is no weather. No toilet breaks. I'm having a little snack. Claire Muldoon, what a pleasure that you have joined us this evening at 3:15 in the morning in London. Thank you so much.
Claire, heroine.
Claire, well done. We hope you've enjoyed the first part of your evening as you take us through into breakfast. Claire, we thought it was going to be a fairly straightforward evening. We thought we were going to see President Trump speak. We were going to be doing lots of political analysis. We were going to watch some musical acts and some incredible flyovers. Instead, it's been somewhat unpredictable, but you've just arrived in time, Claire, for what should be the most fun part of the evening. Well done, you.
Well, I can't wait. I did draw the line at the cowboy hats that the kids used to see Zach Bryan at Tottenham Hotspur last week. I didn't think the panel would want to engage in wearing anything like that anyway. I thought this might actually be over and we'd be using this as a kind of like a post-Trump speech, but clearly not. So I'm really looking forward to sitting back, relaxing, wish we had the fizz on the go, to listen to his landmark speech of 250 years of freedom for the United States. There has been some jocular activity north of the border, however, saying to people there, look, if you want independence, look how America have done with it, so let's not go with it, just keep it with the Brits and keep us safe, really.
Absolutely. And this idea of freedom, Claire, what does that mean to us as Brits in 2026 as we see America really genuinely take it for granted? To appreciate it. Do we take it for granted?
Well, I think we did take it for granted until Starmer came in, because he's now trying to encroach, in my view, the complete ridiculousness of trying to limit our freedom of thought, our freedom of speech, our freedom of living, almost, because we can't seem to do anything. It's almost as if we are locked up in some form of parallel universe in a gulag. Chomsky couldn't have written it, Bev. So, yes, I think that is, it's definitely something that we have to maintain, and maintain rigorously, our freedom and the freedom of every single person on this earth, as much as we possibly can.
Yeah, and not take it for granted.
Exactly.
I think it was Peter Hitchens who said it's freedom is like clean air and clean water. You don't realise how much you appreciate it until it's gone. And I think that is just so absolutely true. Michael, have you got an update for us on the Brooklyn Bridge and what's happening in New York?
Yes, Bev. Well, the Brooklyn Bridge has had a bit of a drama this evening because whilst the 4th of July fireworks display was in progress, it appears as though a pallet of pyrotechnics caught fire. The Brooklyn Bridge is a cable suspension bridge. It's steel and tarmac. Built in 1883 is when it opened. 5 lanes of traffic. It's 1.1 miles in length. It looks like the fire is now under control. 272 feet high. The fire department of New York has responded very quickly, and we think the fire is now under control.
Okay, great. Well, that's good to hear, because we were watching this situation fairly closely. Right, look, we can see now in one of the control centres, just by the side of the stage, that is Ivana Trump and President Trump, her father. Sorry, it's Melania. Okay, we think that's Melania and President Trump there in one of the rooms, looking at what is happening there. What channel is he watching? He's not watching GBNews. How dare he? They've got Fox News on there trying to work out what is happening. We do know that President Trump was watching Fox News when he saw some veterans talking about how disappointed they were, and he said that is what galvanized him and inspired him to come out and speak. And he said if they can survive the battles that they've been through, we can survive a little bit of poor weather. So there he is, obviously gathering himself together. He's talking to the officials. Now this for me is classic President Trump. He won't leave it to somebody else, Claire, to sort out. He'll be there organising, talking to the officials and taking, not taking instruction, but making suggestions. I can imagine many leaders that would sit back and wait for the advisors to tell him what's happening. Look at him, he's in charge there.
Yeah, I mean, this is a man who is definitely, he encapsulates all the virtues of being a leader. He's got the power, he's got the control. Well, in his own mind, I think he thinks he's got the control. Clearly, he even can't control the weather. However, it's so refreshing to see a man not only of his age, his stature, but the fact he is the president of the free world, actually present. You know, it's in the name, presidents. Yeah. And, you know, it's really refreshing to see that. And I hope we get to hear his speech. I can't wait to hear what he unpacks. I hope he doesn't bring up the Pope, because the Pope not only is American, but he's the Pope of all Catholics in the world. So leave the Pope to Lampedusa, leave that, park that, and deal with what he has to deal with, being the President of the United States, celebrating 250 years of liberation.
I totally agree with that.
Now, this is interesting. We're having a Gogglebox moment here. We're just watching President Trump watching himself, and the shot that we're looking at, he's watching on Fox. Oh, there we go, he's waving. So he's waving at the screen now. He's turning around. There we go. He's seeing the cameras there.
We need a selfie. We need a selfie.
And he's waving. He's waving to the camera because he knows he's on TV now. I have to say, I'm also somewhat relieved that he's got Melania with him. I was talking to somebody that's fairly well connected to the White House this week, and they were saying there was aspects of the state fair that they were disappointed in, the organisation of it. It wasn't brilliantly done, the fair itself. It was a little bit... It didn't look great. It was a little bit tacky in places. It just wasn't terribly stylish. It was a bit basic. And this person said to me, I wish it had been a Melania event, because she would have made it beautiful and she would have made it perfect.
That's a very good point.
Isn't it?
The White House, how she decorated it for Christmas. She does it every year, and she does it so tasteful. Also, there's been a lot of issues with regard to setting up the actual celebrations in terms of what was on the mall from the organisation that it was, and then the Freedom 250. So I think there were two conflicting organisations. There wasn't a good job publicising it because the American public wasn't, in general, at large, very aware of it. And I do think whoever, or those in charge, weren't thinking about what is the real draw here. If they'd say had, for example, a celebrity from each state, it would have been absolutely packed. Also, a lot of people were dissuaded from going due to the weather, and also because of the security issues. You weren't allowed to take your water. I think there was a lot of concerns with regard to the heat and families.
The other thing that I think is reassuring about seeing Melania there is we know that she's really concerned about the safety.
Yeah.
Yes. And in the way that President Trump can probably be a little bit gung-ho, like most 80-year-old men that most of us know. They're of a different age, they're of a different time, and I just love that indefatigable spirit that he represents. We know that at the White House Correspondents' Association dinner, when Melania's talked about it, she was scared that night, and she was saying, no, we're going home. It really, really shook her that occasion. So it doesn't surprise me that she's there right at the front, trying to make the decisions about what's the right thing to do, Mally.
Yeah, and I think the good thing about this, even though it's an outside event, which is much harder to secure, the Secret Service and the DC Police are going to understand the sight lines in an event that's on the National Mall way better than a random event in some sort of state. And also, too, a lot of these buildings are federal buildings, so they're way more secure than your average, building commercial. Obviously, we're hoping this is a safe event. I think it's going to be one. I think I'm more worried about the old folks out there with how hot it is and how long they've been out there. That's a safety concern. So hopefully they have organizers for Freedom 250 handing out water bottles and doing the best they can. The one good thing about the storm is it probably did cool it down a bit. And as it's getting later, it's getting cooler.
Yes.
But if these folks have been out for a really long time, they're probably getting fatigued.
Can I just interrupt you? We can see President Trump is doing a a voice call with somebody there. It looks like he's doing a FaceTime or a WhatsApp video call. Not WhatsApp. Nobody in America seems to use WhatsApp.
He was not using WhatsApp.
No, he doesn't. I can tell you that for a fact.
Bev,
he doesn't use WhatsApp. I know. Well, he's clearly on the phone. I probably shouldn't interrupt him right now. But it's amazing, isn't it, to think that...
Call him.
He's just... I'm not going to call him right now.
We can see him reject your call.
Live time.
I think, but this is just so interesting. He's right there at the coalface, the decision-making process. He's clearly coordinating. He's clearly liaising with people, trying to work out what the right thing is to do here.
And you know what I love about it also, with you, the point that you made earlier, Bev, about Melania being the one that was really concerned about his security. All of the speculation about their relationship, I think it's wonderful because it demonstrates how much she loves him and she's really protective of him. And a woman that is out of a marriage and doesn't love her husband wouldn't behave the way she does.
Where is this video? Is this the White House, or have they driven somewhere? Or
what are we looking at here?
This is at the event?
I believe this is the sort of control centre next to the stage.
Okay.
It looks like it, yeah, down at the mall. It appears to be. We think, and I mean, you know, it's rather unusual because the cameraman who's working for the event has chosen to focus on this picture. I don't know how happy they would be maybe about this, but clearly they can see all the images. They know what they're doing. Just to be clear, this isn't a GB News camera we're looking at here. This is the feed from the White House, from the Freedom 250 event. This is the same feed that everybody's getting. All the channels are getting the same feed at the moment. Now, I don't know whether he's talking to Fox News. It could be that he's talking directly to a news channel. I know he's popped up on there this evening. No, he's not. They're on an ad break, so don't bother turning over. And in fact, let's wait and see. He's clearly, you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me a little bit of when you see a boxer before a fight or an NBA team in the locker room beforehand, or a Formula One driver in the garage before they've got to go and drive. Like this is his moment. This is going to be a huge event for President Trump tonight. He was so pleased. Let's go back to London. Louise, I was just saying, he was so pleased about the fact that he is president today on the 250th anniversary of American independence. And when we were at a Christmas event, he actually made a joke about the fact that he said, I was actually pleased that the last election was stolen from me, because otherwise it would have been somebody else in power this time around, because he would have served his 2 terms consecutively, of course. And he was saying it's funny how things work out. Very positive mindset the president has. As I say, he's of that particular generation. Louise, just your thoughts as we sit here now, knowing that he will be taken to the stage in about 35 minutes.
Look, I mean, obviously, I have to say the election was not stolen, but nonetheless, he lost that election, and now, really remarkably, that he came back non-sequentially to win a second election, which he absolutely did fair and square. He is the president of all Americans, including me, during the 250th celebration, and that is something to be proud of. I mean, he should be watching GB News because he's going to miss your spectacular dress. I've been trying to say that all night. It really is amazing how you are dressed up, but you are dressed up for the biggest party in American history. This is the latest and the greatest, and perhaps people are going to remember this as one of the greatest July the 4ths ever, because as various of your panelists have said, we have shown our resilience as a nation, and President Trump is exemplifying that resilience, going out in this weather, making sure the show goes on. And the most important thing that happened tonight was always going to be his speech. He is the president for the entire nation, and he has made sure personally that this night is not a washout, it's not a write-off. The most important thing is going to happen, because as Americans, we always drive through and we always get it done. And I really applaud him for doing that. I think it shows immense leadership in this moment.
Benedict, what do you make of the fact that he's there, clearly watching TV, testing the mood of what's going on outside? He's not locked away in an office, detached from the public and what the public are seeing and the public are doing. What does that tell us about him?
Well, I mean, we all know, of course, we've touched upon the fact that he's a showman, that actually he embraces the adoration as much as he embraces the hatred. It's all energy for him, ultimately, and you know he's able to harness that, and I think use it to spur him on from whatever direction it comes. I'm always sort of amazed by how I'd say that this sort of applies to many politicians in some ways, but it's taken to an extreme degree with Donald Trump. Fortune and good luck plays a huge part in any politician's life. The number of times that things have just fallen for him, in just as one example, good moments where he's photographed at particular angles at particular moments because he just happens to be in the right place at the right time. It just, even after the assassination attempt, whereas, you know, you might be thinking it's a terrifying situation, somebody's nearly killed you, and actually what is it we all remember from that moment? It's the iconic photograph that was printed on every newspaper across the world that many people saw at that moment and thought, that's it, that's the election, he'll win it, just based off that. I'm also struck by the fact that, of course, in a week or two's time, he's going to be handing over the World Cup to whoever wins that. Again, an iconic moment. These things just keep on falling for him, whether it's a summit with the leader of North Korea, or whether or not he's in Israel and everybody in the Knesset has stood applauding him and thanking him for his role in resolving the conflict in Gaza. It just seems to keep falling into his lap. And obviously, I think, you know, fortune favours the audacious, and he's a very audacious person. And actually, these things just keep on going his way. A lot of that is down to his own talent, his ability to riff on things, his ability to just sort of speak from the hip, so to speak. But, you know, that's him in a nutshell. He is the consummate showman, whether it's going well, whether it's going poorly. He embraces it all. He uses it as part of the routine, and it always just somehow seems to keep coming off. As you say, even losing an election, it turns out, has gone rather well for him.
Absolutely. Well, if you are just joining us at 3:30 in the morning in the UK, well done. I hope you've had a great night out. And no, you're not imagining things. This is a picture of President Trump and his wife Melania watching television. That's what we're watching right now, because the events of this evening, Salute to America Festival, had to be cancelled earlier today. We were meant to be several hours into it by now. We should have been 3.5 hours into the concert by now. In fact, this is the moment at which President Trump would have been in the middle of his speech. If you've just come back from a very late night out, you're not that drunk. He isn't speaking. We're looking at him watching TV. He is, however, going to speak. We know that he's going to be talking in about half an hour's time. We don't know at the moment how it's going to change his speech this evening, but of course it will. It will give him more determination, I'm sure, to go on air and to make the most of what's happened, to turn it around, Claire, because he won't let this go because he thinks like a television person, Claire Muldoon, because he's always been involved in television in some way, particularly obviously his time on The Apprentice. He sees a narrative and he sees the jeopardy and he sees the twists in the tail, and he will make the most of this, Claire.
He definitely will. He ultimately will, because as Benedict quite rightly said, he is the ultimate showman. We've seen this. We know this about him. And he thrives on this. The adrenaline that man must have pumping through his veins must be phenomenal, really, to keep him going. And it's that keeps him going. That and his country and his pride. He's a very, very proud man. So he will have these resilient qualities. We've spoken about his virtues long before. The only thing he'll be really bereft as we discussed just the other evening, but he will make it his own, you know, as he does. You know, his dance, the way he's picked up, as Benedict said, the way things fall into place for him. I mean, history will be, gosh, I think kinder to him than more critical, I think.
I hope so. Yeah, I think you're right. Who knows? I mean, we've got another 2 and a bit years of this presidency to go. Sometimes it feels like absolutely anything could happen, Michael. When you see him stood here like this on this incredibly historic and special day, how do you think history will remember President Trump? If, for instance, he has 2 fairly straightforward years with no major dramas between now and the time that he hands over the baton, how will he be remembered?
I think he'll be remembered quite well. One thing I think is certain is that he will be remembered as a leader who was prepared to make decisions. Many countries in the Western world at the moment are run by political pygmies, frankly, people who are not prepared to make decisions. They find in President Trump someone who has political courage. He actually has physical courage as well, as he's shown when it comes to the assassination attempts, and it hasn't stopped him doing what he wants to do. But he has political courage in that he makes decisions. His decisions aren't always necessarily correct. They're not always the right decisions. He's not perfect in the decisions that he makes and the things that he says. But at least he's prepared to make decisions, whereas so many other leaders, Western leaders in particular at the moment, they want to listen to focus groups, they want to listen to opinion polls, they want to follow newspaper headlines. It's groupthink. And President Trump is someone who actually has the courage of his convictions. And that's one of the main focuses. And I'm reminded, actually, Bev, of an anecdote about Air Force One. We talked earlier, some hours ago now, about Air Force One and the new Air Force One. And there's a story about its paint job, which is quite interesting. And I think this has President Trump's fingerprints on it, because the new Air Force One, the gift of the Qatari royal family, has a different paint job. It's the first new paint job since the Kennedy era. And he had it painted in a deep navy blue, with gold and red stripes and all the rest of it. Well, all the recommendations from safety experts was that you can't paint the aircraft a deep navy blue because it heats the aircraft up 30 degrees hotter than a white colour or a pale colour would do. And for some time, they blocked. The federal aviation authorities were saying, no, it's not the right thing to do. And here we see the new Air Force One, now in use about 4 days, and it has the deep navy blue on it. So I think that has President Trump's fingerprints on it. He's a decision maker, and he doesn't let things like storms stop him.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that anecdote. We've seen Howard Lutnick there. I think he's the Secretary of Commerce now, isn't he? In the room there with President Trump and Melania. We don't know who is going to be there this evening. We did hear, there he is, looking out over the crowds. We did hear from Tiffany earlier that she thought there were quite a few seats empty in the VIP area this evening. Doesn't surprise me from what I've heard as well. A lot of people were put off by the heat today. They weren't thrilled about the idea of sitting in those seats for several hours in what could be over 90-degree heat, even in the evening. Melania, of course, looking absolutely gorgeous, like she always does. I'm not going to be sexist and ask you about that, Hillary. I'm going to be incredibly progressive and ask Mally what you think about the way Melania looks tonight.
I think Melania looks beautiful.
She always does, doesn't she?
Yeah, she does.
Is that it? Is that all you've got?
It's not my area of expertise,
Oh,
Bev.
Mally, Malbert. She looks great. She's just always so pulled together, Hillary.
No, she is, and I think what I've just mentioned before, but I think to me what's so impressive is obviously her concern. You mentioned aptly there, Bev, regarding the White House dinner, how concerned she was for President Trump's safety, and I think there are always those naysayers who want to spread ghastly, you know, propaganda about like, oh, the state of their marriage, and she doesn't like President Trump either. But I think this shows her love for him, her concern for him in terms of safety, and she's right there making decisions with him, which I think says all you need to know about their marriage.
Yeah, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, is this Don Jr.? Yeah, Donald Trump Jr. It looks like
arrived.
Just arrived as well. And let's see who else is in the room
short
there.
Guy behind them all.
I don't know. I'd love to know who that guy is in the background.
He's going to be blunt. He is a good deal shorter than the rest of those people.
But he looks like maybe he's security or something because he's just standing behind everybody.
Yeah.
And
this
got
is
their backs to him.
Granddaughter Kai.
Kai, the golfer.
Yeah. The golfer.
Yes, she's wearing almost looks like a golf skirt there.
Yeah,
a little bit short for that.
And is that another grandkid? There's a little boy next to her.
Yeah, I think he has 11 grandchildren, doesn't he?
Oh, Mark Wayne Mullen, Secretary of Homeland Security, is there.
Oh, he is. Yes, indeed, he is, with his wife, I presume. So we don't know where everybody's been, hiding from the rain. They are all gathering. They have come back by the looks of it. I imagine most of them would have waited around in the area because, let's face it, if there was any possibility that he would be back for the speech, you wouldn't have made it, you wouldn't have hot-footed it home, would you? What are we going to hear from this speech, Hillary? Let's think now. I can guarantee we will have the line, we used to be a dead country, and now we're the hottest country in the world. That you hear every single time.
We do. I'm hoping, well, what he's going to say and what I want him to say are two completely different things. I really hope he can take this opportunity with the eyes of the nation on him, use this as something that's uniting our nation. I do think it was wonderful, his truth post, because that took pure leadership, really, to say that he's going to go ahead no matter what. And when he talked about our boys, you know, in the Second World War and storming the beaches, I think that was a great testament to not only the military, but that's literally a study of leadership. Now, with regard to what he's going to say, every politician never needs to rally their base in a speech. Look, all the Republicans that are MAGA base, the MAGA base, are going to vote for him. What he needs to do is he needs to appeal to the independents, those in the middle who really can sway between a Democrat or a Republican. He needs to win those over. How will he win them over? He would win them over by being, one, very presidential, talking about the history that we have. I thought he'd made very great remarks when King Charles was visiting, in fact. Very uniting. He wasn't as political as he normally is. He wasn't as partisan as he normally is. So I think that's what he needs to do. Rise to the occasion. Just think about what he said when King Charles was here. That would be a great example of what he can do, and if he sticks to script.
Well, I think he needs to keep it nonpartisan and focus on country's history and where he sees the country going in the next 100, 250 years. What do we want to see the country when they have the 5-year anniversary? How do we want to see the country?
Right.
To be blunt, I'm not sure if we're going to get there. There's already talk about how he's going to mention communists and that he thinks the country is going to be taken over by communists.
He needs to mention that.
Because of the election in Colorado.
Okay.
He needs to mention that.
But again, that is political. And then second, I agree with Hillary on her analysis.
Let me put that in my calendar.
I agree with Hillary on the analysis that he needs to give a speech that's unifying, because as much as we like talking about him here, I'm not as positive as you guys are, and we had the commentator in London talking about the brilliance he did with the paint job. Americans are incredibly unhappy with President Trump. He is as unpopular as he has ever been. His approval rating is in the high 30s, and he needs to do a course correction to help make him more popular. And Hillary's right on the folks he needs to appeal to. They're the folks I like to call the double haters. They hated Hillary and Trump in 2016. They voted for Trump, and that's why he won. In 2020, they hated Biden and Trump. In 2020, they voted for Biden. And in 2024, he won them again against Kamala. These folks who are not following politics every day, they're not tuning in, how do you reach them? And again, the usual partisan attacks, whether it's coming from a Democrat or a Republican, don't do it for them.
And also, I actually agree with Mally there. The most important, actually, of everything is that, don't forget, there's going to be sound bites taken from this. The press afterwards, a lot of people aren't going to stay up. They're not going to be watching this. They're having their barbecue right now. What the press does is the media takes sound bites, just like with the housing bill, where they took the sound bite, you know, I don't care about, you know, this and basically people's housing. He actually belittled the American people. So all of the left had that quote, and they promoted it everywhere. So he must make sure he avoids sound bites that the left can take as propaganda against him.
Because Hillary, housing is one of the most important issues today in the U.S. And he said that housing is a yawn, and that he actually doesn't want to help make housing more affordable. He wants to make housing prices go up. And he
That's what I'm referring to.
is not signing the bill. I don't know if he signed it yet. I don't think he signed it yet.
He's holding it up.
He's holding it up for a voter protection bill.
Save America Act.
Which is not nearly as popular and is going nowhere.
Can I just say, I think it's remarkable looking at these pictures, and he gets criticised for having his family so involved in his life, doesn't he? He gets criticised for the fact that they have made money, clearly, privately profited from his position. But I love the fact that on the biggest night of his year, potentially, arguably so far, the people he's surrounded by are his family. How is that a bad thing, Mally? I can't imagine Biden being there with Hunter doing God knows what in the corner.
Well, Bev, hold on.
I love this.
No one I don't think anyone is mad that the family is there.
The Kennedys had their family there.
And also
People are always saying, why are his family always hanging on, all those Klingons trying to make money out of him?
But they have been making money. The Department of Defense gave a contract to one of Trump's sons. The Trump sons also have a critical mining deal they've inked. And President Trump has made more money this year than he ever made as a private citizen.
How do you know?
1.6
How do you
billion
know?
Because of the financial disclosures
Exactly.
he has to do by law.
Exactly.
So let's not act
But
like
that's
this
my
is a
point.
big sacrifice.
Yeah, but
It is
that's
the
my
law,
point.
Bev.
You know about it, though, and that's what I'm okay with. You know about it. He knows that you know the difference between that and 30% for the big guy or 10% for the big guy from Hunter Biden, knowing that his father was getting kickbacks on these deals he was doing behind closed doors. That was corruption. This is transparency.
He made $600 million off a crypto coin that he made the money because Trump fans bought it, and he got money off the transaction fees. Most of those Trump folks have lost all their money investing in the Trump coin, but he himself made $600 million.
I don't know enough about that particular story. How good are you at crypto?
I know something about crypto, but not that.
How did the people lose their money from the crypto coins?
Because they bought it, and it was worth like 94 cents, just like a stock, and now it's worth like 1 cent.
But then what? Because that's the point about any kind of investing or crypto. It may go up.
Crypto was at a high.
The company hasn't gone bust. Like, it is a gambling exercise if you're investing in crypto.
All of crypto, because it was at 120,000 and now it's down to under 60,000.
Good point. All crypto's gone down.
All crypto has gone down. I still think it's a little icky to prey off your most devoted supporters, devoted supporters, and then to get all of this money and then not care that essentially it's gone to zero. And Trump sells Bibles. He literally sells Trump-branded Bibles.
How do you know?
We made Jimmy Carter.
Because you do.
We made Jimmy Carter sell his peanut farm because we were worried it was going to be a conflict of interest when he became president. We can do better than this.
I don't know, because we have the differences in the UK. Louise, you can chip in on this because you know more about this than any of us here that are wittering on about this. As an MP in the UK, you are so restricted by what you can and can't earn money from, etc. And I think sometimes that gives way to a certain sneaky, some might say dishonest, duplicitous, corrupt business practices behind closed doors. There is a transparency about what this presidency is doing that I am heartened by. I like it. I don't mind if they're making money as long as they're looking after the country and we know about it. How do you feel, Louise?
Well, look, I mean, I think there's degrees and there's extremes. I came into Parliament just after the MP's expenses scandal that your older viewers might remember, and I can remember when I was campaigning to take my seat off a Labour MP, I had the dogs set on me because one of these voters thought that I had somehow embezzled money. That's how much they didn't love politicians. And I can remember also not taking up my parliamentary BlackBerry because I was so worried that somebody might catch me calling my mum on Parliament on taxpayers' dime. So it's a different world over here in Britain. But honestly, these are serious issues, but I think they're matters for another day. Hillary was absolutely right, absolutely spot on. Trump tonight, nobody is thinking about that in America tonight, even though it's a very real concern. And I'm afraid to say there was, I think the headline New York Times, 3.4 million Americans lost money on that Trump meme coin. However, nobody's thinking about that tonight. Tonight is July the 4th. It's been obviously a brutal day for Americans up and down the country. The Brooklyn Bridge went on fire. The events have been cancelled. People are looking to the president for leadership. And as Hillary rightly says, what they want to see here is some non-partisan, uniting words from the president. And I will say, as somebody who didn't vote for him and doesn't support him politically, so far, so good. Everything he said tonight on Truth Social, the way that he is showing you right now, we're looking live at him preparing with his family Emily, I actually think it's a fascinating thing to be able to look to see what the man is like behind the scenes before he gives a major speech. It's like peering back the curtain and having a look at what Trump is really like. We're looking for that leadership tonight after a difficult night on an incredibly important day for America, the 250th anniversary of our nation, and nobody is thinking about anything political, I think, tonight. Hopefully, Trump will continue with that in his speech and will give that unifying lead that the nation is looking for.
Louise, I'm so interested that as a Conservative, as a big C Conservative, that you didn't vote for President Trump, which I can only presume you therefore voted for the Democrats, did you? Or you just didn't vote? Or I don't want to press you to reveal that, but I'm interested in why.
I'm happy to reveal that. I voted Democrat all the way down the ticket, and although obviously my side lost, we did manage to, against the tide, swing a congressional district in our favour. I am somebody who believes ardently in democracy, and I think you should always, always vote. And if you've got two bad choices, you should vote for the least bad choice. That's what I perceived it to be. But, you know, I want to live up to what I just said. Tonight is not a night for party politics. And I'm giving President Trump sincere compliments, because I think tonight he has shown leadership in the way that he has framed it around America, framed it around our veterans. Like I say, we're the land of the free because of the brave. That's the kind of words that I want to hear from my president tonight, no matter what party he is from. And that's what Americans are looking for from President Trump, and what I actually do believe that he will deliver. Because America is more important than Republicans, it's more important than Democrats, it's more important than all of that. It's the shining city on a hill, it is the ideal of freedom, and most people would have to admit it is the greatest nation in the history of the world. I hope that President Trump keeps that fact in mind when he gives his speech tonight.
You say it's not a night for talking about politics, but we have got 7 hours to fill, Louise. So forgive me. I've got to talk about something.
Well, perhaps the love fest here for President Trump is a little bit overblown. I will just say, just a little small note of reality. He is epically unpopular. That is just a fact. The opinion polls show that he is one of the least popular presidents politically.
I don't disagree.
But and that's just a fact.
Prices are coming down. Gas is coming down. It'll be more popular.
Well, you know, there's a cost. Gas is going down, but inflation has been going up. But tonight is really, honestly, not about that. It genuinely isn't. It's about America.
Let me just make it about Britain just for a moment then, Benedict. Isn't the problem with the Conservative Party, just put your fingers in your ears for a minute, Louise, the fact that they would all vote Democrat? That has been the problem with the Conservative Party. It hasn't actually been a Conservative Party.
I mean, it's the problem with the Conservatives is very difficult to know what it is that they stand for, because you'll get some Conservatives who will happily jump over to reform when it doesn't look as if things are going particularly well, and you will get others that become Lib Dems. And that is, on the one hand, I suppose, the strength of the Conservative Party in being an organisation that's able to survive, it's able to adapt, it's able to change its stripes. The problem is, if on top of that, you don't actually deliver very much, and as everything starts to get worse, you start infighting, and then you sort of slowly career towards a catastrophe, people then turn around and go, well, actually, that's not what I wanted in the first place. And the problem that the Conservative Party now faces is nobody knows what it is that you're going to get if you vote for them. Partly, of course, because the Conservatives treat politics as a game rather than reality, and they take great enjoyment, and we know this because they brief to the press about this, about how they enjoy the leadership challenges, how they enjoy all of that sort of intrigue. And we, of course, have seen the example of them getting rid of successive leaders over the last couple of years, and then, having done that, turning around and briefing to the press and saying, well, maybe we need a period in opposition so that we can sort of gather ourselves up and get ready for the next moment at which we will waltz into government. And they were more than happy to do that and give us a Labour Party that is busy setting fire to the country. And in the meantime, then you've got Reform on the outside going, maybe it's not time for the Conservatives. So, you know, the Conservatives Party's long-term strength in the short term, as we've reached a real crux in Western politics and in Western direction, has been its real weakness. And right now you've got somebody in Kemi Badenoch who is, frankly, one of the most impressive of all of them.
Yes, she is, and she is chained
to a party at the ankle that is still holding her at the bottom of the swimming pool. And this is the problem here. We had this with the Aberdeenshire South by-election, and everybody saying, oh, it's fantastic, we've won and we're on the up, you know, ignoring for the fact that they were standing against one party that said we hate oil and gas and another party that said we hate oil and gas, and they won, and they thought, oh, well, this is magnificent, clearly we can recreate this across the country. You can't do that. Ultimately, people still hate the Conservative Party, and again, we know this because when Tories start joining Reform's polling doesn't quite go up as high because people go, hang on, now it's full of Tories. So you've got a really bizarre situation where you've got one fantastic leader and everybody can see, and this is reflected in her personal polling, that she's brilliant on policy, she's brilliant at communication, and people look at her and go, you're great. It's just everything else that we absolutely loathe. And that, I'm afraid, is probably going to be the thing that stops her from ever being Prime Minister. I mean, I think I'm sat... Listen, I'm probably the most right-wing person on this panel here, and I'm fairly certain that every Conservative currently in the Conservative Party has forgotten quite how much they are despised by most people, most conservative-leaning people in this country. There's a lot of snobbishness at play when it comes to things like reform. There's no question about that. A lot of people won't vote Reform because it is seen as quite a grubby party, a bit of a working-class party. A lot of Conservatives don't like that sort of thing. But let's be clear, that does not mean that the Conservatives are anywhere near being a party that has been redeemed from the absolute bin fire that they delivered us at the last election.
The polls say differently. Kemi Badenoch is Thatcher's daughter. And let me just say, I would vote for Marco Rubio. I've been a Conservative all my life. I am a registered Republican. I am not a Democrat. I am looking forward to voting Republican at the next election. But Kemi Badenoch has turned the party around, and not only the Conservatives not despised, they are going up in the polls. My worry is that we are going to split the small C Conservative vote three ways in this country, and the worst thing we could do is to do that and let Labour get back in.
And I think, if I can jump in here, Bev, I think President Trump, who we're on about this evening, I think he would and will love Kemi Badenoch. I think they will get on like an absolute house on fire, and they are already doing so.
Let me just interrupt for a moment, just tell people who we're looking at here. So that gentleman there with the bald head, that is Stephen Chung. That's the President's chief press advisor. So he is the guy that works closely with Caroline Leavitt in the back office there in the White House. It's significant that they were locked in quite a sort of intense conversation there, because they're probably talking about how this is going to play out in the press. Howard Lutnick there as well, of course. Is that Ivana? I can't work it out. A few other people there. Ivanka, I mean, is that Ivanka?
The little guy's still there.
The little guy's still there. We don't know who that is. We'd like to know. We can't keep calling him the little guy. More grandchildren, obviously, in the picture. This is the closest inner circle we're looking at here of President Trump, without a doubt. He's got Donald Trump Jr. there with him. Who else can we see there, Mally? Howard Lutnick, as we've said, the Secretary of Commerce, is there. It looks for a moment like they were all about to go outside. There seems to be a bit of a flurry of activity, and then other people have arrived as well. It looks like are they making their way out now? No, he's still there. Well, he did say he was going to be talking at 11. Now, that would be in about 5 or 6 minutes' time. Melania looks like she might be readying herself. She's picking her collar up and sorting her hair out. We all know how this feels, ladies, don't we? She's about to walk out onto the stage. You can read the body language. I presume, I don't know who these people are on the left and right. They look like they could be security,
that looks
perhaps.
Security behind Melania, yes.
The guy behind looks like security. But yeah, 11 grandchildren. It looks like most of them are there tonight to see Grandad deliver this historic speech on this epic day, 250 years of the greatest country in the world, second only to Great Britain. We must say that.
All that Great Britain achieved. I actually, the United States doesn't have 3/4 of the globe, and the sun does set on the United States, whereas it never did set on the Empire.
And we forget, actually, how many Commonwealth countries we
voluntarily want to be part of the Commonwealth, might we add.
Right, here we go. President Trump is making his way down the stairs now, probably onto the stage. He said he was going to talk at 11 o'clock. It looks like it might be 4 minutes or so until that time. Oh, there's 2 stories to this building, Michael. Let me bring you in on this, Michael. We can see Scott Bessent there to the left, on the ground floor to the far left.
A lot of cowboy hats.
Secretary for the economy, of course. Who else can we see down there? As we know, this is the VIP area. They are getting ready, Michael, to go out onto the seats.
Yes, and I think this will be the, if you like, the Trump groupies here. Look, he is someone who can deliver, actually, and when the king was in Washington, they had a great opportunity for important speeches. And the king and the president gave very good speeches, as we all know. And one of the key moments there, the president gave a very powerful and actually quite self-deprecating speech on the occasion of the president's visit. So I think he is capable of doing that. We all know that he can make mistakes. I personally was very critical of the president when he was critical of the UK military. And, for example, on his Iran deal, I think there's some naivety there. So it's not all a question of lauding the president from the rooftops, but he is capable of delivering powerful speeches.
I agree. He is. He certainly can give a good long speech. Not that I agree with it all the time, but we'll see what the speech is going to be today. He said he wanted it to be long to test out how long he can go because of the heat. So maybe we're in for an hour. I just hope he gets this show on the road and we get him to that podium.
He said that he wanted to show that he was tough enough, yes.
He's
Make him
certainly
show our toughness too.
Yeah, he's got a statement to make tonight, not just the speech that he was going to deliver, but he's making a statement about resilience, about fortitude, about stoicism of America, about the fact that he might be 80 years old, but he's going to not be defeated by this. There's Secretary of State Marco Rubio there in the blue jacket and the red tie with his arms crossed. He's always got the kind of very laid-back manner of someone who's kind of observing, isn't he, and watching. And that man is very likely to be on the ticket for the next election. A lot of people suggested it will be J.D. Vance. I've always said my money was on Rubio. Well, whenever the press have said to Trump over the last 18 months, you know, next time round, if it's J.D. Vance, and he's always gone, or Marco, or Marco. He, I think, is the one that he sees as his successor.
And I think on the global stage, Marco Rubio did extremely well when he was addressing NATO.
At Munich.
In Munich, yes, that's right, exactly.
And as I would say, just as a Democrat, thinking about who we might run against in 2028 and who would be easier or who would be harder, I would much prefer to run against Vance. I'm not saying Vance is a bad politician. I just think Rubio is much more likable. I think Vance can come off sometimes as condescending and preachy, but Rubio is very talented.
And very importantly, obviously, he can speak fluent Spanish coming from Cuba, and that's huge. And also, he made so many speeches. I think he's less polarizing than Vance.
Yeah, he's a real statesman.
We'll still win.
I totally agree. Okay, so there's one of the press girls in the background there, Micah, advising everybody on what's happening next, maybe suggesting timings is what we're probably looking at here. They're a very tight team in the White House, what we're looking at here.
They need to know who they can trust.
Michael, let's go to you. Michael, your thoughts?
Yes, and I think that actually the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio was going to have his moment in the sun earlier on if it hadn't been rained off. There was a point where he was going to come on to a fanfare earlier in the evening. That obviously, that part of the programme was pulled, but he's still there. And of course, they'll be awaiting the president's keynote speech here. Many of these individuals will also be people who are senior organisers of this event, which has been many, many months in the planning. In fact, a year or so in the planning, this event. And I think there'll be a lot of disappointment, not least in the military, that their side of things was cancelled or at least postponed. So there will be some disappointment. All the artists, of course, as well. But it looks as though we're going to hear perhaps the most newsworthy event of the evening, which is the president's speech and the pyrotechnic display afterwards.
We're just seeing a picture now of the crowd. This is the first shot we've seen for a few moments, because we've been actually for quite a few minutes, actually, maybe even as long as half an hour. We've been looking at the picture of the dignitaries in that side room. Well, look at the crowd, ladies and gentlemen. The American people themselves, it seems, are not to be dissuaded from attending because of a bit of bad weather. The seats are absolutely packed, at least what we can see at the front there. We don't know how big the crowd goes back. There is no doubt it will be smaller than they had anticipated. There's no doubt it will be smaller compared to what would have happened if it had gone ahead at 7 o'clock this evening.
Now you wouldn't know, right? Looking at those crowds?
You wouldn't know. The stage is set. It says a salute to America. 250 years, Mali, of your country and everything that it stands for, that it believes in, that it represents, that it symbols to the rest of the world. Your thoughts as we sit here about to see your leader go on stage?
Yeah, as I said, I mean, America is an incredible country. We're the only country that is founded based on an ideal, not on an ethnicity or simply a tract of land. And that has allowed us to grow every century because it allows us to be flexible and adapt with changes that many countries who are more tied into whether it's, you know, their ethnic background or the piece of land they're in, while we have not been tied to that. But yeah, and I think if you're the Trump team, you got to say this is a good visual, because when you up this event, everyone's left. You're going to be worried how many people are going to get back, how fast is the security going to screen them.
Yes.
And maybe there's another angle where it doesn't look as good, but this looks fine, especially given the logistical issues.
It does look good. And apologies, you see my cup of tea being brought in there. We've still got 2 more hours to go, at least, if you're joining us here at 4 o'clock in the morning. Would you like a coffee, Mali?
I'm just wondering if you guys actually wanted me for commentary, or if you guys are going to start the war again and you brought me here to kidnap me as the only American for 7 hours.
Well, we've got this cake here that on the Your Say, everybody's saying, why has no one had any cake yet? So I am going to get them to bring in some forks and some a knife and some spoons maybe when the president starts to talk. And we've got our beautiful set this evening. Doesn't it look wonderful here in DC? The team have gone to such a great effort, and London as well, to create this brilliant spectacle for you all this evening. Should we have a little listen in? Here we go. Let's see what's happening. The first act of the night. Some very happy faces in the crowd there. This is the Armed Forces Choir kicking off the night, finally, at 5:04 in the morning UK time, just after 11 o'clock here in Washington, DC, and we are waiting for President Trump to come on the stage and deliver his speech.
Dopo lei, o principessa, nella tua fredda stanza, guardami le stelle che tremano d'amore e di speranza. Ma il mio mistero è chiuso in me, il nome mio nessun saprà, e donna sulla tua bocca l'udirò, quando la luce splenderà. Ed il mio bacio scioglierà il silenzio che ti fa mia. Tramutate stelle, all'alba vincerò, vincerò la bella Ladies and gentlemen, that means in Italian, no one sleeps. Because no one sleeps tonight, and we hear our president speak. And now, if you'll do me the great honor, please join me in God Bless America. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above.
That was God Bless America, written by Irving Berlin in 1918, adapted in World War II and famously sung by Kate Smith. But we are waiting now for President Trump to come to the stage. It looks stunning. It almost looks a little like our studio this evening, maybe not quite as nice as our studio. Now this is President Trump's favourite singer, isn't it? This is Lee Greenwood, who went around with President Trump on all of his rallies. Have a listen.
And I had to start again, just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today. Our flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, New York to LA, there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, sing it, that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. To be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump. Good evening, America. If you think that was easy, it wasn't. And I want to thank everybody because they did the right thing. They saw lightning, and I said, there's no way if we have to speak in front of one person at 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm going to be here. There's no way we can be deterred. And they estimated they had 375,000 people before everybody had to leave. And they now have 150,000 people. It's the craziest thing anyone's ever seen. At least. And I want to just thank you, and I feel so badly about some people. They left and they couldn't get back. But you're very special people, and we have a very special country. Thank you very much. Tonight we come together for one of the most joyous and glorious milestones of all time, and you know what that is, 250, the 250th anniversary. And I do have to say this. One of my very brilliant people backstage said, don't worry about it, sir. We can do it maybe next week. I said, it doesn't work next week. This is the big day. We want July 4th. We're not looking for July something else. Because this is the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. Nothing like it. For 2.5 centuries, our American republic has stood as the crowning achievement of human history. This country is the home of freedom. This is the land of liberty. And this is a flag that's the banner of the most extraordinary, most exceptional, most incredible nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And we're doing better now than we've ever done before. No people have done more good, shown more courage, made more progress, righted more injustice, or achieved more greatness than you, the American people. For 250 years, the United States of America has been the hope, the promise, the light, and the glory among all of the nations of the world. All over the world, they try and be like us. Nobody can be like us, and with God's help, we will always be this or even better. We're going to be better. Here on our National Mall, we're celebrating freedom's triumph over tyranny, liberty's conquest over oppression, and the enduring victory of the American spirit from the July 4th, 1776 to July 4th, 2026. Big dates. That's big dates. Two big ones. And tonight our country is stronger, freer, richer, safer, and prouder than ever before. But it all started with the miracle of history that lives forever in the heart of every single patriot. In Philadelphia, our founding fathers summoned the courage of giants and the wisdom of centuries to boldly proclaim these timeless truths. They declared that all men are created equal, that they are endowed with sacred, unalienable rights by the hand of our Creator, and that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. In signing their names to the roster of freedom, those 56 patriots put everything at risk, stepped onto the stage of destiny, and seized a victory for the ages, and that's what it was. And this is an evening for the ages, I believe. This is something very special. This is bigger than if we didn't have the lightning blaring. We had lightning blaring, but this is bigger. Little more inconvenient, but it's bigger. I think in its own way, it's more beautiful. From the beginning, we were a nation that lived by the motto, victory or death, and live free or die. 1 out of every 100 Americans gave their lives in the fight for independence to remind us of who these heroes were and what they gave us. We are honored to have here tonight in the heart of our nation's capital one of the very first American flags ever to exist, dating back to 1777. It bears the 13 stars and 13 stripes of the 13 states that declared independence on the 4th of July. There it is. This was the flag that flew victorious at Saratoga. And these are the real deals, too. These are the real flags. These are flags that have seen a lot. These were the stars and stripes that flew triumphant when the British waved the white flag of surrender at Yorktown. That was a big surrender. Nobody thought that was possible. They were the greatest power of the world, and they surrendered, and that was the beginning. Ever since, the entire world has been on notice that Americans will never let anyone take our freedom away. Won't happen. And all these talks from the communists, they haven't got a chance. Not even a chance. We don't want communists in our country. Never worked, and it never will work. Americans must never forget that we are a historic and heroic people with a heroic spirit and a heroic purpose on this beautiful earth of ours. We are made the courage and the fire and the flesh and the blood of the best and the bravest people this world has ever produced. We are the bravest and the best. Tonight we pledge allegiance to the flag they gave us, and we say, God bless the immortal patriots of 1776, and long live the cause of independence. May it reign forever and ever and ever. We will always be on top. We will never let our country fall. We will always be the best. Our founders not only won our liberty, they secured it with the most righteous political document ever conceived. It's called the Constitution of the United States. Very special. And it's because of their genius that we remain the finest people on the planet after 250 years. Unlike so many others in the world, in this country we have freedom of speech, freedom of religion, equal justice under the law, although I wasn't treated that well, but we won't get into that. And the right to keep and bear arms. And for the almost 6 years that I was president, I guarded very, very powerfully your Second Amendment, and they didn't do a thing to it, and it was not easy. But we guard your Second Amendment. We guard it very, very strongly and cautiously. Across the generations, Americans have fought, bled, and died, not just to secure those rights, but to expand them to citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed, because we are one people. We are one family. You showed that tonight with one flag. And as our Declaration of Independence tells us, we are all made in the image of one Almighty God. And a communist will never say that. That's for sure. Few heroes remind us of these truths more than William Carney, who escaped slavery to become a Union soldier in the Civil War, which was a very big deal at the time. On the front lines of battle, he saw a comrade struck down by enemy fire while carrying the Stars and Stripes, and Sergeant Carney dove to the ground to keep the flag from touching the mud. He didn't want to have it touch the ground. He didn't want to have it touch the mud. He wanted it to be perfect. He raised it high above the field and was shot 4 times. They thought he was gone, but he kept moving forward. He loved our country. He loved our flag. Before he returned to camp and announced, "Boys, the old flag never touched the ground." And he became the first African American to receive the Congressional
Medal of Honor. He got the Congressional Medal of Honor, and he was the first African American, and he was some man. They've written stories about him. He was something special. With us tonight to celebrate this forward march of freedom is another Medal of Honor recipient, Colonel Paris Davis, whose courage won eternal glory in Vietnam. He helped lead a surprise attack on 100 enemy combatants. They said he was finished. His whole group was finished. And despite multiple life-threatening wounds, saved the lives of his fellow soldiers. And this evening he stands to salute the only flag of its kind, the one that was draped over the casket of President Abraham Lincoln in Independence Hall. Thank you very much. Great. He looks better than I do. He looks great, and he's brave. Because of heroes like these, our flag will always be a symbol of liberty and justice for all. Colonel Davis, thank you very much. Great man. Great man, thank you. Americans expanded the blessings of freedom, and we have never stopped expanding our ambitions and our dreams. We had the American dream. We never had the American dream, however, like we have it right now. The American dream is back, very strong, beautiful. You know, to get into our military now is tough. 2 years ago, we couldn't fill a job, and now it's overflowing. We have so many, setting records. We're setting records. It's actually hard to get in. That includes our great police forces and our firemen. They couldn't hire anybody. Nobody wanted to do it. Now it's hard to get those positions, but it's really hard to get into our military because people respect and love our country again. Our rise to being the world's strongest and most powerful nation was no accident of history. We rebuilt our military in my first term. We used it a little bit in our, actually I should say third term, but I won't do that because I don't want any controversy. But we use it, and we've had tremendous success. You look at Venezuela, you look at Iran, we wiped it out, wiped out their military. Americans crossed the Great Plains, scaled the Rockies, we just tamed the wilderness and conquered the frontier and built the empire. It's called the Empire of Liberty. We laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, those beautiful skyscrapers, and dug out the Panama Canal, considered the 8th wonder of the world, which everyone said was an impossible thing to do. And by the way, 38,000 Americans died to give us one of the greatest engineering feats of all time, the Panama Canal. This was the unstoppable spirit that created the world's most powerful industries and built the strongest military anyone had ever seen. And today it is stronger and more powerful than it ever was before. American grit, boldness, and daring forged heroes like Davy Crockett, Wyatt Earp, Annie Oakley, Teddy Roosevelt, and the legend of the Wild West, Buffalo Bill Cody. These were great, powerful people whose incredible grandchildren happen to be with us tonight. And they stand alongside one of the first American flags ever to fly over our expanding nation. It was carried west just as Lewis and Clark began their journey in 1803. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great to have you. Great to have you, to honor this audacious and indomitable soul of America. We also have the first flag ever to fly over one of the greatest architectural feats of all time, a thing called the Brooklyn Bridge, one of the most beautiful bridges anywhere in the world, built a long time ago. To its right, the banner that flew atop our flagship after America's Navy sank the Spanish fleet to the bottom of the Manila Bay, one of the greatest naval victories in history. Much like our recent victory by sinking the entire Iranian Navy, 159 ships, to the bottom of the sea, all done in just a moment's time, happened very quickly. We have the greatest military anywhere in the world. And next to it, we also have the flag that was given to that immortal, just a fantastic, immortal Rough Rider, the one and only. And I was at the museum the other day at its opening. Theodore Roosevelt, when he returned triumphant from Cuba, printed with the words, "Welcome home, Colonel Roosevelt." He was a victor of San Juan Hill. He was a great gentleman. Americans won the West and built the modern world because America is a nation of winners. And today our country is winning again, and we're winning like never before. America is back, and we want to keep America great, and we will do so by approving the Save America Act, which means all voters must show voter ID. All voters must provide a little thing called proof of citizenship. And there will be no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel. And you won't have cheating on the elections anymore. It's very simple. Together, we are also reasserting the truth that American strength and power is not something to be ashamed of. It is something that we are very, very proud of. This country has been the greatest force for peace and justice on earth. In the last century, we defeated tyrants, demolished evil, and saved freedom again and again and again. Ken Schubring was 19 years old when he survived the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. After enemy planes sank ships like the USS Arizona, he resolved that he would help America strike back and win. He wanted them to strike back and win. Flying B-29s in the Pacific, Ken fought from the first day to the very last. He was in the war right from the first day, and he went to the last day and all the way to the enemy's unconditional surrender. We got an unconditional surrender. He was there. At 104 years old and looking really good, Captain Schubring is here tonight, and he is saluting the flag that went down with the Arizona at Pearl Harbor, but was raised back up with the help of some unbelievable American patriots. It's a symbol of American defiance, please. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Captain. Great job. Thank you very much. You have very good genes. That's his son. His son's going to be around a long time. Thank you very much, Captain. On D-Day in World War II, Navy Lieutenant Arthur Rose commanded 36 landing craft as part of the largest naval armada in history. Recalling that sight, he wrote home to his parents, "What a country we are." At 107 years old, Lieutenant Rose is here to salute one of our nation's most prized possessions, the flag that flew aboard the first landing craft on D-Day and led the first Americans onto the beaches of Normandy to liberate Europe and defeat Nazi fascism forever. Lieutenant Rose, you are an inspiration to this beautiful crowd, and we thank you very much. Amazing man. 107. It's 107. On Iwo Jima in the Pacific, the Marines faced some of the most brutal combat in the history of warfare. They shed their blood for every inch of mountain that they reached. And when they reached the summit and raised the stars and stripes for all to see, it was so special to everybody there. Everybody there and everybody watching. They couldn't believe it. It wasn't supposed to happen. With us today is one of the last survivors of that battle, 101-year-old Marine Corporal Don Graves. And he's here to salute that famous flag he saw rise in the glory of Iwo Jima 81 years ago, and you've all seen that flag many times. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are the fighters and the banners of the greatest generation. They are the greatest generation. I hate to admit that, but they are. They saved the world, and they made America very, very proud. We're very proud of you, heroes all. And after we vanquished fascism, Americans stood against the evil of communism in the Cold War. And as I said last night at the beautiful Mount Rushmore, what a beautiful place, where Washington, Jefferson, Lincoln, and Theodore Roosevelt loomed over my shoulder as I spoke. America will never be a communist country. Won't happen. Communism is a loser, and it always will be. The communist system is the opposite of the American system, and the communist system has never worked. Our warriors did not fight communism on battlefields across the world, only to have that menace rear its ugly head right back here in America. We're not going to let it happen. We like to stop a threat like that immediately and before it begins. It's like a cancer. You got to cut it out. You got to cut it out fast. Tonight, we proudly thank veterans of the war on communism, including Marine Corporal Pat Finn and Private First Class Rudy Meekins, who fought at the famed Battle of Chosin Reservoir in Korea. That was a rough one. Thank you. Pat fought in hand-to-hand combat with the enemy. He had 5 against him, and he was 1. And as you can see, he's around to talk about it. And Rudy was wounded 4 times, but never stopped shooting, and he never stopped moving forward. And also with us is veteran Sonny Ray, who fought heroically against an enemy force 10 times his unit size and earned a tremendously deserved Silver Star. Tonight they salute one of the very first 50-star flags to fly above the field of battle. This was about the beginning of the 50. And right next to it is one of the last flags from Checkpoint Charlie, very famous place on the Berlin Wall, where American freedom finally brought communism crashing down to an end. Thank you so much. You are really very special. Thank you. Thank you very much. The Stars and Stripes cast the hammer and sickle into oblivion before, and we will do it again if necessary. I don't think it's going to be necessary. I think people have learned. They've learned what to do and how to handle it, and we're going to handle it very well. So, gentlemen, I want to thank you very much. You're amazing people, amazing men. Thank you. How about that, huh? Isn't that great? What an honor it is to be with them. Think of it, 107. That's up there, but hopefully he's got 20 good years left. Through the generations, Americans have never stopped striving to lift humanity to new heights. In 1903, the Wright brothers from Ohio fulfilled the age-old dream of mankind to fly. That's right, they're from Ohio, great state. And within 66 years of inventing the airplane, Americans planted our flag on the moon. Just 3 months ago, we sent American astronauts back to the far side of the moon, and this time they flew further from Earth than anyone has ever flown before. And here they are. So tonight we're joined by that crew of NASA Artemis, you know the crew, everybody. Artemis 2, and everybody watched. Isn't that amazing? And they became very famous. Everybody watched. I was watching. I don't know what it was. That one got the attention of everybody. And along with the last man to walk on the moon, Apollo 17 astronaut Jack Schmitt. Thank you, Jack. You look like you could be with them, Jack. You look very good. You look very good, Jack. Thank you very much. What a job. Everybody was watching. I was with a group of people that normally wouldn't be watching, and we're having a big dinner, and they all said, we want to turn on, we want to watch Artemis 2. A lot of people said, what is that? By the end of the evening, they knew. It was amazing. And along with Jared, where's Jared? He's so great. He's running NASA. What a job he's done. So I want to thank you all. Thank you very much. Great job. So these champions of flight stand this evening beside the flag flown on the Wright brothers airplane, piloted by Orville Wright. It's the exact flag, very historic, and they are honored to be here. They told me today they were really amazed to be here with that flag. That's a very special flag if you're in the world of flying aircraft. So congratulations to everybody. Fantastic job. Very proud of you. And I have a special gift for these patriots. This morning on America's 250th birthday, a new flag was flown above the United States Capitol. And tonight I present it to you to soon be planted by American astronauts on their upcoming return to the moon. And in addition to that, I gave them and all of the great heroes that you saw up on stage tonight and a few others that couldn't quite make the stage, I gave them a very special medal from the White House, so it's an honor. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. So then I assume you're going to be heading to Mars, right? We're going to be going to Mars very soon. And I think that's something that we do have in mind, and we're going to do the moon, and we're going to go from there. We're going to go to Mars, and we're going to continue to be way ahead. You know, we did Space Force. That was something I was very proud of, and some people smiled. They thought it was foolish, and now they're finding it's one of the most important things that we've done. We were losing to China and to Russia in space, and now we're leading them by giant steps, and it's a great thing, and it's people like that really, like you, that made it happen. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much, Jeff. So as we celebrate America's unmatched achievements and unlimited potential, we never forget that none of this would have been possible without those who gave everything so that we could reach this 250th year of freedom. We are honored to be joined by 11 Gold Star family members. The Gold Star family, that is one of the great tributes. It's one of the great honors, a tough honor. There's nothing tougher than that. But these are amazing people. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Come on up. They went through a lot. Thank you very much. And that special person is looking up there and looking down at mom and dad, husband, wife, but they're looking down with great pride. You know that. You know that. And we want to thank you for being here. Thank you very much. And we have medals for you backstage. I brought them. I thought I'd be handing them out about 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago. But we're going to be backstage, and we have beautiful medals for you, for your family, from the White House. Thank you very much, everybody. We love you. On this special 4th of July, we give you our undying gratitude and promise to redeem the sacrifice of your heroes by preserving the America that they loved. They loved our country. They sacrificed it all. And these people have sacrificed it all. They've been through hell. We love you. Thank you very much. Thank you. From 1776 to today, everywhere the American flag has flown, it has been a symbol of strength, righteousness, and hope, because that is who Americans are. In 1944, a mother and her daughter huddled in their house in Nazi-occupied Belgium and prayed desperately for their country to be freed. They wanted freed. As they waited, they found scraps of fabric and stitched together a homemade American flag. It's beautiful, but homemade. On the day they were finally liberated, and that's what the word is, liberated, they gave it to an American soldier as a gift. Little did they know that that soldier's great-grandfather was none other than the author of our Star-Spangled Banner, Francis Scott Key. And tonight, the next generation of the Key family is with us. Thank you very much. Please. Thank you. Major Kyle Key has spent 23 years in the U.S. Army, highly respected, and this evening he proudly salutes the old flag that was made by the Belgian woman so beautifully, and who knew that America means hope and freedom. Congratulations, and thank you for being here very much. And in conclusion, from a declaration in Philadelphia to victory at Yorktown, from the bustling factories of the heartland to the towering snow-capped summits of Alaska, from the endless frontier of the open Wild West to the magnificent sand dunes at Kitty Hawk, from the glimmering skyline of Manhattan to the far side of the moon, just saw that, and from the now safe and beautiful capital of Washington. Think of it, Washington, D.C., our capital. Our capital is now safe, gleaming, and beautiful again. It's safe again. Went from a very unsafe place 2 years ago to one of the safest cities in the country, and one of the most beautiful. To the gleaming waters of the Gulf of America. There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome. There is no place we cannot go. There is no goal we cannot reach, and there is nothing that Americans cannot do, and we're proving that right now. Our stock market is the strongest it's ever been. We have $19.2 trillion being invested in our country, which is 6 times more than ever happened before. We're building more factories in the United States than ever before. Everyone's 401ks are at the highest number they've ever been. And more people are working today in the United States than any time in the history of our country. But in this country, we can achieve the wildest and most impossible dreams. And no dream in history is bigger or more incredible than the one that started on July 4th, 1776. The war for independence was launched by Minutemen, farmers, blacksmiths, tradesmen, who took up their muskets against the mightiest army on earth, the most powerful army, an unbeatable army, until they met us. No one made them do it. They fought because they knew that A free people must have a free country. Over 250 years, the world has seen the great empires, vast kingdoms, mighty nations, and terrible tyrants. They came and they went. But after 2.5 centuries, this American republic still stands tall and strong, and we love each other. That showed tonight. You heard it was over, and what happened? You came back. And this American flag still waves proud and free and beautiful. We have thrived and flourished because our founders were great. Our cause was just, our people are brave, our culture is exceptional, and our destiny is written by God. And as we can see here tonight, after 250 years, the spirit of 1776 still lives within us all. It still roars in the hearts of our nation's capital. It still burns in the heart of every patriot, thunders through every city and town, and it still lights the entire world with the glow of American liberty. And there is nothing like that. At 250 years old, we may be the oldest constitutional republic on earth, but our country is just getting started because the best is yet to come. This is only the dawn of the golden age of America, and on this 250th 4th of July, we declare, just as they did 2.5 centuries ago, that for our country and for our children and for the cause of liberty, we are going to take our country to new levels, to levels not reached. We're going to make it bigger, better, stronger, and we're going to love it even more. And I just want to thank you, and the inconvenience of lightning can do that, but lightning will never stop you. And I want to thank everybody, and we love you all, and it's an honor to be your president. Thank you. God bless you all. God bless you all. Thank you. We have a great fireworks display tonight, and I'm going to be watching it with you. It's going to start very quickly, so thank you very much. You're going to really like this. Thank you very much, everybody.
join us in singing the national anthem.
small town girl living in a lonely world. She took the midnight train going anywhere. Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. He took the midnight train going anywhere. to make it talk so cheap. Gina dreams of running away. She cries in the night and Tommy whispers, baby, it's okay. Someday. She says we gotta hold on to what we've got. It doesn't make a difference if we make it or not. We got each other, and that's the bottom line. Give it a shot. Oh, everywhere. Oh, living out a prayer. Take my hand, we'll make it, I swear. Oh, living out a prayer. Living out a ready or not, you live for the fight when that's all that you got. Oh, halfway there. Oh, living out a prayer. Take my hand, we'll make it, I swear. Oh, living out a prayer. Halfway there. Oh, living out a prayer. Take my hand, we'll make it, I swear. Oh, living out a prayer. Living out a Come on, America! Happy 4th of July! Well, young man, there's no need to feel down. I said, young man, pick yourself off the ground. I said, young man, 'cause you're in a new town. There's no need to be unhappy. Young man, there's a place you can go. I said, young man, when you're short on the door, you can stay there. And I'm sure you will find many ways to have a good time. Sing it! It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for your men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. You can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel. Well, young man, are you listening to me? I say, young man, what do you want to be? I say, young man, you can make real your dreams, but you've got to know this one thing. No man does it all by himself. I said, young man, put your pride on the shelf and just go there to the YMCA. I'm sure they can help you today. I'm fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. We have everything for your men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They can get us something. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel. Well, young man, I was once in your shoes. I said I was down and out with the blues. I thought, no man, cared if I were alive. I thought, was so jive. That's when someone came up to me and said, young man, take a walk up the street. There's a place there called the YMCA. Can't start you back on your way. elevator does is bring you down. Go crazy. Reach a higher floor.
If you don't like the world you're living in, take a look around you. At least you got friends. You see a homo lady, a friendly word. She picked up the phone, dropped it on the floor. That's all I heard.
recognized when we see Old Glory flying. There's a lot of men dead, so we can sleep at peace at night when we lay down our head. My daddy served in the army where he lost his right eye, but he flew a flag out in our yard till the day that he died. He wanted my brother, my sister and me to grow up and live happy in the land of the free. Now this nation that I love is falling under attack. The mighty sucker punch came flying in from somewhere in the back, so as we could see clearly through our big black eye. Man, we lit up your world like the 4th of July. Shaking her fist in the eagle will fly, and there's gonna be hell when you hear Mother Freedom Star ringing her bell, and you'll feel like the whole wide world is raining down on you. All brought to your courtesy of the red, white, and blue. Justice will be served and the battle will rage. This big dog will bite when you rattle his cage. You'll be sorry that you mess with the U.S. of A. 'Cause we'll put a boot in your ass. It's the American way. Yeah, I'm gonna say I put your name at the top of his list. And the Statue of Liberty started shaking her fist, and the eagle will fly, and there's gonna be hell till you hear Mother Freedom Star ringing her bell, and you feel like the whole wide world is raining down on you. Oh, everyone seems so lonely. We fill it up with only two. And when I hurting runs off my shoulders. How can I hurt when holding you? Touching one, well, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Sweet Caroline, good times never seem so good. To believe they never would. America, how are we feeling? So happy to have you all here to celebrate this great 250th birthday. Sing it with us. Sweet Caroline, good times never seem so good. To believe they never would. Sweet Caroline, sing. Good times never seem so good. I've been inclined to believe they never would. Sweet
I think we know what song this is. Yeah, ladies, come on! I got the plane at LAX with my dream in my cardigan. Welcome to the land of fair excess. Am I gonna fit in? Jumped in the cab, here I am for the first time. Look to my right and I see the Hollywood sign. This is all so crazy. Everybody seems so famous. Time is turning and I'm feeling kinda homesick. Too much pressure and I'm nervous. 'Cause when the taxi man turns on the radio and a Jay-Z song was on, and a Jay-Z song was on, and the Jay-Z song was on. So I put my hands up, playing my song, butterflies fly away. Nodding my head like yeah, moving my hips like yeah. Put my hands up, playing my song, you know I'm gonna be okay. Get to the club in my taxi cab. Everybody's looking at me now. Who's that chick that's rocking kicks? Gotta be from out of town. So hard when my girl's not around me. It's definitely not a national party. 'Cause all I see is the letters. I guess I never got the memo. Tummy's turning and I'm feeling kinda homesick. Too much pressure and I'm nervous. 'Cause when the DJ dropped my favorite tune and the Britney song was on, Britney song was on, and a Britney song was on. So I put my hands up, playing my song, butterflies fly away.
Thank you for attending Salute to America.
We hope you enjoyed that as much as we did here in the studio. What a spectacular event, Hillary. It was so much shorter than it was meant to be. It was a very truncated version of the planned routine for this evening. There were going to be multiple musical acts, but actually they made it brilliant, short and sweet.
They really did, actually. President Trump spoke for 45 minutes. What I thought was really touching, fabulous, and I hope it sets a national precedent, is when he brought up those elderly, the greatest generation, the 107, 101-year-old, and I think it was 105-year-old veterans. I think that's really good. Why? Because that will inspire more people to serve our nations. I think that was actually tremendous. And then I actually also really appreciated seeing those military, I believe some of them were the Navy, but the military ladies singing, because they weren't pop stars. And you actually made the comment, Bev, when we were off quietly, about they're not overpaid pop stars. No, I think it was lovely. They were military people. So I think this is really good for the military. It really shows that those that have served our nation are being honoured. I think that's something tremendously special. I hope that that's carried on as a tradition for our nation. And I also thought lovely where they honoured the Gold Star families, which for those in the UK, we don't have Gold Star families or call them the same in the UK. Those are families who have lost someone in war and served their nation. I think that was immensely touching as well. And last but not least, I just thought that he did bring the nation together. He got a little bit political, he got a tad political, but in general, I think that he did do sort of a good recap. I am a basic nerd. I loved his little historical facts. There are people who maybe thought some of that was boring, but I learned quite a lot from that speech. So I thought whoever inserted some of that was good, because a lot of people don't know enough about our history. So I thought really appreciated that too.
He was very disciplined, Mally. It was a very disciplined President Trump speech. He didn't go off on his weaves around the houses like he sometimes does. And in fact, at one point, he did say we are all equal under the law, of course, quoting the Declaration. And he said, I wasn't treated too well. And then he went, but we won't get into that. You could see he's desperate. He wound himself back, didn't he? Somebody's obviously been in his ear and said, keep it tight,
Yes.
keep it on script.
He pulled himself back there. I liked the shout outs to the military. I agree with you. I also liked having folks who are in the military perform. I thought that was a good touch. I thought aesthetically it looked great. On the speech, I think it was a little bit more than a little political. All of the lines about we can't, succumb to communism. He in the Republican Party has been saying Democrats are communist. So that ties in with the Republicans' messaging, which again is overtly political. And then the Save America Act, talking about how we should ban mail-in voting, also obviously political.
But that was one of the crowd favorite, actually.
Because it's a pseudo-Trump rally of the people who are there. But going to be positive. I said there are things I liked, but I have to say the speech was political.
But it was also short. It was shorter than we would have expected.
45 minutes.
And that's probably because, obviously, the whole programme was completely disrupted by events. If you're just getting up this morning at 5:45 and you've just woken up and you're having your tea or your coffee ready for breakfast, hi! I know we're not normally here, but it's we've been here.
Us.
We've been here. Hi, morning. We've been here since midnight, your time. And we've been watching the amazing occasion, the salute to America, the 4th of July celebrations, Independence Day. It was massively disrupted because of weather, because of lightning threat. People were taken out of the stadium and they were taken back in again eventually. And Louise and Benedict in the studio, I don't know whether we can actually play some footage of Benedict dancing to YMCA, because we did actually get some that Claire Muldoon, I think, filmed of you, Benedict. So we might just play you that on national television just to humiliate you. Everyone's seen me dancing as well this evening. But how much did you enjoy that, Benedict? Did you love it?
Like Claire, you're in enough trouble as it is. No, I thought it was good fun. I thought it was very poignant, actually. Especially the wheeling out of the veterans, and I was actually struck by that because you got centenarian veterans there, 100 years plus, who have therefore been alive for 40% of the entire existence of the United States, and who, when they were born, they would have been born at a time when there were still people alive from the Battle of Gettysburg. And that's a real way of looking at actually both the shortness and the length of time. The shortness of the nation, but also the length of the amount of change that those men will have seen in their lifetimes, and the amount of history that they would have been able to touch in their lifetimes that is now gone for us. I thought that it was a really nice link to the past, but just putting it purely in those terms, you're 100 years old today in the United States. You've been around for almost half, 40% of the entire history of that country. To have gone from point A to where it is today, I mean, that's some change over a short period of time.
Yeah. Yeah, Lieutenant Rose, 107 years old. That guy that was there, I mean, they were just brilliant, weren't they? And it does speak to this idea that there's a different generation now, and President Trump embodies that spirit as well, and he said they were the greatest generation. Louise, your thoughts on reflections really on the whole event, what we got to see of it, of course.
What were your thoughts?
Okay, my thoughts on it were basically that I thought it was overall an excellent speech, and the only times that there was a slight bum note, if you like, was when President Trump went off script. I mean, really, are we going to talk about the Save America Act? But I think really those things faded away in the overall context of the speech. Not only did he bring out those veterans, he touched on America's history, those flags that were fought at the great battles in American history. For example, he had a Marine that was there at the Battle of Iwo Jima with a famous photograph where the American Marines are pushing it up the hill. He had a survivor of Pearl Harbor. All these great moments in American history were touched on, and bringing not only the past but also the future, bringing those NASA astronauts into it, saying we're going to go to Mars. America's story is not yet done. Overall, I really liked it, and in terms of the show, I thought it was wonderful the way it wrapped up with the Star Spangled Banner played literally at minutes to midnight. He got everything done in the 4th of July itself. And then after that, there was a very spirited, very fun concert. I personally am very glad it was military members and we didn't have a medley of Michael Jackson. Frankly, in the age of Jeffrey Epstein, I'm really glad that that wasn't part of America's 250th. I think President Trump will be particularly happy with the way it went overall, and the little bits of politics, I think, got swept away in the overall virtue of the speech, which was pretty high.
Yeah. Yeah. I can actually tell you a little bit about what President Trump, because I did actually get to see him text me back in real time. I'm not actually exaggerating. I was texting him, I saw him pick up his phone, and I thought, am I going to get a message? I can tell you what he said to me as I messaged him. He said compliments about GBNews and about me, and he said thank you. He said, who would think that so many people would have come back? He said it's the biggest movement ever. See you soon, President Trump. So I think he, like some of us, was surprised maybe and kind of touched. I read from that he was surprised maybe and touched that so many people, Claire, did go back after going home in the rain, and they turned around and they wanted to come back and see it. That's obviously important to him. I think that's a really interesting observation, that that's what he was touched by.
Well, clearly the members of the United States that went back, thank you very much, Benedict. I think that's your flag. You know, it summed up his speech, and I loved the fact of all the iterations of the Stars and Stripes flag, given the fact in this country we've got local authorities and councils that didn't want the St George's flag flown because of the football and because of the association with that. And here we see a country whose history is a lot newer than ours, really, but who have such pride in their flag, pride in their history, and of course history and you know comes together in the present, the past and the future. And you know, he was talking about America as being the symbol of strength, righteousness and hope, and that's all encapsulated within the flag, and it's clearly encapsulated with that over 100,000 people that returned to Washington to watch the celebrations of the fireworks and to hear that wonderful non-partisan military band and all those singers play their hearts out. And it was great that there was no major TV star or rock star or pop star there. It was just so humbling. And I think the only political part, I disagree with Mali, and I don't normally disagree with him on much, but he seems to think it was a very political speech. I didn't think that in particular. The only political message I heard was Trump bringing in the Save American Act and the voter ID. That was it for me. And then he changed again. Okay, it was very anti-communist communists and we will not allow communism. But it started with Ave Maria, then went on to Nessun Dorma, and, you know, it finished with God front and centre. And, you know, God has made everyone equal in the eyes of both the law and humanity. And that's indeed what we are.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen some lightning. I don't know what that light is at the moment behind the White House.
It looks like a UFO's coming out.
It looks like the aliens have arrived, everybody. I don't know what that is. Hillary, any idea what that white light is behind the White House?
Don't
we don't
know what
Michael,
that
let's
is.
go to you. I would love to know your impressions of the whole event. We've seen some lightning as well taking to the skies just there. Michael.
I thought it was a great evening. And in fact, I have to say, look, America is a young country. It's celebrating its 250th, yes, but to give you some idea of how young it actually is in real terms, our late Queen, she met approximately 30% of all presidents of the United States that have ever lived.
That's right.
During her 70-year reign. She met 15 or so, I think it was. But in the UK, I have to say, if an event like that was taking place and it had been disrupted in the way that Washington was disrupted this evening, it probably would have been cancelled. The way they were able to carry on, do the fireworks, do some of the music as well, and the military, I think that was really impressive. A lot of bureaucracy would have stopped that in Europe and in European countries. It was a little political, but only in a very small way. The President mentioned, of course, the Second Amendment to the US Constitution, the right to bear arms. He mentioned God. There was a lot of religion, of course, which again, Europeans and Brits politicians tend to avoid that subject. He also talked about the postal ballots and how he wants to stop those. But on the whole, I think it was a non-political speech by Trump standards. He clearly talked about the history and was proud of the history of the United States and the military and their flags. And it does juxtapose quite markedly with the reluctance to talk about flags and history and be proud of one's country in other countries around the world.
That's right.
And I think America are in a good position.
Absolutely. I've got to go to Republican commentator Nora Lee Notson now. I think I'm bidding you farewell as well, Claire. And Sir Michael Ellis, thank you both so much for joining me. Nora Lee, how great to see you. Did you watch the concert?
Wonderful to see you.
I think you're in the
I'm
UK.
in London.
Are you in the UK?
Yes, I'm in London.
You're in London. Have you been up all night?
I have not been up all night, but I got to see the fireworks, the concert. It was absolutely extraordinary, I must say. And I did want to get up and dance, and I was dancing last night. But I think taking songs like Don't Stop Believing, classics like Sweet Caroline, of course, the classic YMCA, and having the Joint Armed Forces perform that is just extraordinary. And to talk about Americans and the resilience, despite the weather, them coming back, it is this ideal of our founding fathers that burns bright in all of us. And it's extraordinary that this moment we mark the 250 years, because truly what our forefathers created, I am forever grateful, and I think all Americans are grateful. Politics aside, we are proud to be American. And I was reading in a poll this morning that 86% of Americans are very, very proud to be American, and that's what unites us.
And you spend a lot of time in the UK, Nora, I know that.
Yes.
And do you ever get a sense that British people, English people, have anything close to your sense of who you are, what you stand for, the values you represent? And are we sometimes a little too afraid to own our Britishness?
I think you're absolutely right about that. I think Americans, we are very proud of who we are. And we believe in that American dream, that American spirit, that you are responsible, you are the master of your destiny. We don't think anybody can get in our way of fulfilling our ambitions. And that's part of our strength, is that mindset that being American gives you. And I do see a different mindset over here in the UK or anywhere else that I go. And that's the reason that I think the US attracts some of the brightest, most talented minds to America, because they feel it's the place where you can make anything happen.
Absolutely. Norley Notson, thank you so much for joining
Thank
us.
you.
What a great note to end our epic, mammoth 7-hour, 6-hour show on this evening. My last word as well here then to my panel. Have you had a nice time? Have you had a nice evening?
Smashing, but I will say a dear golf buddy of mine messaged me and said it'll be the first time ever that fireworks were on July 5th.
Well, I think you got them in just under, didn't you?
No, because President Trump ended it was 11:58.
Oh, I
by the
see.
time when the fireworks just started, they were on the 5th.
Yeah, absolutely. Mally, thank you.
Thank you
so much for staying with us this evening. Have you enjoyed yourself?
I've enjoyed myself. I've had a great time, as always, with you two. But I do have to bring a little bit of a reality check. Trump said we're the hottest country. We've never been hotter. In 2024, GDP was 2.8%. Net GDP under Trump is 2.1%, so GDP is worse. Monthly job report, Trump, last 12 months, 36,000. 2024, Biden was creating 168,000 jobs per month. Inflation, 2.9%. Inflation now is 4.2%. Global reputation, U.S., the median country viewed us at 54% favorably. The median country views us now 30% favorably.
I think this is what's called raining on the fireworks, Mally
So
Smith.
we are poor, less rich, and less respected across the globe under Trump.
Maybe all the illegals will stop ever wanting to come here.
Maybe.
You're 18 months into this term of 4 years. So there is so much that I think has been done already, and there is still clearly
Let's see how high you can get inflation.
a lot to do.
Gas prices
Going
are coming
forward,
down, it'll come
after
down.
today,
It's 4.2%.
he's got to deal with Iran. They've got to get that sorted out. There's no
Yes.
doubt about it.
Which he's doing.
He's got the midterms in November.
Which he will lose.
Everybody will go away for summer and he will come back in September and they will start ramping up. And there is a very good possibility that they will do very badly in the midterms in November. But I think today the White House will be celebrating what happened this evening, how they managed to pull that back from potentially the risk, the edge of disaster, when the risk of lightning, if you are just tuning in, the risk of lightning meant that the whole show was postponed for several hours, in fact.
People were evacuated on the mall twice.
They were evacuated on the mall twice, told to go home, and then they were brought back in. Why? Because President Donald Trump said, no, I'm not going to be put off doing the job that I need to do today. Those veterans before me went to battle. I am not going to be deterred by a little bit of bad weather. He said the storm, effectively said the storm will always pass, and it did. And they put on a fantastic show. And I love what you said, Hillary. I totally agree about the fact that those performers, being from the armed forces, amateur singers,
incredible,
phenomenal
amazing
voices.
They might get some record deals. Record companies.
They should. Their day job is to protect their country. That is what we saw is their hobby that they've just done on the stage. And while everybody's talking about Taylor Swift up the road in New York getting married, those were the singers that I wanted to
Absolutely, and I think it was so inspiring for the military. I bet you anything you like that military recruitment is going to go through the roof after honouring the veterans, so past and present.
Yeah, no, it was absolutely fantastic. And thank you all at home for joining us and for staying with us.
Good morning, Britain.
And good morning. Yeah, very good morning to everybody.
It's coming home tonight.
Tea and crumpets to you all.
And it is, of course, GB News will be turning our attention today to the World Cup game tonight.
Can I give one message quickly? Am I allowed?
Yes, you may.
Okay, my message to FIFA is you should never have announced the hotel that our players were going to be in after what the Mexican revolting tasteless fans did to Ecuador
out of nowhere
outside their hotel rooms. I think that's ghastly. What they should have done was we should, and if I'd been in charge of this, I would have put all of our players now in individual Airbnb, split them up, and then I would have given the bill to FIFA for announcing it. Sorry,
well,
but it was disgusting.
Now.
It was
They're
disgusting.
all tucked up in bed right now, Hillary.
No, but
so unless you're going to go and get them out of their beds,
Except
they're
for
in the
Ben Leo.
hotel. But we are going to, of course, bring you the action from America tomorrow night because Ben Leo from Late Show Live is there in Mexico City, and you must tune in to Late Show Live tomorrow night to see all the reaction. That will be the prelude. No, the match will be on. What time is it on tomorrow? I don't
8
know.
p.m. American time,
Okay, great.
which
So
is
you will see all the post-match craziness.
1 a.m.
1
in the
a.m.
UK.
in the UK.
Yeah, yep. And they've even, and of course, Keir Starmer did the U-turn. He had said the pubs will be open late, and then, of course, because the police said, the man in the police departments, they couldn't do it. So he's done another U-turn.
But Ben will be on the telly probably most of tomorrow in the build-up as well.
Dum, 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 dum.
Ben having the time of his life.
What an amazing occasion. Thank you all. Thank you, GB News, for having us here on such a special occasion. I will be back after the weekend. Thank you so much, guys. Happy birthday, America. See you soon.
Good morning. President Trump braved severe weather conditions in Washington to mark 250 years of American independence.
The United States erupted in celebrations despite the ongoing threat of thunderstorms, with Donald Trump leading the nation.
At 250 years old, we may be the oldest constitutional republic on earth, but our country is just getting started because the best is yet to come.
Well, in Philadelphia, revelers paid tribute to the birthplace of the USA.
A very good morning. The eyes of a nation will be fixed on Mexico City tonight and into the early hours of tomorrow as England aim to put 48 hours of chaos, disruption and hostility behind them by securing a quarter-final place at the expense of host Mexico. We'll hear from boss Thomas Tuchel later this hour.